including countries such as Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Chad, and Mauritania. This year, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger had exited ECOWAS to form the Alliance of Sahel States. This House opposes the Sahel States forming the Alliance of the Sahel States. On this motion, I call the House to order and I invite the Prime Minister to open up the case for government. Hear, hear.
Hi, is this audible? Thanks. Please give it time. Wait, can you keep time? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. You can go now. Sure. I'd like to take a POI from closing. So I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Clearly, what are we defending in this round? What we ought to debate is what are the benefits of these countries remaining in ECOWAS, what OP has to defend are the benefits of these countries forming, a Sahel alliance. We don't have to defend corrupt governments. We also don't have to defend France in this round. What we are going to do in opening government is explain why on our side it's much more likely that people are able to access self-determination and why, the formation of the alliance on their side is unlikely to be successful. 2 arguments that I'm going to further in this speech. 1, self-determination, and secondly, I'm going to talk about why the formation of the alliance is unlikely to be successful on their side. Let's talk about self-determination, or if you prefer, why is democracy good? We think that the formation of the Sahel Alliance exists due to the call-out of the military juntas who usurp power from existing democracies within the states. But secondly also, we might be charitable here and say that there is a motive or an intent to expunge France from these states because of the mass exfiltration of resources. The conclusion of this framing is that they must be willing to defend that the alliance that exists on their side of the house is made up of a couple of military governments that usurp power within those states. Why is the Sahel Alliance a threat to democracy? 1, we think this creates an echo chambers of countries who are of autocrats, which means that the only feedback mechanism they have is themselves, which means that there's likely to be a continuance of autocracies within this alliance. Secondarily, they will do anything to maintain power, so that means that they are likely to want to sustain the legitimacy of this alliance in themselves, given that the legitimacy that they have internally within those states is fragile, as well as the legitimacy of the Sahel Alliance is also fragile. This means that they are likely to do anything to maintain power for the longest period of time and are unlikely to transition towards a democracy. But also, the implication of this framing as well is that this also means that they're likely to be repressive significantly to people. This means that they're likely to throw people in jail. This means that they're likely to intensify ethnic conflict because of the lack of representation that's likely to exist. On the comparative, given that within ECOWAS, presumably you also have democratic states, which also have an incentive to protect their own power, to protect themselves, which means that there's a feedback mechanism that exists in order for you to transition into a democracy, even though autocracies might exist under ECOWAS on our side of the house. So there's an incentive to transition because of the feedback mechanism that you get. But additionally also, this is done through trade that exists under ECOWAS. They have to prove why trade is likely to exist under the Sahel Alliance if they want to report these part of the analysis as well. Why is democracy good? We think that the states possesses an immense amount of power over people's lives, state power principle. I think we all heard this from round 1, probably possibly up until round 9. But secondly as well, we think that democracy offers people the ability for them to be able to actualize their preferences, but not just actualize their preferences in a single way, but actualize their preferences in multiple ways. But additionally as well, this means that people within the Sahel Alliance may not ultimately favor people within Nigeria and Chad may not ultimately always favor. Their only preference might not just be to expunge France in itself. But additionally, even if their only preference was to expunge France, we think that they might have multiple mechanisms of how you might want to achieve this in itself, and democracy offers people the pathway towards achieving this. Why is it then that the counterfactual secures the right to self-determination as a way to clash directly with what we presume that they might want to argue? We think there's a larger bloc that exists within ECOWAS, which means that it is much more easier for you to be able to expunge yourself of these sort of international alliances. It's also likely to be the case given that these countries within ECOWAS also have a history of colonialism. Multiple countries also endured colonialism. The countries like Benin Republic also endured colonialism from France. So it's likely to be a cohesive, agreement to expunge France also within ECOWAS as well. But additionally also, you do have the legitimacy of this body, which means that it's much more likely to be able to stand up to France as well. But finally as well, there's a free trade agreement that you're able to utilize that exists, within ECOWAS, and also a bigger bloc that exists to prevent you from foreign imperialism. Why is democracy sort of the most important thing, and how you should weigh this argument? Given that these communities or these countries exist as pluralistic societies, it means that the continuance of autocracy prevents representation of people, which it is likely to create conflict. Secondly, we think that it gives the most amount of people the right for them to be able to secure self-determination. So what we might be willing to say on the way in here is that on their side, only the preferences of those autocratic governments and their right to self-determination are ahead. We think for the most amount of people, they don't have any right to self-determination. That's the conclusion of this argument. Before I continue closing.
Okay, democracy is only as good as it's able to acquire general goods for people. Weak democracies are far worse than good autocracies in such regions of the world.
Then you have a burden to prove that these autocracies are good. We already explained why they're likely to be repressive in this argument. Don't understand why you made that point. Why is this state unlikely to be successful? We think that firstly, these states are formed in tension with West Africa and ECOWAS, which means that trade is usually, given that trade is usually dependent on a good rapport with all these West African countries, it's unlikely that you're able to trade effectively because you form this alliance as an opposition to ECOWAS. It's unlikely that they want to trade with you. Secondly, it's formed in tension with the African Union. Note that the ECOWAS exists as a sub-body under the African Union. The existence of a Sahel alliance is in contrast to the African Union, which is in contrast with ECOWAS, which means that the African Union has to make a trade-off within this particular instance. It's unlikely to make a trade-off in the direction of the Sahel alliance, which you already explained is likely to remain autocratic, which will further weaken the legitimacy of the African Union as well. The success of these regions also is a threat to the legitimacy of ECOWAS as a bloc, so it's unwilling to trade with these countries, unwilling to trade with this alliance, and unwilling to provide them benefits. Fourth reason under this, these countries are landlocked, so which means that they're not really viable in terms of being able to sell off their commodities, which means that in the best case scenario, on their side, they sell off their, their resources for extremely low prices, which means that this means that the same exploitation all over again. But additionally, in the worst case scenario, they are unable to sell off their resources because of the, the immense amount of, political backlash that exists against them. But finally as well, we note that there's a tension that exists between these countries and France, which is that there's also an international tension that exists between the Sahel alliance as well. But also this means that they're not able to access the African Union and its existing trade agreement, and also international, trade agreement that exists as well. This is important because note that the African Union has existing trade networks not only with the West, but also with China increasingly in status quo. Note that this argument has the following impact. One, on their side, the inability for this democracy, for them to be able to be good in principle and practically, means that people starve and people die on their side of the house. People starve from hunger, not being able to access, certain economic benefits. But also this is important as well because economic rights is a precondition for you to be able to access your political right. If people are starving, that it's difficult for them to be able to get a democracy that is strong on their side of the house as well, but also makes it easier for the state to be repressive towards them. Secondly as well, this increases the potential for conflict, which means that even in the case that these democracies are good, because these autocracies are good, because of the fact that they're not representative, but also because of the fact that it's harder for them to collaborate, and especially because of these areas are prone to terrorism, things like ISWAP, things like Boko Haram, means that it's much more likely that you're going to have insurgency and not able to collaborate in order for you to be able to solve it because of this disintegration. This means also this affects other West African countries because the cost of conflict leads to refugee migration towards other African countries. This is important as well because these African countries, other West African countries are also fragile in terms of their economies. This intensifies the rivalry between the Sahel alliance and other West African countries and also makes it much more likely they are unwilling to support them. The weight of this argument is that the unlikelihood of success means that there's no buying into this alliance, which is that you have fewer individuals existing under this new Sahel alliance. For all of these reasons, incredibly happy to be PM.
Thank you very much for that speech. The leader of opposition to open the case for the opening opposition. Here.
Okay, so am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, so I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So firstly, the Prime Minister misses a lot of framing and characterization in today's debate, which I'm going to do properly. But then secondly, he doesn't exercise the burden that they were meant to prove. So what were his arguments around? One, that we need to protect democracy. I don't think that's the most important thing that we even need to prioritize in today's debate. Because firstly, how he justifies democracy is that he wants people to self-actualize. Firstly, we agree that autocracies are popularly disdained, right? But in status quo, democracies have been very frustrating. So they tell you that you are free. As the electorate, you have more power than the government because you choose who should lead over you. But once you give them that power, they don't meet your basic needs. So you're frustrated. I have the freedom. I can impeach these people. I can protest. But you do all of these things that they say you are free to do, and there is no return to you at the end of the day. Democracies have largely failed, right? So they tell us that our burden is then to prove why autocracies are good. That's not really our burden, but since they ask for it, we are going to show you why, like comparatively, like they want us to do, autocracies are not generally bad. Why? Because it's the Western media that consistently wants to make us believe that all autocracies are bad, and so they will never show you the extent to which certain needs of people in this autocratic system of government are met. So every time you watch a documentary about North Korea, it's always about, oh, maybe people are dying. Anytime they want to talk about a military leader, they'll only say, oh, this person is corrupt. They completely like create a propaganda around autocracy. Why? Because the West wants to protect their ideology of democracy, even to the extent that even if democracy is failing, they want to still defend that democracy. I would give you examples. Saudi Arabians live under an autocratic prince, but people in Nigeria suffer extremely. People in Saudi Arabia would never want to live under a democratic Nigeria because the social contract even works better. Why do they have the incentive to treat their citizens better? One, because they know that people have cracked the code on how to impeach bad governments even when they're autocratic. We have examples of the Arab Spring, a lot of instances where democratic leaders were taken out. So what these autocracies do is that because they want to preserve power, the social contract looks like this: we'll give you everything you want, we'll make sure you're employed, you're eating well, you have everything you want. Don't just go into the level of politics that would then affect our film at the end of the day. So if you have to do between the comparative of self-actualization and a world where people live a bearable life, would rather prefer that autocracy at the end of the day. I'll take you in America. But secondly, they tell you that under ECOWAS, they are able to protect you from imperialism. We think that that is bad because ECOWAS in a whole is very submissive to imperialism at the end of the day. If they wanted to protect you from imperialism for so long, most African countries would have detached themselves from the influence of the West in their economy, in their culture. You will not have issues of America telling you have to accept LGBTQ before we can have certain things with you. Realize that when these kind of things happen, there is never a case study where ECOWAS has for once stood up against imperialism on behalf of their citizens. But then let me show you what is the most important characterization in today's debate. We support something at the point in time where it is not just principally justified, but when it is able to achieve the most positive outcome for stakeholders within the debate. We support the Sahel because it is good and it is profitable. Where is this debate taking place? Firstly, in a continent that is very feeble as a regional bloc. ECOWAS has failed on many grounds. A, they can place sanctions on you because you have a preference on how your government should run, and they never consider how those sanctions can hurt the most vulnerable people, which are poor people within those countries. Secondly, they are very ineffective because they engage in extracted concessions. So these Sahels are usually the minority. So if they do not like something within the ECOWAS and it affects them, they really have no say, because bigger countries like Nigeria and the rest would have to form that there was actually a concession for certain decisions, even when it disadvantages them. But thirdly, they hate revolutionary ideas. So they know that in many instances, a different form of government is likely to work, but they want to align with the West and the democracies because they want to gain some benefits from them. We think this is bad. But let's also characterize what the Sahel looks like. The Sahel countries are countries that have their own dreams, their own preferences, their own picture of what they want their countries to look like. But they are like that submissive wife that wants to be subject to their husbands or the bigger family goals, even when it is detrimental to them at the end of the day. So we think that also these Sahel regions are colonized by France. France still has a direct policy on these people, controls their monetary policies and value. It is so obvious that the influence of France has stifled the growth of these countries for so long. But if they remain in ECOWAS, they will never really be able to have like that autonomy to be free at the end of the day. It then means that an important clash in today's debate has to be this: is it better for these countries to pursue their own form of self-actualization or become the loyal countries that want to keep the family of the ECOWAS together while being internally torn apart and impoverished at the end of the day? Do not let anybody in this debate tell you that that the clash is beyond this. We need to defend a world where regional blocs should act like they need to do, and secondly, if people deserve a free form of self-actualization at the end of the day. So an analogy is if I belong to a family, even though we are connected by blood, if I feel disadvantaged, I have the right to leave. Principally and practically, that benefits me at the end of the day, because I'm then able to find another association that gives me that utility that I want. But we also think that on impact, firstly, it makes ECOWAS to be incentivized to be able to carry on their goals if they do not want unity to stop. So if ECOWAS wants unity, then they need to be able to stand up against imperialism. Why? Because if the Sahel successfully, as the Sahel are successfully breaking away, it means that other countries that feel disadvantaged within the ECOWAS would also want to form their own. ECOWAS will not want this kind of things to happen, so they are now incentivized to wake up and say, this revolution that we are opposing the Sahel for, let's consider it. Let's tell them you can still get it in ECOWAS. Let's make countries believe that the benefits they want can still exist at the end of the day. But we also think that the reason why we support the Sahel is because they have the right to have an association outside of the body that hampers on their choice for state operations. If you want to run a military system of government, run it at the end of the day. If you want to break away from France and their imperialist things, we will think that you need to break away at the end of the day. We think that secondly, these people also have the right, because most times they are not largely considered in economic policies by the ECOWAS. The reason why this is true is because if the ECOWAS wants to take certain decisions, they have to consider the fact that they really want to still have the support of the West economically. They want to align with their values. These countries hate it. Let them form their own association. Let them define their value. It also means that they would still have stakeholders that will support their economic growth, because this Sahel can now decide this is the ally we like. They have hated France for a long time, but they have been forced to still be allies with France at the end of the day. When they form their own association, they're able to connect with people that can help their economic growth, help them achieve stability. But even if you say they will become unstable or citizens will suffer, it's only going to be for a while, because at the point in time where you take revolutionary decisions, it will make you unstable. But eventually, these citizens would get the benefit of the basic things that they want. They'll be happy that they are no longer tied to values that they inherently dislike at the end of the day. We don't just need to prioritize ECOWAS, we need to prioritize the needs of this Sahel and how it impacts on ECOWAS' attitude towards regional blocs at the end of the day. I have never been more proud to oppose.
Thank you very much for that speech. We call on the Deputy Prime Minister to close out the case for the opening government. Here. Eze, hold on, please. Quickly.
want to be rebel. I can't believe I'm thinking of my designers for this. I'm really getting tired of optimism in this tournament, not listening to nuanced analysis and just simply trying to respond with one-liners. When you say that democracies have failed, you have to be comparative. You have to argue that the autocracy that you support on your side is likely going to be more benevolent. You can't just say, because democracies aren't that perfect in West Africa, therefore any autocracy is likely going to be good. I'm going to respond to this with 4 reasons. 1, if you consider democracy is globally popular, you need to engage our clash on the unlikelihood of success when you are a small region with an unpopular system of government, because you already concede that it's unpopular. So even if you maintain the facade of a democracy, this gives you the validation of external countries everywhere around the world, which means that you are more likely to succeed on our side, even if that democracy is failing. Don't just say democracies are failing and therefore you should win the debate. Secondly, Saudi Arabia is not a good example. Saudi Arabia has oil. They are the largest economy in the Middle East. You are not. It's easy to ignore you. It's not easy to ignore Saudi Arabia. You can't, just copy-paste examples and expect to win. Thirdly, this is not even a benevolent dictatorship. Libya was. People were not trying to leave Libya. People were not scrambling to leave. But Nigerians are the biggest displaced democracy or biggest displaced demography within West Africa. You have a lot of Niger Republic refugees living right now in northern Nigeria. They live in IDP camps, basically because they are running away from their countries. If they were such a benevolent dictatorship, people would stay back as they did for Libya and as Gaddafi's Libya was successful. But fourthly, even if this is a benevolent dictatorship, every benevolent dictatorship needs regional validation. The reason why Libya was able to succeed under Gaddafi is because the entirety of Africa loved Libya. They loved Gaddafi, and it was easy for other countries or other presidents to try and collaborate with him. We already proved to you, given a lot of mechanizations, as to why people already hate this guy. People in West Africa already hate the new government you're forming. People everywhere else in the world, because you seem to be anti-Western. You do not have any support whatsoever. You can't simply say democracies are failed, therefore the alternative is always going to be better. Be nuanced. Second piece of response, they say ECOWAS is bad for them because they don't get listened to. Again, real lie. Anybody who listens or who follows the news knows this is a lie. Nigeria has been the biggest supporter of Niger Republic. Nigeria opened its borders to their refugees. Nigeria literally is building like a highway connecting Nigeria with Niger Republic. They have support of the region. They have not been ignored in times past. The only reason why there was a need for them to secede away from ECOWAS is because it's not because they kicked out France. Everybody liked that. To be very clear, we like the fact that they kicked out France, but ECOWAS pressured them to go back to a democracy, to hand over power. That's how cool it should be. When you challenge an authority that is bad, after a few period of time, you should have an election and go back to democracy. These leaders refused to transition back to democracy. That was why ECOWAS fell out with them. Not because they kicked out France. We like that, but we don't like the fact that they refused to transition back into a democracy. Then let's talk about I think that's all in terms of rebuttals. NPIs? Nope. Okay, so let's talk about why we win on this side. It's like a class that isn't engaged. We give you analysis on the nature of this region or the nature of this alliance that has been formed. One is that the region is incredibly landlocked. These guys are literally living in a desert, right? It means that you cannot, again, argue that they're likely going to be economically dependent on each other because there's no comparative advantage that they have on each other. Most of them are resource-rich areas that simply mean that they can't trade with each other. The gold that you have in Chad Republic, for example, is not necessary for people living in Niger. What it means is that the kind of trade you need has to be external, either with West African countries or with other countries around the world. The only way you're able to get that on their side is if you incredibly devalue those resources, which means that your economy is likely going to fail because you're literally trying to beg people to come and buy from you, and not place sanctions on you in that instance. So even if you devalue that, that's not good for your economy. But we still argue that because you don't have a competitive advantage, everything you have within the Sahel region, every other country in West Africa has it. Like the gold you have there, you have that in Ivory Coast or in Ghana. The oil that you have in Chad Republic, you have more of it in Nigeria. There is really no competitive advantage that they have that makes them uniquely important to the world. So it's very easy to ignore them. Secondly, is that they are plagued by insecurities. Like literally, Chad is the headquarters of the Islamic State. ISIS of West Africa, they're called ISWAP, and Boko Haram. Literally, these guys literally house like headquarters of like regional insecurity or like terrorist organizations. What it ultimately means is that you need a cohesive collaboration between other countries to help you fight this insecurity. You cannot do that alone. Ultimately, also, when they already concede by their analysis that because they kicked out France, there is reason for the Western forces to actually show that they fail. So everybody really wants to see you fail so that they can prove that your existence actually was not supposed to be there in the first instance. Thirdly, is that they're anti-Western, so they're hated by the rest of the West. Again, we don't have to defend France, but what we simply say is that because you already formed a situation where you are being anti-Western, and you are now also doing like a system that is undemocratic, it means everyone else who is an ally of the West is unlikely to want to support you in that instance. This proves why you're unable to get significant trade. This proves why your economy is likely to crumble. This then means that when your economy crumbles, the spillover effect is the impact that you get from somewhere. Because the spillover effect is that you have more like refugee crisis in the region, which affects everyone else. This is not an actor motion. So when you're affecting everyone else, it is legitimate for us to argue that we oppose this creation, because the creation of this state is likely to affect all of us. We already have a refugee crisis in our hands in West Africa. You exacerbate that on your side. Fourthly, is that you are anti-ECOWAS. This means that they are unwilling to trade with you. Literally 2 years ago, there was the formation of the AFCFTA, right? People needed to be a part of their regional bodies to sign up to the AFCFTA, which is the like Africa Free Trade Area. When you pull out of this region, you pull out of that trade area, which means that it becomes significantly harder for businesses within your region to do business with other people. It means that you have to pay tariffs. It means that you have to struggle to actually export or import things within your region. This again proves our case on the unviability of the success of these guys. Lastly, is that this means that there exists political will for ECOWAS countries to try and frustrate your success. Because you are surrounded by all the people that hate you, you're likely also going to become a scapegoat for these individuals. What did Samuel tell you that wasn't responded to? There's a reason why they don't have POIs, they agree with us. Samuel tells you a number of things. Firstly, that democracies in themselves ultimately have a good for the people. Guys, it's 6:30. That democracies ultimately have like the tool for people to want to be able to self-actualize. We might agree that democracies in West Africa are not perfect, but we concede that you have to be comparative and argue that your side actually benefits these individuals, considering the fact that there's evidence that they already do not like this in this instance, given the fact that there's mass exodus from these regions. People are literally immigrating from these regions. The impact of this, therefore, is that likely to have increased starvation and hunger for the people, because now it's not only that you are running a bad government, but that others are unwilling to help them in a way that elevates their economic standing. The way in here is simple. There is no buying for this alliance, which means that people are likely going to suffer more on the ground than they are already doing in this instance. For all of these reasons, we should be in the finals.
Thank you very much for that speech. We invite the member of government, the deputy leader of opposition, to close out the case for the opposing opposition. Here.
I'll begin my speech now. So the first thing I'm going to take out from opening government's case is the idea that we have to defend democracy. First of all, this is not an actor motion. So we cannot be defending democracy. It's an opposed motion. So we have to show the benefits for the Sahel states. If democracy doesn't benefit them, there is no incentive for us in this debate to continue defending democracy. You need to prove exactly why the Sahel states should stay in the economic bloc of West Africa so that they can achieve democracy, and how democracy is going to continuously benefit them. We don't think that that's our burden in this debate. But then what am I going to take out first of all from their case? They talk about trade. So a couple of responses to this. They say that countries in the ECOWAS will not want to trade with them. Other people will not want to trade with them. But the idea here is simple, right? There are other states in Africa. The economic ECOWAS is not the only regional bloc. There's still the North African bloc, but even bigger than that, right? We have other countries, Russia, China, that will be willing to accept these people's ideologies because they are kicking out the West. The idea is too simple for it to be misunderstood this way. ECOWAS is not the only bloc that would want to trade with them, but then they even contradict themselves by saying that these people do not have any resources. So when they stay in ECOWAS, what then is their benefit if they cannot trade with the people that are within that bloc? You say that Nigeria has oil, Chad has oil. So of course, Nigeria being the bigger reserve would definitely dominate the space. So Chad has nothing to even trade with in ECOWAS. We don't think that can be the biggest clash. So let's also take out their idea on democracy. So note, right, my partner already explains to you why democracy cannot be the biggest burden for us to defend, right? A lot of democracies are already failing. If these people are not benefiting from democratic system, then they have to transition. They tell us that autocratic regions or autocratic governments are not likely to succeed. But here's the thing, we already gave you a lot of examples on why, like, Russia, Saudi Arabia, all these people that have autocratic governments are going to succeed. But then what did they say? That people are going to like backlash against them and things like that. But then the idea is simple. Burkina Faso had like this guy, Traore, who is 36 years old. There's a whole lot of popular support for this guy. So even if you say that, oh, people are not going to want to associate with them because they are autocratic systems, we think that the people in that country are going to be satisfied. Why? Because they are not living under failed democracies where you can exercise your rights, but at the end of the day, you don't have anything that is good for you. But even beyond that, right, why do these autocratic systems benefit these people more? Because these people have the incentive to want to stay in government for a longer period of time. So you cannot come and argue that these autocratic systems are going to like suppress human rights. All these things still happen on your side of the world, and comparatively, it is worse for you because you tell people that they have the freedoms, they have all these rights, but at the end of the day, you don't still give them their basic human needs. Why then do we win from opposition? We tell you exactly why the Sahel states are likely to succeed. These people have their own ideologies, they have the things that they want to do for themselves. We think that principally, first of all, it's important that these people are allowed the right to self-actualize. You cannot tell them that they cannot leave ECOWAS simply because the economic states or the AU is going to be angry with them. These people cannot continue to like stay in a system that doesn't benefit them when there are other alternatives that they should explore. You say that these people are unlikely to succeed. We say that first of all, you actually need to even give them a chance to see if they would even succeed or not. But then even if you say that they are not still going to succeed, let's show you why. These people, first of all, have kicked out the imperial power that has been holding them back for a long number of years, right? This, like France basically has been controlling these people's resources over and over again. They've been exploited. We're showing you exactly why, because they have taken this stance, this hard stance to kick out France. It's more likely that they would even get more buy-ins from other powers that oppose the Western powers, i.e. Russia, China. These people want them to continue buying into the ideology that you do not need democracies to survive. So at the end of the day, these people are going to like want to be with them. I'll take you.
The existence of the Africa-Europe Summit, Africa-China Summit, Africa-Russia Summit proves that Africa trades as a bloc. When you pull out of these regions, it is difficult for you to do anything without the protection of the African Union.
No, so you see, the idea is not that you cannot trade with other people just because you pull out from the African Union. There are other blocs that exist. The Sahel regions have the ability and the capacity, and they deserve the right to be able to exist independently of things that hold them back from being able to like self-actualize. That cannot be the debate. So then let's talk about why it is beneficial for Africa beyond just ECOWAS, right? At the end of the day, what we show you is that these people are going to become self-reliant at the end of the day, right? So things like them being able to trade independently, them not having to be overshadowed by the bigger powers in the economic states like Nigeria, Ghana, all these bigger powers that don't allow them to even like achieve what they want, because at the end of the day, these bigger countries would always dominate them when it comes to like decision making and things like that. What we think happens on our side of the world is that you give these countries the ability to have their own union, because these people have similar ideologies, they have similar things that they want to achieve that is very different from majority of the other states in the economic community. So what you do is show them that they can be self-reliant. How does this impact the rest of Africa? We think that at the end of the day, other African states that even want to pull out from ECOWAS would most likely do this. And why is this a good thing? You then incentivize ECOWAS to step up its game, because at the end of the day, the ECOWAS has been largely failing, a whole lot of inefficiencies in the states, right? But at the end of the day, when you show that these people can be self-reliant on their own, if they create their own bloc, you then tell other states that if ECOWAS is not succeeding, you can easily pull out. We think that that becomes better at the end of the day for all stakeholders involved. What then do we show you? We show you exactly why, first of all, self-reliance is very important for these Sahel states. You cannot deny them the right to be able to self-actualize just because democracy is a thing. The idea that democracy is the most important thing in this debate is very flawed, because what happens is that these Western powers all want you to believe that democracy is the best thing since sliced bread, but we don't think that that's the idea. That cannot be the winning idea in today's debate. If these states have the power to self-actualize, regardless of whether democracy is the most important thing to the West or to other communities in the ECOWAS, we don't think that that can be what is most beneficial for the Sahel states. If the Sahel states are able to self-actualize without democracy, we think that is best for the people that live in that region. What then do we tell you? What's the benefit for these Sahel states? States like Mali, Burkina Faso, etc. are going to then be able to have their own rights, things like have their own self-realize and all those types of things. We prove to you a number of things in today's debate. We show you exactly why trade is still going to happen, because AU is not like the ultimate, right? Other states are going to want to collaborate with these people. There are other unions that exist within Africa. ECOWAS is not the ultimate power. We show you exactly why democracy cannot be the most important thing in today's debate, because even if you say that democracy is the most important thing, there's no guarantee that these people will not transition back to democracy at the end of the day. Autocracies come to an end. There's no guarantee that these things will not end at the end of the day. But even if they take some time to before they end, we think that that's still good, because most of the time the people, the popular people, the leaders in this place are backed up by popular votes. So even if it takes a whole lot of years before they can transition to democracy, we think it's still good as long as they achieve the benefits that these people are going to get at the end of the day. We show you exactly why open opposition wins.
It's the member of government to open up the case for the closing government. Here.
So am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so shout out to Marcy. It's been amazing partnering you for PANS. It's been an awesome experience. Shout out to Takura and Smart. They're amazing people. So I shall start my speech. Okay, so I shall start my speech in 3, 2, 1. There is something that has largely been ignored in the opening half. The Sahel region is constantly in fights. Why? Because of the economic disparities that exist within these spaces. We think the internal fights in these particular places are so much worse. These guys tell you, look, let's pursue our dreams. Let's pull out from ECOWAS because we do not want to have a toxic man. Their alternative then is we will trade with Russia. I think that's quite unclear, or that's quite ridiculous to argue in this debate. How do we think this pulling out works? We think this is largely this Sahel region necessarily pulling out of ECOWAS and signing into that Sahel alliance. The debate then becomes which alliance is the better alliance for these Sahel regions and that sort of thing. Opening half necessarily argues about autocracies and democracies and that sort of chat. We think the debate does not exist within whether it's going to be democratic, autocratic, and that sort of thing. We think the debate is about the economic benefit or the way they are able to emancipate themselves from economic disparity. disparities, we think that's where the debate largely happens, and that's what we're going to do for you from CG. The first thing here then becomes in terms of like the protection mechanism that exists. We think at a point in time, these Sahel regions, Sahel countries necessarily pull out. We think largely, they're going to have some sort of economic disparities. I already tell you in my characterization, there's so many fights already going on within the Sahel region because of how they're very disparate and that sort of thing in terms of economy. What it then means now, you remove the only thing that protects them and that sort of thing. Why do we think this is going to get worse and that sort of thing? We think polarization already happens within these states and that sort of thing. We think that's much more worse when they pull out from the only person or like from the only trade blocks that exist. Why do we think this is true? You have now been exposed to the international market. You cannot make trades and that sort of chat. Why do we think this is true? You're not able even to negotiate. Your bargaining power is necessarily way too low. We think that's bad. But the second thing here is on why these economic shocks are largely going to affect you as the countries. We think you do not have collective support and that sort of thing. But the second thing here is that now you're exposed to commodity price volatility, but also external downturns. These are things that harm you so much more. Like this debate happens where we have like precedent information. Look at how Brexit works. At the point in time UK left these spaces, their currency devalued. We think that's bad. These guys cannot come and tell you it's likely that it's gonna be successful. No, we have precedent information that it didn't work. Why it's so much worse is that these are developing states that are already economically disenfranchised and that sort of thing. We think it's so much worse for these guys. If they want to follow their dreams, let them follow their dreams after they already probably grow or develop and that sort of thing. We think that's very important. But the impact here is then you lack solidarity and that sort of thing. We think you undermine the long-term sustainability. All already tells you we are willing to trade off the short-termistic sustainability. Now here is why this is worse. You are already at like a disadvantage. What it then means now, you are more disadvantaged and the intensity of harm here is far much more worse. If they want long-term impacts, we think the comparative here or the weighing here is that the intensity of harm that happens within that time of exchange is particularly very bad. 4 things then you need to do when you're trying to oppose. We think if it's ineffective. B, we think if it's unnecessary or unjustified. Or C, we think if it's counterproductive. Why do we think then this is very ineffective? You do not have capacity. These countries are the minority countries within the Western region. We think at that particular point, their capacity is largely hindered from them to even like make trade deals and that sort of thing. But secondly, they have no money or like they don't have more money compared to how like the ECOWAS has and that sort of thing. But the third thing here is on the establishment of ECOWAS. ECOWAS is already established, which then means that more countries are willing to trade with ECOWAS and that sort of thing. These guys cannot come and argue that you're going to get so much success and that sort of thing. We think that's bad. But why do we think then it's not justified? We think this leaving of like ECOWAS is necessarily supported by military coups and that sort of thing. Why do we think this is bad? We think like this legitimizes dictatorship within African countries. We think that's bad for these people and that sort of thing. The next thing here then becomes on economic isolation and why we think that's bad. The characterization we already give to you is that these people are necessarily very poor, suffering and that sort of thing. ECOWAS is their only protection mechanism. Why? They have significant economic blocks and like they have sustainable GDP. What it then means is that you diminish your opportunities to trade and invest with other countries. They tell you that you have alternatives like Africa and Russia. Here is why those alternatives do not work and why we think those alternatives are bad. This is exclusive from CG. The alternative that they give you is Russia and that sort of thing. We think Russia as an actor is not benevolent. If they tell you that Russia is going to trade with you nicely and that sort of thing, they need to prove to you that Russia has your best interest. We don't think that's true because Russia wants to maintain a superpower and that sort of thing. What it then means is that you create a lot of superpower struggle within these places. But the other thing here is that you're already pulled out of ECOWAS, which then means you cannot go back. Why do we think this is bad? You are now likely to be exploited by the Russians because now they know you have nowhere to fall back and that sort of thing. We think that's bad for you. You're likely going to sell your goods and price and whatever at lower prices, and that is very unsustainable for you as an alliance. But the second thing here is on how you're able to get backlash from African countries. Why do we think this is true? We think a lot of African reforms, or like how African is necessarily moving, is that people are necessarily creating a unified Africa. At the point in time, these countries actively want to pull out and like seclude themselves from Africa. We think more African countries are less likely willing to trade within these places. Their alternative on how you're able to trade with Africa doesn't work. But even if it is true that you're able to trade with Africa, we think it's particularly less sustainable. Why do we think this is true? Africa in and of itself is developing. Like most of these countries do not even have the capacity. What that means, you're not even able to trade at the prices you would necessarily want. We think that's bad for these guys. We think necessarily that's not a good thing. Why then do we win this debate? Opening half argues a lot about democracy and autocracy. Why this motion was particularly set by CAP, we think it's because of the economic benefits or economic disparities that necessarily exist within these places. Why are we able to fulfill this and on OG? Think we prove to you that pulling out exposes these countries to economic shocks. If the situation is worse right now, we think you make the situation worse on their side of the house. They needed to prove why pulling out is going to be sustainable for you in terms of the economy and that sort of thing. We think that's very, very important for these countries because in terms of proximity of needs, we think these countries are more likely going to buy into the idea of getting economic emancipation as opposed to having democracy and that sort of thing. Think economy and better standards of living are very important for these countries. Never been proud to propose.
Thank you very much for that speech. Calling on the member of opposition to open the case for the closing opposition. Eddie.
Just give me a second, sorry guys. Sure, I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Two things in framing from closing opposition to add to what's been discussed so far. The first is that global socio-economic and political trends are towards nationalism because regional blocs in of themselves have failed individuals. Brexit is an example that opening opposition gives you. This means individuals want to be able to self-determine as directly as possible. The second is the political evolution among the states that are going to be forming the Sahel region is something that needs to be considered. The coup happening wasn't simply because the military decided it's kind of cool to militarize without any kind of practical incentive. It was because the citizens actively wanted it. Evidence of this is the citizens actually supporting the coup happening, coming out and chatting that Wagner is the way forward, and this is something that has to be put into consideration. So if we are talking of freedom and listening to the desires of the people, we think that this is something that's highly consistent with them. We think, A, citizens of these countries demonstrated anywhere and in support of Russia. That's something that's important. But two, the governments of Sahel, because the biggest push from government so far is that these things are going to outrightly turn into autocracies and going to oppress people. But it's inconsistent. They claim that everyone around you is rooting for you to fail. What is the incentive for the Sahel government to be formed to then oppress its citizens if that's going to give an incentive for Nigeria to evade as directly as possible, for France to say, look, we're saving people, and for America that is always willing to sell democracy say, the citizens were complaining, you saw them being oppressed, we came in to help them. We think the fact that they're existing in a land where everyone seems to be an enemy to them is reason enough for them to not turn oppressive to their citizens because it gives everyone legitimacy to attack them. We think in this instance it will become legitimate for them to be attacked on grounds of being oppressive to their own citizens. But there are two alternatives of what the world becomes for these nations that are already out of ECOWAS and on their own terms. The first is that they can return to ECOWAS, or in the instance where ECOWAS affords protection, what becomes of them? We say the present harms that we're going to discuss shortly afterwards, there's little incentive for ECOWAS to improve, maybe to listen to them significantly more, as opening opposition tells you, or for them to not flood local markets with good from surrounding stronger economies.
economies. But B, this I think becomes the crucial part, remaining smaller independent states, because the alternative of forming the Sahel region is that Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad, and Niger remain as independent and smaller states. We say a couple of things from closing opposition. One, these companies have weak institutions of governments. That's why the Kati camp was able to come out in Mali and say the government and the president is out, because the governments were corrupt and just really, really bad. But B, there are weak economies with currencies linked to things like the francs. That means France, for example, has a large discussion on things like the foreign reserves you're able to have, having them in francs as opposed to having them in the dollar. We think that this is something that's crucial. But B, there's more weak states close to each other. In this instance, we believe on principle they should be able to leverage on the weaknesses they have. If it means things like they say, for example, that these countries are landlocked, that they're not going to be able to sell their goods to anyone. We say from closing opposition that because they produce similar goods as said, they're able to then decide the bargaining power. They're able to collectivize and sell these goods at significantly higher prices, something that they don't get to do in status quo simply because they have fragmented bargaining power. But B, they have to be beholden to the general principles of ECOWAS, which are largely utilitarian, of what is in the best interest for the region. We think utilitarianism has failed these people. But here's a controversial argument. One, we think that the existence in ECOWAS has harmed ECOWAS. A, we say these countries, as said by OG, are dependent economically on most of these countries. For example, the bigger economies within ECOWAS have to do things like helping them out economically because of mutually assured destruction. Because if Mali fails, if Niger fails, for example, the impact of it is like something that has to be felt by all of us. This means to a large extent that ECOWAS has to consistently pander to the failing economies of most of these smaller countries that have not industrialized to a large degree. This means ECOWAS spends a large amount of money to actually sustain these countries that are already weak and failing, and quite frankly a parasite to ECOWAS as an institution. We say because of things like mutually assured destruction, ECOWAS has consistently extended help that has not allowed them to self-develop or actually help themselves in any way. We say in this instance, ECOWAS with collective good for the region has consistently prioritized their problems. If that's the best case for these guys, when they say ECOWAS listens to these people, this is something that is significantly bad. But see, ECOWAS struggles to protect these countries. They say ISIS, Bamako and whatnot are consistent problems. We say from closing opposition, that's good. When they come out and actually express their allyship with Wagner Group from Russia, this means they can get the protection that they need without ECOWAS having to spend large amounts of money in ensuring their protection, because if these countries are not protected largely, then it becomes problematic for the region. We say the amount of money they spend anyway sustaining countries that are weak without any kind of economic benefit to this group is something that is bad. But most importantly here, smaller and niche issues that are specific to these countries are consistently trading off, because the decision-making calculus of regional blocks is what is good for the region, how can we actually grow as a region, not how do you grow as smaller countries. This means qualms on things such as, oh, we have a weak currency, our currency is being externally controlled, are consistently traded off, because not an issue that's affecting Ghana or Nigeria, so it's consistently something that's probably not considered with the most impact. But D, that disgruntled citizens within these countries cause tensions and instabilities within the region. For example, when people in Mali are able to, or Chad are able to complain that Sudanese are influxing into their countries because of the kind of instability that exists in their country, this means ECOWAS has to formulate a policy that helps them. But this is not an issue that's affecting everyone. It's affecting small countries that economically are already draining you and they're not helping you to the most part. So we say in this instance, it causes many of these individuals are influxing into larger countries like Nigeria and Ghana. So things rates of employment, for example, are things that get significantly worse. So this is not a benefit to these bigger countries or to ECOWAS as a whole. This is something that they need to solve on their own, because those issues, quite frankly, are too bad. Rest. Economically beneficial to these countries. There are a number of things under this. A, influx of foreigners from neighboring countries that have better education because they have better economic system. So quite frankly, they're better equipped to deal with these issues. This means the small... Can you sit down? Please. So this means the smaller benefits the local employed people would have been able to benefit from are taken from them. So you have consistently foreigners coming into your small country who speak English and you only speak French. So any multinational corporations within your country are likely to employ them. So you take away the little employment that they were already likely to have, causing more disgruntled citizens. But the local markets are flooded with goods from neighboring countries. Countries like Burkina Faso recently started industrializing and producing their own goods. When they were in ECOWAS, for example, goods from places like Ghana and Nigeria consistently flooded their local markets. This means even if local companies come up anyway, they're not going to survive because they're consistently going to be outcompeted, because most of the goods you get from them are tariff-free. But B, the free flow movement within ECOWAS means any individual can come into your country and establish some kind of economic dominance that you have little ways of enjoying. So in this instance, we say we incentivize them to actually industrialize when they become an independent bloc that allows them to make decisions. But lastly, on principle here, we say impaired ability to self-determine. We've shown you in various practical levels where this is something that is bad. But in many instances, they've consistently been required to trade off things like their personal agency, the goal for the country, all in favor of what ECOWAS wants. We think when collectivizing as a region, because of things like the coups having happened in most of these countries, the alignment in terms of what regional power do we want to align with becomes significantly important in allowing them to self-determine. We are happy to oppose.
Thank you very much for that speech. We call on the government whip to close out the government bench. Here.
Okay, assuming I'm audible. Shout out to Nika. She got me this far and hopefully I take her further. Shout out to Takura and Smart by extension, and shout out to everyone in the semis. It's fun to have you guys. Shout out to our panel. Let me just... So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. I'll just start by proving why our extensions are far much better than what opening government say. Opening government tells you that you're more repressive to people because you do not have trade capacities, and that's the extent of their argument. Here's our extension. What Nika tells you is that we have a protectionism mechanism that gets to exist within ECOWAS countries, which generally then means within these regions, we want to actively protect the people that get to exist within them. We think then repressive mechanisms are far much worse when it comes to lack of security capacities that get to exist within these regions, which automatically then means security becomes logically prior to economic benefits, based off of the premise that you cannot achieve economic benefits without the capacity for you to protect yourselves as a region, and we think that's very, very important. The second thing you get from Nika is that the disenfranchisement of these particular people that get to exist within these regions is far much worse, because the idea is that they already have maximum internal fights that get to exist within them, and they have no capacity to actualize. What this then means is that if there's a capacity for it to get worse, then you lose the debate, which means opposition in general cannot win this debate based off of the fact that A, they not actively benefit these states, and we think this is important. Let's start with CO in regards to the extension within this debate. They argue A, they want to benefit ECOWAS as a whole and things like that. If I get to prove to you that ECOWAS in and of itself gets to maximally being harmed based off of the idea of these countries pulling out, then I guess we win this debate based off of that premise. They tell you that these ECOWAS countries will now not have weak countries existing within them. This is a flawed analysis that they get to give you, because the idea is that the funding and the trade opportunities that you get as ECOWAS as a region is based off of the premise that all of these countries get to exist within you, because the idea is that the developed states are directly incentivized to help developing countries on a general scope or on things like that, which automatically then means they want an organization that is formed that will particularly benefit a large majority of group of people, which is why they get to invest within these regions, which automatically then means if countries get to pull out from you, there's no incentive for these people to actively benefit you financially, so ECOWAS automatically falls. CO cannot win the debate based off of that premise. But even extensively, they can argue and come and say that, oh, fine, they're going to invest in Sahel. Here's why this is most likely not going to happen. We already proved to you that the Sahel region is like incapacitated with like internal fights and things like that. It's destabilized, which automatically then means there's a lower likelihood for them to alternatively now invest in these weaker states based off of the premise that they're already having internal fights, they're not stabilized, and that cannot be an argument that they get to make within this debate. And I think we beat them based off of that premise and things like that. Then finally, they argue that, oh, authoritarianism is going to benefit this particular people because the global world is actively watching them, and all of a sudden there's a mechanism to stop the idea of you being oppressive in nature. Recognize the frame is that human beings cling to power. Human beings are capitalistic in nature. Human beings want to self-preserve and want to actively protect them, which automatically then means regardless of the world actively watching you, you want to protect yourself. The direct intuition pump for this is when Sudan was
South Sudan was actively fighting to get like this particular idea of independence, they're now fighting further because they cannot agree on who gets to maintain power. The intuition boundary is very simple, which automatically then means there's a high likelihood for oppression continuously existing within authoritarianism. These guys cannot come and say that, oh, because the world is watching you, all of a sudden you get sovereignty. That's a horrible argument. Opening opposition then. Opening opposition argue imperialism exists within ECOWAS and that's a bad thing. And then they tell you the alternative is Russia and China. Guys, you cannot argue imperialism on ECOWAS, then see all of a sudden because Russia and China exist, there's not going to be like imperialism on that particular spectrum. That's a horrible argument as a whole. Then they say there's a propaganda that has been created that democracies are bad. It's not a propaganda if there's already an incentive for why this particular people or authoritarianism as a whole has not benefited a large group of people. Then they single out one country and say if it's worked with them, it's going to work within this particular developing states. The frame is very simple. They are developing states as a whole. The idea then becomes if they're developing, the direct incentive is development as a whole, which automatically then means if you cannot prove development for these particular countries, you lose out of the debate. And your frame does not prove why all of a sudden they're going to develop and get to actually have like this sovereignty as a whole. That's a horrible argument to make as a whole. Then also, they tell you there's going to be instability if these countries continue existing within ECOWAS because they're directly going against like the West and things like that. The idea is pretty simple. If you say they're going to be unstable, if they actually stay within ECOWAS, and we prove to you instability is going to be far much worse when they like pull out, then it's going to be like horrible for you to make that argument. And here's why this is true. The idea then becomes if majority of these people are going to be more polarized, today they can agree and say, fine, we don't want France and things like that, we agree with you. But then when these citizens do not get direct benefit from the idea of you separating yourself from this particular ECOWAS as a whole, the idea then becomes they're going to backlash against you as a government because you cannot actively protect the citizens as a whole, which automatically then means instability is further exacerbated on the side of these particular people where citizens no longer even trust authoritarianism as a whole. We don't see why then citizens are going to sit down and say, oh well, it didn't work, we're going to sit and be fine. We think that's a horrible argument to make as a whole. Now on weighing, right? Closing.
Okay, the currencies they have in status quo make it difficult for anyone to want to trade with them. But it's proven to you why economically and security-wise they get benefited, something that ECOWAS doesn't provide.
Okay, they say their currencies are currently going to disenfranchisement from making money, right? What we tell you with Nika is that the idea of Brexit was very simple. Immediately UK left, they devalued their currency. Secondly, they devalued their capacity to actively trade with the people that get to exist within them. Then thirdly, they were now desperate for the idea of like them actually developing and things like that, which automatically then means if it hurts developed countries, it's gonna be worse for developing countries, far much worse. And these guys say, they tell you where security benefits are going to exist for these particular regions as a whole. We don't think that's a proper argument to make because the idea is that there's a lot of polarization that's existing on a global spectrum. The polarization then that gets to exist, it means that majority of these people are choosing to form allyships and things like that. In the instance that now you're pulling out from a possible ally for you to be actively protected from the active polarization that's existing on a global spectrum, we think this is going to be really, really bad for you and we think that's important. On weighing then, we think the idea of like how you faster get development is far much better on our side because the most proximate need for these developing countries is to achieve development. On their side, now you have to start from scratch and get to find a way to develop yourself. That's a horrible thing for these developing states because that's their most proximate need. We think then on our side, we get to prove to you why development is most likely based on proximity to like economic benefits and at the same time security benefits as a whole. But even finally, people are not directly targeting you because of the polarization that gets to exist. On scope of impact then, we think we get to impact these developing states on a far much greater level. These guys say you want to have sovereignty to make decisions for yourself, but then they argue that you'll want to trade with other African countries. Our response is very simple. You won't have trade opportunities, you'll be actively targeted, you'll have internal fights. Sovereignty doesn't exist, ability to make choices for yourself doesn't exist, but even if you have choices to make for yourself, you still don't get to develop. What's choice without having the capacity to make money, to develop, and to actually stand for yourself? We don't think choice can be an argument in this debate.
Thank you very much for that speech. We call on the opposition whip to close out the debate here.
Okay, just raise your hand if you have any POIs. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think the important thing about what you get from Becky is that we expand the debate, and I think it's unfortunate that Mercy chose to ignore that for a couple of reasons. First, we respond better than opening to a lot of what you get from opening government. In that, even if democracy is something that's good, ECOWAS doesn't provide any solvency, because all their diplomatic threats, all their threats of like imposing the military didn't necessarily mean that these people were restored into democracy. So even if it's something that's valuable, it's not a benefit that ECOWAS is able to provide them. But secondly, she gives you unique framing about these countries economically, that they have the same economic interests because they are small and are just struggling within the bloc, but they also have similar political interests in that they are like pushing against democracy and the governments that they have in those particular states and just want support more from Russia and the Wagner Group and stuff like that. So that makes them similar entities. I think closing using the example of Brexit is just ridiculous in the context of the framing you get from Becky, because the reason why Brexit happened was because they felt they were too powerful and they were getting more, they were giving up more than they were receiving. So ignoring the framing you get from Becky in that these countries are small and they're just disenfranchised within this specific bloc is like bad for closing. The third thing you get from her is the reason why this would be bad for ECOWAS, because it means they are going to be carrying a weight that makes the bloc like generally weaker. You have to provide economic support to a lot of these smaller countries because the failure of the country as a whole is going to affect the bloc. You probably have to like proffer some level of military support because of all the conflict you get from closing in this debate. The other thing is the empty threats and why that looks bad. Because note, like ECOWAS hasn't been able to intervene militarily despite threatening places like Niger. So you just look bad like someone who doesn't have power or just can't do the things that you're supposed to do. We think the impact of that extends even beyond these smaller countries because now even the bigger powerful countries existing within ECOWAS find it to be irrelevant. I think that's bad. Direct responses to what we get from opening. The first thing they say is that democracy is valuable in these states. I agree. This should not be a conversation about like governance, but we'll show you why we give better responses than our opening that ignores a lot of these analysis. The first thing Becky tells you is that the pillar of democracy is choice. Insofar as we're able to prove that a lot of the people existing within these countries chose to push out their governments, then this becomes something that's valuable. You can't impose something on a populace because some white people thought it's perfect, insofar as this populace believes they want to push out that government. This, like, she gives you an example of Niger and how they were protesting in the streets against wanting to take out the government. The second thing to note is that ECOWAS is heavily controlled by France. I think it's unfair for them to say we don't want this to be a debate about France. It's why there was a lot of like clapback against like these states that were pushing out their government and stuff like that. We think restoration of choice in our side of the world is valuable. Fine, you might say that every state is bad, like Russia, China, they are all horrible. But at least there's some level of choice that otherwise doesn't exist in their side of the world, especially because ECOWAS is imposing decisions on them, and I think that's something that's not valuable. Additionally, we think it's just going to result in like the amount of safety that like OG says is something that's significant, and that their closing pushes are something that should be a priori to any economic benefits. Insofar as we're able to prove like people like Wagner Group are able to like deploy military in these places to cater for things like terrorism and stuff like that and all the instability, like ECOWAS hasn't been able to like proffer military support to these countries. So things like protection and stability that they say should be considered the most important thing in the debate aren't provided by ECOWAS. So it's just irrelevant. But even if that's not true, the threats by ECOWAS do nothing to restore democracy. Them threatening to have diplomatic discussions and them threatening to like move the military into these places has not resulted in the like restoration of democracy. So even if democracy is valuable, ECOWAS isn't ensuring it's something that exists within status quo, so they are just irrelevant. The other thing they say is that trade is going to exist and this is going to result in having better lives. I don't think this is true, especially because of what you get from Becky. It's not good for these smaller states in terms of trade. This is because they are smaller economies and like are obviously beholden to the bigger economies existing within ECOWAS. But secondly, this means they lose a lot of bargaining power. So you can't do things like control the prices of things like being traded within that like block, and I think that's something that's bad. So it's not true that they have like trade abilities that would allow them to like get enough like benefit from ECOWAS. The second thing is like they will do better in our side of the world, because even if we agree with their analysis that these countries like produce similar goods, we think it's far much better if they are existing together, because then they have the ability to collude and, for example, example, have like similar prices, which gives them a lot more bargaining power as a bloc, as the Sahel, than they otherwise would have. If you're producing the same goods, you collude to sell it at a high price. This is just far much more beneficial than them existing as independent smaller countries that just can't compete at the economic scale of other bigger countries within the bloc. The third thing to note is the ease of things like the ease of movement of things like goods and stuff like that, and like people are things that are bad for these economies. Because fine, people will be able to move in and out of these countries, but it's going to disadvantage these smaller economies. This is because the more powerful countries then have undue control. They have people moving out of the smaller countries into the bigger countries, meaning now they lose like the sort of like labor force they would have within their countries and stuff like that. The goods from larger countries that Becky tells you are likely to be of much better quality, are likely to be much cheaper because those economies just have larger economies of scale. Like you're not able to compete with them, so you're not able to get any like benefit from trading at the end of the day. The last thing here is that it's just bad for ECOWAS, because we are able to prove that these smaller countries just become far much weaker the more they exist within ECOWAS. ECOWAS is then burdened to keep like alleviating these people out of the situation within which they exist, so it's just bad even for the bigger states. Opening.
Your counterfactual, Russia is currently fighting a multifaceted war with Ukraine and NATO. That's why they're only using Wagner. You cannot fiat Russia's efficiency without disproving that Wagner is a more exploitative actor that wants to use them to further its war.
Wagner is private, meaning it's detached from the Russian government. Whatever the Russian government is doing doesn't affect the private entity. They can still provide like the protection they need to do within those places. In terms of closing, first, the analysis around price volatility and economic shocks just doesn't make sense. They pick up economic principles and try to bring them into this debate. I think there's very little analysis there. But a couple of responses here. First, we think, why would economic shocks caused by things like global problems affect like only the Sahel region and not like the general ECOWAS bloc? It just doesn't make sense there. But secondly, these are smaller countries, meaning in moments of economic crisis, the bigger countries aren't going to be giving them money. Those countries are going to be channeling money back into their own states. So it doesn't provide any benefit to these small states anyway. But secondly, we think they are small, so they are less likely to access things like the francs that Becky tells you about. So trade for them just becomes something that's like a lot more difficult. The comparative is they can collude and have higher prices, which is good for them economically. The other thing they say is that these states are different. It's unclear to me why, if they're different economically and politically, we want them to exist within the same bloc. That probably means they're never going to have agreements, they're never going to be on the same page. The polarization and fragmentation they talk about that will exist within ECOWAS is just exacerbated if you force these people to exist within ECOWAS. That's bad for ECOWAS and it's bad for these smaller countries. Proud to oppose.
Thank you very much for that. Judges, please, let's move to room 6 for deliberation. Room 6, that's good.
It's not on. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. A good morning to us all. How are we doing? Welcome back from the semi-finals for debate. At this particular point, would like to announce those that will be making it to the finals for public speaking, as well as the judges for the finals, which will be happening immediately after lunch. So we're just going to give us 2 minutes to let everyone who is outside be inside here, then we'll be able to announce. They've just done semi-finals.
Okay, guys, we have working internet. We shall again announce a social media message. Please get your phones and try to tweet. We have a lot of photos. You can use any of them to tweet using the hashtag PAUDC Kampala. Okay? I don't want to give you many hashtags, but just use PAUDC Kampala. Just tell us about your experience so far, from the time you arrived up to now, or even just about today. Yeah? That said, we are going to have a council handover just before lunch. Yeah, we shall have the council handover, so I have and the team kindly prepare accordingly. The new council members, where's my graphics guy? The new council members, in the next 10 minutes, please go and take your photos at the teardrop in front of CTF, where we took the group photo last time from. The new council members, make your way there. Make sure we have your official portraits. Yeah, cameraman, kindly help me take those as soon as possible. All new council members, kindly go and take your portraits to be used. Yeah, you can go and get from the office. Yeah, new council members, please make your way out. All council members, kindly work on a feasible agenda for the handover. The outgoing council members, please work on. Yeah, new council members, look as smart as you would like to look in your official portraits. The t-shirts look nice on you. The outgoing council members, kindly work on the handover program. That said, kindly, guys, we are requesting that you get out your phones and make a tweet. At least make a tweet now. Log into your Twitter. Use the hashtag PAUDC capital letters, Kampala capital K. PAUDC Kampala. Please tweet now. Please tweet now. Okay? Then immediately make your way back. We shall have council handover. Then we shall have lunch and immediately head back to the hall for the symposium. Please tweet. I'm seeing you all looking at me. Please tweet. Please tweet. Please post a tweet now. It can be a photo. It can be just a quote about PADC. It will be very nice if there is a pic attached to it. Please tweet now. Please tweet now. The hashtag is PADC Kampala. You can tag PADC 2024 and we shall repost the same. It's also for the record for this report. Then secondly, please, let's also use this time as we harmonize on having the council handover. And as we wait for lunch, we are working on the tournament book. In high school, we normally used to call them the yearbooks. Kindly make sure your union has at least a photo in front of the teardrop. The PAUDC teardrop, just close the NGO Forum teardrop. In case you haven't had any, make sure they capture yours, okay? And make sure at least all your members are there. For those who are not yet at campus, please remind them to be here. Please remind them to be here. Make sure you have at least a group photo as a union. Yes, you can start making your way out. Yeah, so let's do that for now. Council takes pics. The unions take pics. Countries can take pics. Yeah, just in that order. Thank you so much. We are having 43 institutions, so we're expecting 43 group photos for the debate unions. Even if you came alone from your country, please just take that one for to represent your country. If you carried your flag, it would be nice to have it there. Even when you are doing as a union group photo, please have your flag ready. Please have your flag ready. Thank you.
Why you know they kept my time? Is there someone else? You they do me corny, you. Every day new story, you. Shey I just they waste my time, cause you don't become someone else. See palava for me, you know they touch my body, It feels good to love somebody and somebody loves you back. But it feels one-sided now. It feels one-sided now. You don't have to pretend about it, cause it's crystal clear now. Yes, it's part of the good times. I'll be gone by the sunrise. I'll be better on my own. I'll be better on my own. Nah. Nobody should call my phone. Nobody should call my phone. Nah.
we both can make it work. When I'm gone, I'll make you nervous. If you hurt me, I deserve it. I've been acting foolishly, forgetting what you were. You stopped loving me, I know. But even chaos serves a purpose. It feels good to love somebody and somebody loves you back. So don't give in till you change mine, 'cause I'll be here for a lifetime. You don't have to pretend about it, 'cause it's crystal clear, nah. Guess it's mine to the good times, and I'll be gone by the sunrise.
I'll be better on my own. I'll be better on my own. Nah. Nobody should call my phone. Nobody should call my phone. Nah. This is my last heartbreak song. This is my last heartbreak song. Nah. I'll be good all on my own. I'll be good all on my own.
Yeah, I'd rather be a lover than a fighter. 'Cause all my life I've been fighting. Never felt a feeling of comfort. All this time I've been hiding, and I never had someone to come home. Oh, nah, I'm so used to shit. Love only left me alone, but I'm at one with the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long.
Hi everyone. Again, please, if you know anyone who was in the semi-finals and they are speakers, kindly tell them to come in the main hall for the announcement. 2 reasons. Number 1, CAP is not going to consider a speaker that has broken and has delayed over other people. All right? Even if only 5 show up, those are the people that we are going to be working with. So please let them know and let them come in the main hall. Immediately they read your name as a breaking speaker, would require you to come and fill the front seats, because you're 10 speakers, you'll just fill them in, and then the breaking judges will take these seats, and then thereafter we are going to give the instructions, and then we'll be able to start our round. For those of us that would be willing to watch, it is very fine. We want you to be able to watch and enjoy the finals, even though it's going to be recorded. And for those of us that will not be willing to watch, it is still okay, because you may be interested in other things. That is perfectly fine, but we're going to be running our finals. For this year's PAUDC, and for everyone that has been noticing, CAP for public speaking tried something different this year. Round 1, we gave speakers prepared speeches. Round 2, it was a scenario where they were supposed to go back in time and advise the League of Nations why they should prioritize climate change over every other. In round 3, I'm quite forgetting the task. However, in round 4, in round 5, we had them to, we requested them to answer questions in an interview, and in round 4, it was them giving us a story. Yeah, it was them giving us a story. And for the quarterfinals, it was an instructional task. They had to begin or end with a specific statement. Each one of them had a different one. And in the semi-finals, it was a business idea. They had to pitch it. And those that gave the best pitches for a business idea or whatsoever it is, there's one speaker who entered the room with ladies. 2 of them as his props. And yeah, we don't know whether he broke or he didn't break. So wait for the judges to know that. And finally, for the finals, this is very important. 1, for all the speakers that will be making it to the finals, the very first form that you filled had 5 questions. One of them was your role model. The second one was, are you liberal or conservative? The third was, I think, what do you like about yourself? The fourth is childhood memory. And the fifth was Batman or Superman. Now, depending on the choices for those questions, CAP has taken the initiative to give you tailor-made tasks. What does that mean? It means, number 1, each speaker is going to have a unique task that is just for them, depending on what they answered. So if you told us you're a humorous person, yeah, most likely you're going to give us a speech on humor. Oh my goodness, I can't wait for this. And because of that, all speakers will be in the room because, man, all of you have different tasks. There's no need for you to get out and do whatever you want to do. That is number 1. Number 2, your speeches are going to be 4 minutes long. What does that mean? You have 1 minute to prepare on stage because they are impromptu speeches. They are impromptu. You have 1 minute to prepare while on the podium, and you have 4 minutes to give us your wonderful speech. But also as a way to give back to our partners, I want to make it very clear that all these tasks are tailor-made for our partners. There's going to be someone assuming a role as a CEO of NGO Forum and what they hope to do. There's going to be someone who is probably talking about Uwezo and what they do and all that. So please pay attention to your tasks. They are impromptu, and I assure you, only CAP, that is myself and Michael, know the tasks. Even the chair for the round doesn't know the task. And it's on that particular note. We are going to first of all announce the speakers, then the judges. Judges, immediately, Coach Michael reads your name. Let us meet in room 8 for final briefing. Then we'll start here. All right, new council members, regional representatives, and institutional representatives, kindly go out and take your pictures. At this particular point, we should start with the judges, right? Judges. Michael is also going to read the institutions, but I think we should start with the speakers. But anyway.
All right, so the judges, for all of you who broke from the beginning, the break stand. This one is just so we avoid institutional clashes, okay? So, in no particular order, Sydney Pinyani, Mawerere Joy Jolie, Elijah Bakari, Ayodele Samuel, and Rakara Felix Kakanda. Ayodele Samuel is going to chair the round.
Right, Ayodele and the others, please let's go to room 8 for briefing. Now, to the finalists. I am going to read the name and probably the country. And if we call your name, please come and sit in front. If you are sitting in front and you hoped to break but didn't break, we pray for you. We pray for you. God will set you free. All right, in no particular order, breaking to the finals. Someone from Ghana, give it up for Caroline Abba. Breaking to the finals, from Kenya, we have Ted Iha. Congratulations. Breaking to the finals from Ghana. Give it up for Teti Deborah Abena. From Kenya, give it up for Vigutsa Masi. Ugandans, are we breaking? Hey, all right. From Uganda, Onyait Churchill. From Uganda, Nkalubo Oprah Blessed. From Ghana, Cindy Ekuba Della. From Uganda again, Chibirango Rahim Osama. From Kenya, we have Michael Awimbo. Lastly but not least, breaking to the finals is none other than Agaba Ian from Uganda. Congratulations. From now, we are giving the speakers only 5 minutes, and this is going to be your order of speech. No randoms. This is going to be your order of speech. No randoms. No, we are not joking here. No jokes here. Speaker number 1, Ted Iha. Speaker number 2, Onyait Churchill. Speaker number 3, Carolina Abba. Speaker number 4, Deborah Abena. Speaker number 5, Vigutsa Masi. Speaker number 6, Agaba Ian. Speaker number 7, Michael Awimbo. Speaker number 8, Osama Rahim Chibirango. Speaker number 8, Cindy Ekuba Della. Oh, speaker number 9, sorry. Speaker number 10, Oprah Nkalubo Blessed. You have 5 minutes from now as CAP and the judges are having a talk. All the best.
So like water with the inside coconut. Sip after sip, you give me stamina. Wait for you, so the same time will come up. Me and you at the same time. I never want to leave, So dance with me, I pull up on your beach, It's time to swim, Baby girl, make you know the lie. Make it tell your friends, say they feel this guy. Don't even waste time. Cause now me you go follow till the day we die. But meanwhile, I can't wait to make your face just smile. It's not a lie. You set my soul on fire. So many girls that pass through, and then the girls find past. So many things you've been through. Promise life will not be the same again. Wouldn't be the same again. You'll never be the same again. You'll never be the same again. Never be the same again. Don't mind them, then they lie to you. They talk say me I'm too bad for you. Don't mind them, then they lie to you. They talk say my heart a glass, someone don't break it, oh, break it, oh, break it, oh. Even if I can't wait it, oh, when I'm gonna take it, oh. I always separate it, oh, rotate it, baby me and wait it, oh, wait it. Why I always rotate it, oh. Baby girl, make you know the lie. Make it tell your friends, say you they feel this guy. Don't even waste time. Cause now me you go follow till the day we die. But meanwhile, I can't wait to make your face just smile. It's not a lie. You set my soul on fire. So many girls that pass through, and then the girls find past. So many things you've been through. Promise life will not be the same again. never be the same again. You never be the same again. Never be the same again.
Sinful. Alright, but when I time them I lie. You see me, you believe, never sorry. No, I never. And if you gotta get wild out tonight, party in my house tonight. If she suck, give me a fine out tonight. I have to know Roger wild out tonight. All the blue light, they try out devices. All I'm a sense, then sign out tonight. I keep weed, man, fly, go Dubai. Left girl, we don't wild out to time. She ride the wave like mermaid. She will make it shake like Kurt, like Kurt. And I show like today, I'm a birdie. I have to know, man, I sin, I'm on a nerd, babe. Me, I get pussy from a day, and I'm a third grade. No of them class, bad bitch in the world. Not the worst, but good things coming out of worst ways. I will say you was a nurse, babes. I mean, I fucking make a send for the first aid. Sinful, bad bitch, love, fuck, rat, bat. That's that, boom, boom, fat, do a style, that bad dance. She make you rotate, call that fun, yeah? Man, I seen her if you know gun, man. And everywhere I go, me carry 4 guns back. You don't know senseless if you don't know options. Sinful, the fun I know. And she ride the wave like mermaid. And she will make you shake like earthquake. And I show like today, I'm a birdie. I have to know, man, I seen I'm on a nerd, babe. Me, I get pussy from a day, and I'm a third grade. No of them class, bad bitch in the world. But good things coming out of worst ways. I will say you was a nurse, babes. I mean, I fucking make it I get wild out tonight. Party in my house tonight. If she suck, give me a fine out tonight. I have to know Roger wild out tonight. Out the blue light, I try out the vibe. All I'm a sense, then sign out tonight. I keep weed, man, fly, go Dubai. Left girl, we don't wild out to time. Wave like mermaid. And she will make it shake like earthquake. Put on a show like today, I'm a birthday. I have to know, man, I seen I'm on a nerd, babe. Me, I get pussy from a day, and I'm a third grade. No of them class, bad bitch in the world. But good things coming out of worst ways. I will say you was a nurse, be a nurse. I can make a send for the first aid. First aid. Not the worst way, believe. Alright, but now
Yo, Sam.
So no comment, believe if you not believe for real. So believe. Tell me no feel it creeping slowly. Please don't leave me lonely. I know I'm not perfect, but my loyalty and I'm a job thing. Moving alright, yet broke open. Yes, I'm still greatness, I'm gone. So if you have patience, if you don't reach faith, everybody the world of glory. Don't worry about me. You know things get bloody around me. My dog then curb about me. We never go without it. I'm all lost and I'm a thoughts, I'm enough lonely. Them say show me your friends and I saw you gon' be. So me keep being sinners and up around me. Remember real, no real, oh you enough know me. Oh you enough know me. Isn't it lovely? All alone. My mind has done. And I love you hard, but my heart I hear. Some G make it talk, my go slaughter bait. Man I youth, so me never know karma pay. My brother, me not talk your pain, but my want you to know, say your past no pain. Your future dog, you're born for great. I'm still a tell me, don't worry about me. You know things get bloody around me. My dog then curb about me. We never go without it. I'm all friends and I saw you gon' be. So me keep being sinners and dope around me. Remember real, no real, oh you not for know me. Oh you not for know me. Isn't it lovely? All alone. My mind of stone. With the pieces, Kyambogo. Hello, welcome. Oh, it's in a real man. Believe me.
manga luta ngamba nekazanga muda want me ado kasubire you know baby you do baby come over home come over baby come over home come over you dey make my heart beat baby you dey make my heart beat.
Hello everyone. Hello. Right, so we're about to start public speaking, the final round. And for all of you who are observing to know, we asked the speaker certain questions during registration. And that was specifically meant to craft specific scenarios for them during the finals. And so you would be hearing in some of their scenarios specific words, statements that reflect the answers that they gave. And that is what will form a basis for their specific scenarios for the final. Yes. So you'd be read a scenario which captures exactly what you wrote in your registration. You don't have to worry, okay? So yeah, observers, just enjoy yourselves as the chair takes seat and begins the round. Thank you.
Sweet medication, niambie shida gani? Ondazo mukwano muti wakukuko kusinga bati nsomose emiga mingi nganonya masine first aid. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, utali moyo gunuma. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa.
All right, so we are beginning our finals. We are beginning our finals, and apparently Ted is not here, and we cannot bend the rules for one speaker. If he comes late, then he just has to forfeit and take position 10 for the tournament. So let us start with speaker number 2 on stage. We can't bend the rules for one speaker only. That would be unfair for the other speakers who are actually here and are on time or in time, regardless of how you want to call it. Chair, over to you. Speaker number 2 will have to start. You listen to your question, then you can start.
So hi, Churchill. I will read out your question just twice. I read for a maximum of twice. I read your question out twice, only 2 times. Okay. And your timer will start when I ask the timer to start. You have 1 minute of preparation and 4 minutes to speak. I'm going to give you the scenario twice, the maximum twice, 2 times. And then 4 minutes to speak. Is that clear? Amazing. You've met PLO Lumumba at PAUDC 24 after he has given a keynote speech. You have a conversation where he tells you about a united Africa and you are inspired that he became your role model. A year later, you're at a TED Talk 2025. You've been asked to talk about the vision of UWIZO, of how young people can use their life skill sets to unite the African continent. Begin your speech with a story of how your father used to take you out for ice cream when you were little. A year later, you're at TED Talks 2025. You've been asked to talk about the vision of UWIZO, of how young people can use their life skill sets to unite the African continent. Begin your speech with a story of how your father used to take you out for ice cream when you were little. Your prep time starts now. Your prep time is over.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. When I was 15, my father had a very nice culture of taking me out for ice cream every Sunday. And guess what? I always enjoyed the conversations that we used to have at 15. My mommy, my daddy, at school, what happened at home. I enjoyed the conversations. Not until when I turned 17 and the conversation switched to weird things like, "Onyait, my boy, you are an African boy, eh? And I see something in you that is going to come and change Africa." I looked at my father and started to wonder, when did this start? The next trip, we went for an ice cream treat. He started the same conversation and he said, "My son, I see something in you that is going to change Africa. I see something that is going to bring about unity in you, but I want you to discover that something." There is this one time we went for ice cream. And my father looked at me and said, "My son, I have failed my continent very many times. I have failed to cause change in my world. But you can do something." These words were said to me by my father during this ice cream moment, and I can never forget these words, because when my father was saying them, I felt him. My father decided to sign me up for public speaking and debate competitions, and guess what? I participated in PAUDC 20 and 24. That deserves a round of applause. Though I did not break. But listen, during this tournament, they hosted a very wonderful public speaker, Patrice Lumumba, who preached about African unity. During his speech, he talked about how countries in Africa are suffering, how countries in Africa are actually conflicting each other, not because of any other force, but just because we have decided to fight ourselves. Countries like Nigeria are suffering. Countries like Sudan and South Sudan are conflicting each other, but not because of any other thing, but because we have failed to unite ourselves as Africans. After his speech, I decided to approach him and ask him, "Why would you talk like my father?" And I asked him one question: how can we promote African unity? He looked at me and said, "Son, you see, in Africa, we have one problem. We have skills and technology, but we do not know how to use the skills and the technology to develop our continent. You are a debater. That is a skill. Start to speak and impact the world." And friends, that is how UWEZO came about. We believe as UWEZO that every individual here has a skill. It might be technology or the ability to innovate and create something that is going to bring about unity in our world. Very many of my debaters, my friends, used to debate, but they never knew that that skill can actually bring about change in Africa. It can unite us once we use it to the very best. Let us start to preach unity as debaters, as public speakers, or as any other person that is out there. If you can innovate something for change, for unity, innovate it and bring it on table. Because as Africa, we need to be united and work together. Imagine and think of a world or a continent where everyone is united, brothers and sisters. And think of UWEZO. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Churchill. The next speaker is Carolina.
Under the glow of the very bright lights, I turn my face towards the warm night sky, and I am not afraid of 1,000 eyes when they're above 500 smiles.
Do you have anything you'd like to clarify before I read out your scenario? Do you have anything you'd like to clarify before I read out your scenario?
Okay, so before I start my speech, a quick shout out to very important people. First off, big congratulations, and I'm really grateful to God, first off, and I'm grateful for the opportunity granted to me by the UCC Debate Society. Now, even though I'm the baby of the group and the strongest one, I'm still given the opportunity to be here, and my silent supporter, Jamai Akins. Thank you very much.
So right now I'm going to read out your scenario. You are in the middle of a forest with your passion as a light guiding you into the depth of the forest as you encounter even greater darkness. Deliver a 4-minute speech addressing the youth, how the youth can gain more life skills to survive and create real change, just like you've used your passion as a light to survive the forest. Deliver a 4-minute speech addressing how the youth can gain more life skills to survive and create real change, just like you've used your passion as a light to survive the forest. Your time starts. You are in the middle of a forest with your passion as a light guiding you into the depth of the forest as you encounter even greater darkness. Your prep time starts. I was only supposed to read it twice, but I'm just going to do it one more time. You are in the middle of a forest with your passion as a light guiding you into the depths of the forest as you encounter even greater darkness. Deliver a 4-minute speech addressing how the youth can gain more life skills to survive and create real change, just like you've used your passion as a light to survive the forest. Your prep time starts now. You should start.
Alright, so starting now. There's a simple phrase Jamai always tells me. He says, Carolina, be you. So every time, whatever that I plan to do, there's always one thing in my mind, and that is to be. That even in the middle of adversities, even in the middle of problems, it was one thing which kept me going. The passion to know myself and to be at all times. Many of us here go through so many struggles in our lives daily. Every time, so many encounters that we face, difficulties, strives. But there's one thing I want you to go home with today. That is to be you. Because I remember how I even got into a situation which really got me thinking. GDC 2024. I had so many dreams. I had so many plans for myself over there. But right from round 1 through to the last round was not easy. So many struggles that I did face during that time. But what kept me going was the drive to be myself and to have that passion. We are all young people over here, and we all have that particular difficulties which we always encounter in so many aspects and sectors of our lives. But the first thing I want you to have, which is the best life skill you can ever have in your life, is to be yourself. Because until you can learn anything, until you can learn the idea of debate, until you can learn how to swim, until you can learn how to face difficulties, you need to learn about yourself first. You need to know who you are before you can be what you want to be. Yeah, a lot of people will give you advice, just as I got during the GDC. Oh, strategize this way, do that. Even when I found myself in the forest too, where I faced so many darkness, definitely, I did got some sort of advice on what to do. But my passion on knowing who I am was what led me to come out of that difficulty. There's just one thing I want you to get out of this speech, even if you don't understand. That is to be you. I want you all to put your hands on your chest and accord to yourself that regardless of what I'm going to face, regardless of what I want to learn on the life skill, I am going to be myself. Can we all repeat after me? I am going to be myself. And that is the best life skill you can ever have to survive in any way as young people. Thank you very much. Never forget to be yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cindy. Carolina. The next speaker is Tete. Yes. So yeah, it's fine. So yeah, Ted was supposed to speak first. Given he's here, so he's going to speak now. Yeah. So Ted, I'm going to read out a scenario. I'm going to try to read it as slowly as possible and read it twice.
Before you read it, I just want to say I'm sorry for delaying you guys from watching a great speech. I should have started early, so I set the bar. But I'm grateful for everyone and for your patience. I'm not feeling so well, so if I don't sound as audible enough, just understand. But I'll do my best.
You've just met your role model, Barack Obama, and are having a conversation with him. You realize both of you have watched Dawn of Justice, Batman versus Superman, and both of you agree Superman is better for what he believes in: truth, justice, and the American way. Do you get that? I'll read it once again. Truth, justice, and the American way. Within your conversation in 4 minutes, talk about what you're good at and tell him why he should support the NGO Forum, which you are a part, and their philanthropy work within East Africa. Within your conversation in 4 minutes, talk about what you're good at and tell him why he should support the NGO Forum, which you are a part, and their philanthropy work within East Africa. Your prep time starts now.
All right, so let me just set my timer. Then 1 minute indicators just raise 1 minute, 1 minute. All right, just one. I'll pick on it. All right, without further ado, I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Mr. President, it is an honor to meet your acquaintance. I believe you're the second greatest man to ever exist in the history of black people. The first one might be Jesus, but closely followed by Martin Luther. It's a two-way tie. But Mr. President, I think we need to look at how we can better embellish the poverty that is happening, especially within the African state. You see, back at home, many of us are suffering, and we need your support, we need your assistance. And you know you're my favorite president because you're the coolest guy. We both know we love Superman. We both know Batman sucks. Why would a billionaire be fighting people in the night instead of solving corruption through his billions? That's a man with stress and trauma dumping on the rest of his society. But because we both like Superman, and you're a Superman, I think you and I can do something great. I'm here to tell you why you should help us and support the NGO Forum. The NGO Forum is an organization that seeks to create access for individuals. We are centered towards growing the youth base and ensuring that we help the people of Africa have access to the problems, have access to solutions to the problems that face them. Because you're an African, because you're one of us, and most importantly, because you're from Africa, we think it's better for you to help us because you understand our needs. I don't know the last time you ate ugali, Mr. President, but some people haven't had ugali in a long time. In Uganda here, we call it pusho. For some people here, the day begins, yes, with a greeting. As they say in Uganda, answer me, guys. Wasuzo otia. Borunji. But after that, there's nothing good after the morning. It's 24 hours of suffering. We think there's an alignment of beliefs. You see, Mr. President, just as we say, we gotta have each other's backs. And because no one else will help us, we think you're the only person who can help us. But why should it help us? What's in it for the coolest man in America? I think, one, there's an alignment of your incentives. You see, you stood for the freedoms and the liberties of everyone through your policies like Obamacare and through your policies that helped bounce back the economy. Like people say Trump's economy was better, but we secretly know it's not yours. We both know it's yours. We both know you're responsible for it. And shout out to you for fixing what was a dying American economy. Because you also believe in the freedom and the truth, we think it's only true for you to actively help more people be free from the shackles of poverty. You see, this is not just merely a donation. This is hope for some people, Mr. President. And seeing that you said, yes, we can, I think you then can solve the problems we have here in Africa. I think also there's abundance of value, there's untapped potential only in Africa, and especially here in Uganda, because it's a vast land with booming agricultural economies. It's a vast land with cultural diversity that could attract millions of people. Well, what I want you to do is help us in two ways. One, help us gain funding and help us support those who are trying to achieve the success. But secondly, we want you to be our brand ambassador because of the legitimacy you have. You see, Uganda has a myriad of problems. Yes, it may not align with the US problems, but it aligns with what you value. If we value truth, if we value civil liberties, Mr. President, you need to help us alleviate the problems of Uganda. But anyways, I think it's been an honor just meeting you and being in your presence. And I think that's why America has always had problems. The truth is, once they went Barack, they could never go back. We miss you, but help us here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ted. So I'd like to call the fourth speaker, Tete. anything that you'd like to clarify before I read out your scenario?
Before I start, I want to say a big shout out to God Almighty for giving me the opportunity to get here. Also, the university management, our Vice Chancellor, the Dean of Students, our former Dean, Mr. Mwama, who is also here with us, our coach, D. Michael Cranton, and the rest of the team. I love you all.
Okay, amazing. So I'm going to read out the scenario. Try to be as slow as possible, but I will only read it twice. You've just attended Victoria Orenze's concert, and the song On Fire reminded you of your childhood. Growing up as a girl who believes in truth, justice, kindness, with a little bit of humor. I'm going to read that again. You've just attended Victoria Orenze's concert, and the song On Fire reminded you of your childhood, growing up as a girl who believes in truth, justice, kindness, with a little bit of humor. Share your success journey, especially school life, and how it's made it possible for you to create real change in your society, in eradicating hunger, and call upon the NGO Forum to support your initiative so as to end hunger once and for all. I'll take that once again as well. Share your success journey, especially school life, and how it made it possible for you to create real change in your society, in eradicating hunger, and call upon the NGO Forum to support your initiative so as to end hunger once and for all. Your prep time starts now.
Set my heart on fire for you. I wanna burn for you. Set my heart on fire for you. Wow, such an incredible night it has been. Victoria Orenze's song On Fire, which is her fourth song on her album Return, is one of my favorites. This song just reminds me of my childhood. You know, I am a girl embedded with kindness, justice, and a lot of good things that you can never think of. This just reminds me of how I was able to become successful and how I've been able to break through these ties. Set my heart on fire. You know one thing about being in the university, those days, hunger is something that you have no idea what hunger can do to you. Sometimes you go to the lecture halls, you are seated and the lecturer is lecturing and you are even dozing off. Even the hunger is not allowing you to sleep properly. Hey, if you have experienced this, just say with me that hunger is not easy. Oh. It's never easy. I said there were days that you can't even locate the classroom. You can't know where to even sit when you go for these lectures. And you are just so hungry. Some of us, we found ways of doing some 1 or 2 jobs to help ourselves. like selling of pure water. I remember I went to sell pure water and I had to give the mate a change. Unluckily enough, the green lights was on. This mate dragged my apron whilst I was moving. It's not as funny as I'm telling you. This is a very serious situation. We tried our ways to survive back in the university. Then, because of this eager to always make a change, because of this fire that was always in my heart to make a difference in my society or anywhere that I find, I decided to start a foundation with the little that I was making. You know what I did? So, in between lectures, I found snacks, anything that I could lay my hands on, and I gave it to the very ones I could see on their faces that hunger was killing them. This thing helped those of my friends, my colleagues, and all those who needed support whilst in school. Fast forward, we are all here. And this hunger that I'm talking to you about, we were able to find our ways out and find our ways through all of it. It has never been easy. Now, the NGO, the director of the NGO, please, you and your bodies should realize that this hunger that we are talking about is not something that is easy. We know that it is your duty or you have some obligation in society to help build society, to help and improve things within society. But you have to consider we, the university students, too. Sometimes you tend to forget about us. You know, when you are in high school, there is something we call dining. So things like hunger, you don't really think much of it. Because even if you don't have money, you still survive. But in the university, nobody cares. Your parents will tell you that, oh, you are a big person. You are okay. But this hunger hasn't been very easy for us. You know, Victoria's song of hunger and change for fire in her heart is one thing that you should realize, that if we all want to burn inside us and want to set fire, we will make changes in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tete. I'd like to invite the next speaker. That's for good sir. Merci. Merci. So I read out your scenario twice rather. I try to read it as slow as possible. You've met Chimamanda Ngozi and super excited about it. You're particularly interested in her writings. I read that again. You've met Chimamanda Ngozi and super excited about it. You are particularly interested in her writings. Share with her within your conversation in 4 minutes on how your skill of crocheting is one you are passionate about and how you intend to work with Uwizo to inspire other young ladies in Kenya through life skill sets. I'll read that again. Share with her within your conversation in 4 minutes on how your skill of crocheting is one you are passionate about and how you intend to work with Uwizo to inspire other young ladies in Kenya through life skill sets. Your prep time starts now.
I can give a shout out. Okay. Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for choosing to show up to my book launch. I am a first-time author from the University of Nairobi in Kenya, and guess who gets to attend my book launch? The lovely, the amazing Chimamanda. It's amazing that we all understand who Chimamanda is. To all the young ladies in the room, you understand the works that she's been able to write. For every single champion she's made in Africa, to be a black woman is not easy, but to be a black woman in Africa, that has just got to be difficult. So I credit this journey of being an author to Chimamanda. Every single book I've written has been because of the lovely words she gets to inscribe and articulate in her book. So I dedicate this launch to her. And the first thing that I can remember was I started listening to the audios of Chimamanda. This is to you, by the way. I started writing these writings when I was crocheting. I would listen to every single story you would write and crochet and learn. Even when we'd sit with my mother, the first thing she'd say is, "Mercy, mercy, mercy. I'm teaching you how to crochet," but while we do this, we get to listen to the beautiful words of Chimamanda. So growing up, that's what I've done, crochet. And in school, that's what I did to make money, but at the same time, that's what I did to breathe as a black woman. So that's the very thing that I seek to champion to young ladies. I know it's very difficult to exist in a world that's entirely premised against you, to try to figure out your place in a society that does not want you. But in the process of trying to figure that out, we get to sit down and crochet, learn the simple life skills that are going to make us who we are. And while we crochet, we listen to your stories, but at the same time, we make stories of our own. Share experiences of how we grew together, what we did together, but at the same time, share stories of what we want to be when we grow up. And I'm not talking about championing for black women to become the philanthropists or to become the business ladies or millionaires of this world. I'm talking about giving young ladies a chance to learn the simple life skills that the world has to give, but in the process, to be happy, to make stories, to make memories, and to listen to fellow great women who've been able to set up this foundation. And that's what my book is about. It's a poetry book for sure, but it's following after the footsteps of this lovely author before us, to understand the very thing about having fun, making stories, smiling as black people, even as we're struggling as women. So I dedicate this author, this book deal, and to everything that I get to be going forward to Chimamanda. Hopefully I get to book with you, Chimamanda, but we'll get to see about that later. And as I conclude, I just want every young woman to know that I'm appreciative for you attending this launch, but I hope this speech is nothing just but something you get to hear, but something you get to carry within your heart, as a reminder that you might be a black woman, but when we sit and crochet, we get to make stories, get to be who we want to be, but in the end of it all, get to make an establishment, a foundation in everything that we are. So yes, I know you're sad I have to leave the stage, but just before I do, I have to read one small poem for you that goes, "We are young, we are happy, but sometimes we're challenged. Just remember, we can be happy while we crochet."
Thank you very much, Mercy. You can give the shout out now if you want. You can give the shout out now if you want.
Guys, shout out to University of Nairobi Debate Association. Shout out to our patron who's Karen, who's around. Shout out to our Kenya delegation. Thank you. Shout out to my debate partner, Nika. And shout out to every single person who's shouted me out, guys. I love you and appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Mercy. Can we have Ian?
No car.
I'm going to read out your scenario. I'm going to try to read it as slowly as possible, and I'm going to read it twice. Is there anything like to clarify before I read it out? Yes. I try to be loud. Anyways. Can you hear me now very clearly? Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly? Amazing. You were recently at the State House to meet the President of the Republic of Uganda. However, he delays his arrival and you start having your meals. I'm going to read that again. You were recently at the State House to meet the President of the Republic of Uganda. However, he delays his arrival and you start having your meals. As you're eating, the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, walks in and you are immediately invited to speak on behalf of World Intellectual Property Organization on how young people can become creative and also be protected against exploitation of the filming industry. I'll take that once again. As you're eating, the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, walks in and you are invited immediately to speak on behalf of World Intellectual Property Organization on how young people can become creative and also be protected against exploitation of the filming industry. Your prep time starts now.
Arthur, please come. And the girl, please. Guys, come. Just come. And whoever has a plate, come with it, guys. Whoever has a plate. If you have a plate, guys.
I can even give you some rap myself now. Matemakat karara nkahigara ngaro antambiko ntambamba kasyo kasona kabagesi wagese bamporo borona hawa koko barukoko yampiburi irunarira zabana abana bampegeyo na cyumkama mukama yambakasa kasona kishuru mukazi kazi hazara umwana namweta mugara ndagane goshenisheku. Today, these young people taught me about this rap because I was not following what they were saying. You want another rap? You want another rap? You want another rap? You want another rap? Pengon.
President, please come in. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, I take this momentous and noble opportunity to thank you for inviting the World Intellectual Property Organization to the Pearl of Africa. Your Excellency, Uganda is very well known for having documented various things. And before you came in, by the way, I was listening to one of your songs, ladies and gentlemen, and Your Excellency, all I can say is that you're a very creative man. Your Excellency, in 2017, before I came in, I was told that you published a movie that was entitled 27 Guns, and that movie published and showed the Pearl of Africa and how you raised people from the dictatorial regime of Idi Amin Dada. Who are we to associate, Your Excellency? So, Your Excellency, my name is Ian Agaba, and I'm the representative of the World Intellectual Property Organization. This is an organization that focuses on protecting the young people that are in the filming industry, just like your film of the 27 guns. Your Excellency, you realize that Uganda is the country that has the most overpopulated population, but in young people, people that are below the age of 35. What a fruitful population that is, Your Excellency. However, I have read a lot of your articles, Your Excellency, that say that Uganda can only provide 32% of government jobs to these people. And just last year, you carried out a population census and you said that you are 52 million people. Your Excellency, what a shame. That is why today, as the World Intellectual Property Organization, we come to you with an idea of how we can make these people creative. Your Excellency, just think about the very many people that got jobs just by publishing your movie. I believe that there were people like those that were carrying out like filming. I believe people that were on camera like this that are recording me today. I believe that people that wrote your story about the liberation struggle all got jobs. Assuming we taught them how to be creative, they would get more than jobs and more than exposed. So we think, Your Excellency, the World Intellectual Property Organization is willing to provide for you capacity building, to give you people that are going to train all these young people that are interested. We know people that are interested in the filming industry, Your Excellency, are those that have the natural talent. But I know if we achieve this, they are going to be exploited. That is why we were so happy just last week when you received a letter and you passed the Copyright Amendment Act, a copyright that is focusing on patent rights. Your Excellency, what a man, what a man. Please support our idea and we teach your people to be creative. They get jobs, we develop an economy. Let the young voice rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, sure, you can.
Guys, I just want to thank some people that have been there for me. I know they are saying that I should be fast, but this is all that I have cared for in this tournament. I want to thank my partner, Titus. Titus, thank you. Guys, just to say this, our university had not paid the money, but it just paid just 2 days ago after realizing that we are making it. I want to thank Lawel, I want to thank Ivas, I want to thank the team, I want to thank the president, all those guys that have been there for me. I want to thank you so much. And the Ugandan delegation, we are taking this trophy today.
Thank you very much, Ian. The next speaker is Michael Awimbo. Yep. So let's go. Anything you'd like to clarify before I read out your scenario? Continuous waving. Okay. So I'm going to read out your scenario. I'll try to be as slow and as loud as possible. On one of the comedy shows of Mamito Eunice, you fall in love with her comedy because she references her childhood memories growing up in the slums of Kiberia and gives other people a smile from that. As a youth now, you relate with Mamito because of a shared similarity in your personalities, and that's why she's your role model. I'll take that again. On one of the comedy shows of Mamito Eunice, you fall in love with her comedy because she references her childhood memories growing up in the slums of Kiberia and gives other people a smile from that. As a youth now, you relate with Mamito because of a shared similarity in your personalities, and that's why she is your role model. You're among your peers of writers, MCs, comedians, poets, and actors. In 4 minutes, introduce to them World Intellectual Property Organization and encourage them to sign up and be a part of it. Emphasize the need for intellectual property rights as it has been neglected in Kenya. I'm going to read that once again. You are among your peers of writers, MCs, comedians, poets, and actors. In 4 minutes, introduce to them World Intellectual Property Organization and encourage them to sign up and be a part of it. Emphasize the need for intellectual property rights as it has been neglected in Kenya. Your prep time starts now. Prep time over.
Okay, so I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to invite you to do an action with me. Could you close your eyes for a moment? What do you see? Darkness, right? For most of us, when we look and think about humor, we think about the laughter. We think about how someone will make us feel happy. But we don't consider why most of these people, most of the times, have the ability to do these things. Mamito Eunice is one individual like this. Most of these guys have been able to grow off of suffering and grow to become who they are within our society. For example, a person like Mamito and I who share a similar story is someone who has been born in abject poverty. For Mamito, being able to afford the basic rights was something that she struggled. She couldn't go to school because her parents could not pay for her school fees. She wasn't able to have her basic meals just because they were suffering. But despite this, Mamito was able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. She was able to turn around this situation to make others happy. And this is something good within our society, because she decided she's not going to let her society pull her down. Today I stand as a representative of the World Intellectual Property Rights Organization. What the World Property Rights Organization essentially does, it is protect the talent and hard work of individuals who have struggled so hard to come from the darkness, to come from the pits, to go on the top. And this is why you guys should actually come and support this initiative, because this initiative secures a future for people who have struggled. Look at many actors who are in this place today. Most of you are writers, are actors, and you can relate, especially in the Kenyan context. The government is not standing with us, and you have had to sacrifice a lot of money, a lot of time. As a theater kid, I tell you, I'd had to put 10 hours of my day every single day to get a shot at the Kenya National Theatre, and I've been able to script plays. But if you cannot support the intellectual property rights, that means someone can be able to steal back my hard work and put me back in the pits, which is something that is going to cause our country to continue struggling. Understand, for Kenya, we have a lot of talented individuals, and being able to protect their intellectual property by supporting the World Intellectual Property Organization means securing not only the future of numerous Kenyans, but also securing our economy. Because as you've seen, recently, More Fire has been released by the University of Nairobi Traveling Theatre on Netflix. You can go and watch. You not supporting the intellectual property rights of these individuals means you letting them suffer, you letting their work being stilled, and that is something that is going to be bad not only for them but for you. So that's why today I invite you to stand with them. As I conclude, I'd like to leave you with a quote. If you can keep your head above when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, then you can become a man. For most of these artists, they have chosen to put their heads above, to stand above all these things, and the only barrier between them becoming men in society and people who matter is your support. So let's stand up and support this intellectual property rights organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. The next speaker is Osama Rahim.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited.
Thank you. So anything you'd like to clarify before I read out your scenario? Yeah, you do have 4 minutes.
Let's do 2:45 and 3:45.
Amazing. So I'm going to read out your scenario. I try to be slow and loud. On one of the nights of your gaming time and coding sessions, you get your eureka moment. You realize there's a need for protection of the digital rights of the creators of the digital products. I will read that once again. On one of the nights of your gaming time and coding sessions, you get your eureka moment. You realize there is a need for protection of the digital rights of the creators of the digital product. World Intellectual Organization has given you a platform to talk about digital rights of the creators. In 4 minutes, convince them to extend their works to include protection of digital rights for creators, and also the need to end exploitation by companies that copy creators' work and make it their own. World Intellectual Organization has given you a platform to talk about digital rights of the creators. In 4 minutes, convince them to extend their works to include protection of digital rights for creators, and also the need to end exploitation by companies that copy creators' work and make it their own. Your prep time starts now. Time is over, Rahim. You start, or your timer will start.
When I was playing a game for 5 hours straight, I thought about how enjoyable it is. But what I also thought about as a nerd was the divine right that I get from that game to own any sort of equipment that I've worked for. I hated the cheaters that use codes from platforms like Reddit that tell you how you're going to get those without struggling for them. I hated that much more when companies themselves give you those key codes. I started to have a hatred for GTA 2 because it simply made the competition easy for everyone else, and there was no longer a nerd divine right. Just after that thought, it hit me that in the current world, because someone has their own intellect, they have been awarded a right to think of themselves as who they want to be, to also be called the gender they specify. I asked myself, if the World Intellectual Property exists, why can't it award the nerds of the world the things they create out of their digital skills? I think beyond just asking that, I had to understand why we can give rights of the usage of intellect to everyone else who has something that is real and tangible, but we can't do that to people whose products are called intangible. In the same night, I logged onto YouTube to watch my favorite streamer. He says and complains, Mr. Stream, that he's been exploited working for 16 hours just streaming a show, but he doesn't have ownership of what the streams are created. He says there's a Chinese company, Tier 1, that has the actual rights and gets the benefits of streaming. He only takes a portion of about 10%. I regretted that, and it resonated with me because this is just beyond the idea of exploiting someone or even their own intellect. It's denying someone the agency and the motivation to put in much more when they are creating something intangible. World Intellectual Property Organization, I stand before you as a nerd who loses his eyes every day I try to create digital products, who literally puts in a lot into something that cannot be seen as manifesting in the real world, that requires those products too to be given the same recognition of right. They can be reseller rights, so everyone who accesses this product shares a portion of a charge to myself. They can also be complete rights sold, just like you can sell your patent, and allow us to benefit at least from the bare minimum of the sale. I appreciate a world in which intellect on its own, defined by gender or defined by your digital forms, is able to allow you to earn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahim. And the next speaker is Cindy. Be quick about it. Thank you. You just have to turn it on. You have to turn it on.
Hi, yeah. So shout outs first to God Almighty. Shout out to my parents, my siblings, and all my family members. But more shout outs to the entire UCC Debate Society, those who made it here and those who didn't. Special shout out to Lexus, Jonathan, Franco, Aliyah, everyone that has supported me to get here. This is for everyone who has believed in my dream to make it to a national finals. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to read out your scenario now. Earlier this year, Kamala Harris and the Democrats lost, including Barack Obama, your role model. Since then, Barack Obama has not been feeling well, and as his #1 fan and the new executive director of NGO Forum, you've been given access to have a Zoom meeting with him, with the intention to cheer him up by distracting him from the recent elections. I'll read that again. Earlier this year, Kamala Harris and the Democrat lost, including Barack Obama, your role model. Since then, Barack Obama has not been feeling well, and as his #1 fan and the new executive director of NGO Forum, you've been given access to have a Zoom meeting with him with the intention to cheer him up by distracting him from the recent elections. You have 4 minutes with Barack Obama via Zoom. Share with him what NGO Forum does and encourage him to invest in the philanthropy project you are soon starting to include sponsoring PAUDC 2025 in the United States. I will read it again. You have 4 minutes with Barack Obama via Zoom. Share with him what NGO Forum does and encourage him to invest in the philanthropy project you are starting soon to include sponsoring PAUDC 2025 in the United States. Your prep time starts now. Yeah, you should start speaking. Yes, start speaking. You have 4 minutes.
I start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Obama, you know, everybody calls you President Barack Obama. But since I was 9 years old, that word president has never come out of my lips. You know why? Because you're beyond a president for me. You've been that voice in my head since I was a kid. A voice of hope. Hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty. And you are the reason I can stand here today and even speak beyond the voice of everyone and speak to you. You know, when I was 12 years old, everyone in my family had a talent. I had a mom who could sing like the great musicians, siblings who danced for money, and oh, my father could make the piano produce melodious songs. But it was me who knew how to do nothing. But they mocked me. They humiliated me. But your voice kept on ringing. So every time they had a talent competition, I would say to them, put my name on that list. And when they put my name on that public speaking competition list, I got there. And when they gave me the tears gripped me and I began to shake. And it even made it worse when they began to throw tomatoes, folded papers, and other things at me. I was so scared. But your voice kept on ringing in my head. Hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty. I built on myself, spoke to my coaches, listened to your videos, watched all your audios, and I realized I could be Obama. I could speak beyond what all others could say. I had a voice to represent people who were suffering. So I joined the NGO forum. Obama, I know you are sad, but you're the same person that said hope in the face of difficulty. Why don't you just cheer up? Today, I am here representing hope, hope of debaters, hope of public speakers, hope of conveners who want to show the world how much help they need, who want to make a difference and create a change through speech. And you know what this hope means for these people. You are that hope. So we need you as debaters, as public speakers, for you to be that hope in the face of difficulty in getting funds, for you to be that hope in the face of getting a venue just to hold PAUDC 25. Obama, be the face of debaters, be the face of public speakers, be the face in difficulty, in uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cindy. The final speaker for this public speaking final is Oprah. Is there anything you'd like to clarify before I read out your scenario? How would you like to be timed? Amazing. Okay. So I'm going to read out your scenario right now. You are on a panel discussion with Chimamanda Ngozi at PAUDC 2025 in South Africa. As a new CEO of NGO Forum, the discussion is about how young ladies can rise up to the challenge and take up various leadership positions. I'll read that again. You are on a panel discussion with Chimamanda Ngozi at PAUDC 2025 in South Africa. As the new CEO of NGO Forum, the discussion is about how young ladies can rise up to the challenge and take up various leadership positions. You've been asked, what can be done to elevate the passion of leadership among young ladies today? And how does your organization, the NGO Forum, intend to do that? You have 4 minutes to answer the question. You've been asked, what can be done to elevate the passion of leadership among young ladies today? And how does your organization, the NGO Forum, intend to do that? You have 4 minutes to answer the question, and your prep time for 1 minute starts now. Prep time's over.
Mindset change, mindset change, mindset change. This is the only way to alleviate young persons in leadership and help them arise from the challenges that they face. I will tell you about my own story. I always fancied being a mother, being a wife, and I entered into a toxic relationship. This man would constantly stroke my hair and tell me how beautiful I am. He would look into my eyes and tell me, Oprah, I love you. Yet every single time, he would never allow me to make decisions. He never allowed me to work. He never allowed me to even wear the dresses that I wanted. I could never even choose the food that I wanted to eat. He would look at my palms and touch them and say, you have soft palms. You don't need to work. I will be your king and provide for you everything. I was never allowed to step into any leadership role because of this marriage. And that is what many women are facing today. We have been shut down. We have been silenced. We have been told that we cannot amount to anything. Our identity has been lost. But there is hope because we can arise into these positions. It's all about mindset change. Today, I stand before you as the CEO of the as the CEO of the NGO Forum. We have been able to change the minds of young women and get them from those places to places above. We have told them to take off their aprons, get out of kitchens. We have told them to stop breathing smoke and to stop breathing breast milk and step into places where they can be lawyers, where they can be presidents, where they can take on decisions. Those are the women that we are making. I did not get out of that situation just like that. I got out of that situation because of the inspiration of women like Chimamanda, because of their writings, because of their speeches. And as the NG4 Forum, we carry out mentorship. We talk to young girls at grassroots levels and we tell them how they can arise. We put them in think tanks so that they can think about world problems and how to solve them. As NGO Forum, we are engaging with government. We are talking to government officials to make policies that favor women so that women can arise in leadership. We have to arise as young women. It is time to take off aprons. It is time to step out of our shadows and breathe the aura of leadership. We can be great. We can be great. We can be great because that is exactly what we are meant to be. We stand together and arise. We stand tall in the face of adversity. I know we have so many stereotypes. When you look at leadership today, only 50% of women are in these positions. You try to climb the social ladder and women keep on reducing every single moment. But I am the light. Chimamanda is a light, and we are inspiring you to be the light so that we can be the next big thing. We as women can emerge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone. And my special shout out is to myself. I'm very happy to chair the PAUDC Public Speaking Finals 2 times in a row.
So guys, thank you all so much. Speakers, you are free to go and have lunch. Yeah, and I'm thinking we have the forum next. So if you want to stay, of course you have to. Please stay and enjoy the forum. Guys, thank you all so much for being a wonderful audience.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. We have a bit of words. I would say that we've wasted a lot of time, being the last day. And I know we also have to change and get back for a dinner. But I want to keep the promise of ensuring that we stop this at the time that we had agreed. So I want to request we take up the front seats. If you don't have any people close to where you are, please take them up. At this moment, I also want to request all the debaters that are out to kindly get in. The convener and the deputy convener, please. And other mobilizers, can we have all the debaters in? But also, I want to request for us to settle in the room, simply because we are live streaming this. And also, at some point, we shall be seen on TV. I'm not sure if you will be happy to be seen up and down at the moment. I want to welcome you to the Youth SGD Symposium, where we are going to be unpacking the pact for the future, to talk about some serious issues and the conversation besides the debates that we've been having. Initially, we were supposed to take 2.5 hours, but you've decided to take the 1 hour during lunch and all that, so we shall keep it very short. And I want to promise you that between 1.5 hours, this will be done, and we shall also get ready for the finals and the awarding ceremony. I hope we've all registered, those that are here. There is a reason to why we request that you register, so that we might be in position to capture your details. My name is Ashraf Kakaide. I work with Open Space Center. We are going to have a panel on sustainable development goals, particularly unpacking the pact for the future. But also we have some people that will be informing the panel, but also a keynote that will inform our conversation and discussion thereafter. I want to recognize the presence of all the distinguished partners that chose to work with us during this symposium, but also on the same note, to appreciate all the debaters from the different countries. And I want to welcome you home in Kampala. I want to believe that we've really enjoyed the experience of the PAL. I request for the convener and his deputies to request patrons and also other debaters to join, so that we see on how to start. So in the next 3 minutes, we shall be officially starting, where I'm going to take you through a short program, and we see on how to go about this. Thank you so much for listening. So we shall take about 2 minutes for us to settle, and then we start our SGD panel. Thank you.
In your eyes, shining at me. When you smile, I can feel all my passion unfolding. Your hand brushes mine, thousand sensations seduce me, 'cause I do cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice. I will love you still from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? I do. Oh, baby. In my world, before you, lived outside my emotions. Didn't know where I was going till that day I found you. How you opened my life to a new paradise. In a world torn by change, still with all my heart until my dying day. I do cherish you.
All their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use, and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing. You don't want to do that. Two responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience, I fund you, the business grows. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
Do I love you this much? Baby, I do.
I haven't really found a place that I call home. I never stick around quite long enough to make it. I apologize once again.
Might be a lucky winner for this. You also did what? Okay, good afternoon once again. For the debaters that are just joining us, you're welcome to today's youth symposium on sustainable development goals by Open Space Center and partners. Like we said, we do not have a lot of time, so the panel will strictly be for an hour, so that you get time to go and also get ready for the awarding dinner. At this moment, I want to invite Mr. Wakib Bunya, the team lead of Open Space, to welcome you and share with us why the symposium. Once that is done, I will invite the keynote person, but also we shall break down the pact for the future for you, the young Africans. Wakib?
Thank you very much, Ashraf, for the warm welcome. In 2009, I founded Open Space Center in Makerere University, and it was all about fellow debaters like you inviting other debaters to just come and talk about debate and be part of dialogue and discussions within just one university. But due to the popularity of the debates and how we organize them, Open Society Initiative awarded us what they called the Youth Action Fund. And this fund was recognizing the work that we had done through the universities. And it's from here that one of the benefits that we got as one of the organizers was a trip to Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. And it was the first time that I attended the Pan-African University debate. That was in 2011. And all I can say that as Wakib, as myself, I had never debated, and I was always behind the scenes because I always preferred to be behind and to take a back seat. And here I was in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. It was my first trip outside East Africa, and I was selected to be a judge at the debate as a shadow judge. So it was a challenge, but at the same time, they provided this kind of training alongside the debate where they would help you learn to judge as you were judging in real time. So while at the championship, I made it to the knockout round. And usually when people are shadow judging, they don't let them on into the next round. But because I performed well, I made it to the knockout round as a first timer. And it is here that I discovered my passion for debate, but also the work that lay ahead of me as team leader at Open Space. And it was one of those exciting experiences for me, because being a university student at that time, being outside your country, going to an international tournament, and excelling across borders. The other memorable experiences that I remember that may resonate with some of you who are also here, of course, traveling for the first time, making new friends across borders, being able to have friends in Zimbabwe, in South Africa, in Kenya, and in all these places. And when I came back to Uganda, I was convinced that we needed to have a debate tournament in Uganda. And this was the start of the University Debate Nationals. And through the University Debate Nationals, we've been able to take debate across the country in Uganda. And it was in 2015, I think, and 2016, that we were able to discover Shabil and Sebastian. And I'm telling this story because Shabil is the reason why we are here at this Pan-African University debates. And you can see from the story, if we hadn't started a debate back then or started Open Space, we wouldn't have had Shabil here. But at the same time, if I didn't travel to the Pan-African Debate Championship, we wouldn't have had debate the way it is in Uganda. So this journey, as a journey started way back, and today Shabil has brought the Pan-African University Debate Championship to Uganda for the first time. I think you can see how the dots have connected, starting at Open Space and my first Pan-African, and to Shabil bringing it here. But all we have to do is to start. If I hadn't started, maybe we wouldn't have this story. If Shabil hadn't started, we wouldn't have the story. I would like to congratulate Shabil and the team for pulling off this. We have been part of the PAUDC from the start, from the bidding process, to now here today as we close the final day. I understand this is the final day today for the championship. And as we close, I wanted to bring to your attention Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the reason why we are here for this forum. With only 5 to 6 years left to complete the strategic period for the goals, many more generations of young people remain left behind and are still facing numerous challenges. So at this symposium, we want to share with you the Pact of the Future, which was launched this year, and how it connects with the Sustainable Development Agenda. But above all, we want you to leave this place energized about the actions that you're going to take as you go back home. So my hope is that the discussion and content at the symposium can plant seeds of transformation and inspire you to bring the change that you want to bring wherever you're going to go or when you go back home. And again, allow me to thank Shabil, who has been able to pull this off today. It hasn't been an easy championship with all the journey and where it has come from. But I also want to thank our sponsors, Crossing Borders and SISU, who have made it possible for us to be able to support the Pan-African University debate by having this symposium. I also want to thank the team at Open Space Center for pulling it off. We already broke off last week, but they are still here on a Saturday afternoon to make this work. I also want to thank Richard Sewachirianga, who will be giving us our keynote address, for being here. I remember when I called him, he's like, Wakib, I have a wedding on Saturday. You know, how am I going to do this? And I'm like, we really need you. We want you to be the one to give this keynote because you were present when the Pact of the Future was being launched at the UN level. So I'm happy that he honored our invite and is here with us in the afternoon on a Saturday. Richard, thank you very much for that. Also, I think above all, I want to thank you all, the debaters, who have made the long journey to come to the Pearl of Africa and to be part of the Pearl experience. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good debate.
Yes, join me to appreciate my boss, Mr. Wakib Bunya, for those opening remarks. I am not comfortable to tell him to leave this seat now because he's my boss. But because he also knows that he's not a panelist, if I was him, I would have left by now. Now that I'm not him,
I want to give company to Richard such that he doesn't sit alone up here.
Interesting. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wakibunya. Thank you, everyone. Firstly, an announcement. You have proof that is your phone. Please come for it with proof. If you fail to do that before end of business today, I'm sure I'll have gotten one gift from the PADC this year. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I want to officially welcome you to the youth panel, the Youth Symposium on Sustainable Development Goals by Open Space Center, a side event to the PADC 2024. To kickstart our conversation, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a keynote address. I want to request that you pay attention to this because it will inform both our conversation, but also it will determine on your way back to your different destinations whether learning took place or not. To give us the keynote is a very experienced research fellow, but also an executive director of Center for Basic Research, Mr. Dr. Richard Sewachirianga. Please, you're welcome to give us the keynote. After Dr. Sewachirianga's keynote, I will also take the honor to introduce to you an experienced panel of young people from the Pearl of Africa that will help us unpack the pact for the future. Mr. Richard, you're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The IT team, please don't embarrass me.
Testing, yes, it's on. I had said that I should do this while seated for the cameras, but I've never done a keynote while seated, so I will stop thinking in the middle. So I asked him humbly that let me stand because I think it will be easier to do a keynote while standing. Okay. He says the podium is a little bit complicated in terms of location, so I'll stand around here. Just to introduce myself, my name, Richard Sewachirianga is my name. I've done many things. I spent 12 years at the NGO Forum. I see Ruth here. I see Robert there. They used to work with me. I was the executive director for 12 years. And when Wakib was doing this, some of these things, these are some of the things we supported and said, no, we have to work with young people who are doing debate. Chris is not here, right? Yeah, he's not here, but Chris was one of the people who we even poached out of the debate and made a staff at NGO Forum, and now he's a leader there. So I'm always really, really excited to see what young people can do, not only here in Uganda, but across Africa. So for me, when they asked me to do this, you can imagine how hard it is for a father of teenagers to get away on the 21st of December from home when Christmas is just 2 days away. But I pulled away and I said, no, what I'm going to do is important. So I've been asked today to really speak about the pact for the future. I have a full paper, so for those of you who love reading, since I heard that some of you flew into Uganda, you can use this, you can read it as you're flying back or you're driving back to your country. So I'll just summarize, is it in 20 minutes? Yeah, in about 20 minutes, what this pact for the future is and how young people can really take advantage of it. I call this paper or this keynote From Vision to Reality, the Pact of the Future and Africa's Next Generation. Let me start by saying that I'm really honored to give this keynote. And as you all know, the Pact for the Future also included two very important elements that I'll also speak about. One was what is called the Global Digital Compact, and the other one was another annex to the Pact for the Future, which is called the Declaration of Future Generations. Now, before I go so far, let me just say what the Pact for the Future is. I didn't write all the history about this, but the Sustainable Development Goals, as you may all know, they were goals that were passed in 2015, and they came after what was called the Millennium Development Goals. And I'm lucky that even when the Millennium Development Goals were passed in 2000, I was in New York. So you can guess my age. I'm not a very young man. So I saw the Millennium Development Goals and how they were passed and they finished. And then we now are in the Sustainable Development Goals. And incidentally, when they were passed in 2015, Uganda was the chair of the UN Assembly. As you know, every year there is a member state that is asked to chair the UN Assembly. Now, the Pact for the Future really came in as a way to examine what is it that the world should do now that there are several things going on that don't seem to be up. So the Pact for the Future has been sort of identified, talked about as what they call a bold step forward in international cooperation, which is aimed at ensuring that the world can be a lot more equitable, sustainable, and prepared for the decades, for the challenges that will come to us to come. Now, those words, equitable, sustainable, and prepared, are important words because those should be the things that define this thing called the Pact for the Future. And the UN Secretary General, when they were passing the Pact for the Future, I think he made a statement that for me has stayed with me for since it was passed in October this year. He says that we cannot create a future fit for our grandchildren with a system built by our grandparents. You get that? That actually, if you are going to create the future that is fit for our grandchildren, then the UN, as you know it, was actually built for our grandparents. So in a sense, the UN, as it looks like today, cannot be the one that will deliver the actual progressive, transformative agenda that we see as a world. So this statement, as you can see, is a profound statement, but it also helps us to, understand that actually for the future is really one that is about relevance, about applicability, and it's about being forward-looking to think about things beyond where we are. The meeting for civil society on the Pact for the Future was actually in Nairobi, and I also, a few other people were there. And in that meeting, I think civil society across the world came together to say there should be different ways in which we participate in this. And so what the Pact for the Future really stands as, it's what we call a comprehensive international agreement that is really trying to look at, number one, how do we use these sustainable development goals, 17 of them, to move forward the work. Also, number two, how do we ensure that the mic is okay now? Okay. That how do we ensure that this international system is actually able to deliver and give people the future that they need. Now, the Pact for the Future does actually explore an entirely new terrain. It doesn't go back to the 17 goals. It has 5 objectives and 56 different actions that it talks about. And the reason it does that is because it's about the most important thing of this pact is to ensure that international institutions are reformed so they can effectively respond to the challenges that we have today. So indeed, what the Pact for the Future is, for some of us, as we say, is a little bit of a fresh agenda that helps us to see where we go. And the reason for that is, when you look at the world, what has happened is we have a world that is full of contradictions. We have all these sustainable development goals that have a progressive language. But when we look at what we see, the climate crisis is everywhere. When you go in other countries, many of our countries, conflict is there. Even within countries, the number of countries that are now at war have gone up, you know. So you can see that there is a contradiction, and people are saying, why is this happening? If you go to the UN today, the Security Council nowadays is deeply divided about how to deal with some questions. The question of Palestine and Israel, the question of Sudan, the question, hundreds of questions are not developed. And so the point was, look, maybe there is a problem. Which problem is that maybe the way we have set up these international institutions is not helpful. So that's where the Pact for the Future comes in. In terms of the objectives, as I said, it has 5. The first objective looks at what they call sustainable development and financing. And what that emphasizes is, of course, the issues around eradicating poverty, accelerating climate action, promoting equality, and also putting in place different kinds of policies that will spur economic growth across many countries, but also strengthening what they call international. Now this mic is going to make me sound, if you have another mic, please, it may be better that I use that one. Then the second objective is what is called international peace and security. And under that objective, what the Pact for the Future does is that it gives, what the Pact for the Future does is that in this area of international peace and security, this is the area where the Pact talks about conflict prevention, advancing nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation of arms, upholding human rights on a global scale, reforming the UN Security Council, and as well as dealing with issues of enhancing peacekeeping operations, but also supporting what is called the post-conflict reconstruction. And then the third objective talks about science and technology and innovation and digital cooperation. And here what the Pact really talks about, and these are really very articulated in very many words, so I'm really summarizing a lot. It talks about things like establishment of ethical use of emerging technologies, the development and guidelines of the responsible deployment of, for example, the artificial intelligence. As you know, one of the critical challenges now everybody is talking about is, should artificial intelligence be used as one of the technologies in war? You know, if it is going to decide who should be shot and who shouldn't be shot. that can become a problem because you can even shoot your own people. And I think that is the crisis that they are looking at. That's why they're talking about ethical guidelines of artificial intelligence. But also what is called the encouragement of scientific research and technological innovation, as well as closing the global digital gap. Because we know that while we have some internet here, as you know, our digital gap is quite aggressive in many areas. Then it has a fourth objective, which is the objective on youth and future generation. And here, the pact places emphasis on youth and future generations by encouraging as well as recognizing the role of young people as agents of positive change and ensuring that policies consider the rights and the needs of future generations. And it also it talks about involving young people in decision making, and this is the objective that actually focuses on the declaration of future generations, which declaration, when you read it in detail, what it's talking about is to safeguard the interests of young people, invest in education, but also invest in employment opportunities for young people. And then the last objective of the Pact for the Future is what is called, it's an objective on what is called transforming global governance. And here the Pact underscores the need to transform global governance by strengthening what is called the multilateral system. The multilateral system is like the UN system itself, so that that system can effectively sort of address the global challenges. As you know, the system has failed terribly on a number of areas. The UN, for example, the Secretary General makes serious statements. But when you think about the wars that are still going on and the number of peacekeeping operations where the UN is deployed and nothing is changing, that is why there is this objective. But it's also about ensuring that we update many of our international institutions so that the current global dynamics ensure that there is inclusiveness by many by countries in the decision making of the UN and other global institutions. Then, as I said, the Pact has two other annexes which are important. One is on digital technologies, which is called the Global Compact. Then there is the other one, which is called the Declaration of the Future. And these ones outline very specific commitments for each of these areas. For example, for the Global Compact, the Global Digital Compact, what it aims to do is to establish access to digital technologies, promoting ethical standards for their use, and then fostering innovation. And those are the things that it focuses on. And the initiative is really seeking to bridge that digital gap, as I've said before, but also ensuring that young people, regardless of their background, have the tools and opportunities to thrive in a digital age. Because we know that for us here in Africa, we still have huge communities of young people who are not able to thrive or take advantage of the fact that there is all these digital opportunities that are standing with us. And then the other annex on the Declaration of Future Generation, that one emphasizes what is called intergenerational equity and inclusion of young people in decision making. So it's about protecting the rights and interests of future generations by embedding their needs in today's policies. And when we say future generations, it's not those who are here, but those who are to be born. That we should also think about them and make sure that their rights are protected. But what that means is that those of us who are here in this world today should live responsibly so that those to come can find a world that they can enjoy. And also it's about this declaration for the future is a call for action for young people. They are invited to participate actively in shaping the future that is inclusive, sustainable, just, and ensuring that young people's voices are always heard. So, as you can see, this Pact for the Future is very progressive in terms of the areas that it's talking about, and it's also one that is really showing a lot of commitment in terms of ambition. So let me just talk about a few of the limitations. I know it has just been passed, and some people say, please don't over-criticize the pact. The pact has just been passed. Yes, it has just been passed, but we have to take into consideration the limitations that are there now, so that we can start working on those limitations if this pact is going to work. Now, the first limitation is that this pact is ambitious, but sometimes a bit unrealistic in terms of the goals. Because the pact sets ambitious aims, such as eradicating poverty, which has been with us a long time, achieving gender equality, combating climate change, and all these are very admirable. But the mechanisms that will make us get to those things is what we want as a world. We don't just want to hear, let's deal with gender equality. Because, for example, on the issue of gender equality, the last, what they call the Global Gender Gap Report of 2024, shows that the world needs 134 years if we go on the pace we are on today to actually achieve gender equality. So that is the kind of thing the pact should be telling us, that if we are going to be transformative, how can we be disruptive so that we don't spend 134 years, for example, on issues like gender equality. The issue around, for example, the financial resources that are needed to achieve these goals is insufficiently articulated in this pact. So the pact needs to be able to say, how are we going to mobilize the financing that will make these things work? The pact talks about voluntary contributions. But voluntary contributions are like contributions we give at a wedding. When I'm giving at a wedding, if you annoy me in the middle when I pledged, I may not turn up. And you'll do nothing. You'll have your wedding, I'll have my money. But for us as an international, we cannot allow that to happen. We can't just say voluntary contributions. No, we must have the resources and a certain level of commitment by all countries across the world around this. So if there are no binding financial commitments, it becomes very, very, very difficult for this pact to actually work very well. Then there is also the issue of how much the pact is addressing the power imbalances. As you all know, the call for reforms at a global level is good. However, if you don't confront the power imbalances that are there, it becomes a problem. For example, I don't know if you all know, but the Security Council, there are 7 countries in this world that have powers to decide what the UN Security Council does. When one of them vetoes or opposes a decision, it won't go forward. We know that, for example, the reason why the war in Israel continues to go on unabated is because the US has always vetoed everything that the Security Council passes. And therefore, Israel can do what it does. But those are the kinds of power imbalances that we have at the global level. We know that, for example, us as Africa, we have the highest, in all the continents, we have the highest number of member states in the UN. We have 55 member states. But when it comes to voting, how many people are there? We don't have a seat in the Security Council. Now we are struggling to just get 2 seats in the Security Council. But everybody is saying, no, Africa needs only 1 seat. But can you imagine that a member state, a continent with 55 member states, they want to give it only 1 seat? But what that points to is what we call power imbalances in the global architecture. We know that even when it comes to things like, all the things that, the representation, who is in charge of what, and all that, they can give you a little window dressing. Sometimes they gave us Kofi Annan, we thought he was very African, but his wife was from Switzerland, and we are not sure if he hadn't even taken citizenship there. We could be happy about that, but that doesn't mean classes go away. The issue of voluntarism versus accountability. The pact relies a lot on voluntarism, as we have said before. And you see, voluntarism cannot be enforced. You can't enforce, you can't tell me, please go and volunteer. There is no law that tells me I must volunteer. No. If I volunteer because I am touched. But you see, for the issues that we are dealing with as a world, like poverty, like peace, like climate change, we can't depend on voluntarism. We have to depend on something that holds people to account. For example, as we speak now, Africa is the least producer of any emissions. But when it comes to climate change, we suffer most. Why? Because our infrastructure is bad, our technologies are bad, there is not enough money here. You have seen what happens here in Uganda. For you who are Ugandans, you know that every year we have something called Wududa. There is landslides permanently bury people. But we never have enough resources as a country to build the infrastructure that will stop that from happening. And many countries in Africa are going through that. But those kinds of things require accountability at a global level, where we say, if all, because the reasons we are suffering is because some countries have these technologies that they have built over time that are consuming a lot and creating this climate crisis. But for now, you can't compel them to pay. They will say, well, we shall volunteer to give you like. But we feel like sometimes they don't feel like, and then we are in problems. Now, the Pact for the Future also, it talks about reforming global institutions. So it's focusing on what is called multilateralism. But we know that multilateralism in the world, multilateralism means many countries coming together under a system. Multilateralism is going through a big crisis. As I've told you, you remember the days of COVID. WHO couldn't even compel countries to give vaccines to places where they are needed. We had to wait for everybody to be vaccinated before the vaccine arrived in Africa. Okay? And they arrived and they gave us all the excess, and now it has expired in Africa. And now we have to think about how to dump all those things that. But the reason that happens is because the fragmentation that we have as a world is something that we have to really think about. So this overemphasis of the pact on things like multilateralism is not itself the best thing to do. Because we know that the world is also still fragmented, and therefore we have to address the issue of bridging ideological gaps and divides, building trust, making sure that we deal with these issues that fragment us. You know, here in Africa we are struggling. Now you are maybe, I haven't seen a translation, but usually when you have international meetings, you struggle with language. It us. Every time they will put up their hands. When you go to their side, we are always is the English version. So everybody wants something which is different. Here in Africa, we have been saying, let's have our language as African language. But we have failed to agree which language we should have. That should be a continental language. We still have to defend those on languages from other places. The other critique is that it also lacks the specificity in implementation, because the actions that are there are good and they are progressive, but actions, they need timelines, they need measurable targets, they need clear responsibility. When you have those kinds of things, then you know that I have an implementation plan that is strong. The other thing is that, of course, the pact is not as good at bringing civil society at the center. Civil society is still very much marginalized, even for grassroots movement. Why? Because, when you get into the UN, You know the UN is the one that even invented the word non-government organizations. And why they invented it was because when the UN was starting, these organizations could only come in and they say, you sit here, and then those who are non-government, you sit behind there. So in a sense, when, of course now it has become a terminology global, when we say non-governmental, but it in fact was reinforcing the identifying of organizations by what they are not. So when they call you non-governmental, it is like saying, my name is Richard, but I say, I have to say I am not so and so. Who are you? You have to say who you are. You don't say who you are not. But unfortunately for NGOs, and I was at the as a leader for 10 years, and I used to say this also, that, you know, I am heading an organization which describes itself as non-something. Eh? That I am what? I'm non-government. That's not true. You are civil society. And maybe we should now start thinking about that language. But that language also is still very important because it marginalizes civil society and grassroots movements when you think about the Pact for the Future. The other thing is there is still a missed opportunity that we must deal with. And that is the missed opportunity around innovation. The Pact's chapter on science and technology and digital cooperation emphasizes important things like artificial intelligence and digital governance. However, it lacks the proposals for bold innovations that could transform global governance and development. For example, it does not consider things like the potential that we have in blockchain technology, how they can enhance transparency in funding, or the use of advanced data analytics to track progress on SDGs and those kinds of things. So we have to do a bit more in terms of how this pact can actually lead to an actual strong, innovative culture, especially because this for young people. So let me say that while I've said all those as limitations, for me, they are not just critiques. These are areas that we have to work on if the Pact for the Future is going to do what it has promised to do. If it is going to create the transformation that it's going to, that it has promised all of us. So the Pact for the Future is certainly commendable because it addresses the pressing issues on the world. But these lofty aspirations are really being undermined by, and therefore we have to do something about that specificity of the pact. Now, there are a number of other important elements that I will just mention briefly because I know my time has spent. One of them is the linkages between this pact and the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, for this pact, I think, as we said, it's a very important mechanism that talks about transformative and a transformative agenda. So, in a sense, it is closely intertwined to the Sustainable Development Goals because for the pact, it serves as a comprehensive framework to address progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals through those objectives that it talks about. But also, it does what they call turbocharging the SDGs as well as the climate agreement, or what is called the Paris Agreement, so that we can address some of these major global challenges. But for me, what comes out as a very important way in which we can bring the SDGs and the pact together is through the voluntary national reviews. Because the SDGs have the voluntary national reviews. These are reviews of the SDGs that countries every year. Of course, if you want to present it at the high-level political forum in New York, you have to make sure that your review is available and you request the UN to put you on the agenda. But I think, for me, country here in Africa should just have it where every year you do your own voluntary national review, meaning that you look at how are we progressing the SDG. So that would be very important. And I think that, for example,
we had timed that mic.
Oh, you have timed the mic. So it is the mic is sabotaging. So, but the point, let me make the point that if we have the voluntary national reviews include a review of progress on the pact for the future, that will be a very important connection between the two. And for Africa, I think this is also something that we know can connect with what we call the 2030, the Agenda 2063 for Africa, which is the blueprint that the African Union has put up. So I want to say that I think that there are a number of synergies that I point out in this paper that we should really be looking at. Here at country level, if you talk about Uganda, we know that we are starting the 4th National Development Plan. We have a strategy for how to accelerate the economic growth of the country 10 times, and that strategy is there. We should be looking at ways in which we can connect that to some of the commitments in the Pact for the Future. So I want to, draw to an end in the next 2 minutes, Ashraf, to say that for me the future does represent a very good and visionary framework for fostering sustainable development, for unity, for innovation. Know that, for example, there was a discussion, okay, how about other issues like sports and culture and all that? And I think these are all things you can bring into this. For it just focuses on making sure that it emphasizes the question of coming together in ways that bring transformation. So I also want to say, as I end, one thing that we should always remember, especially when we are talking to young people, that while the future belongs to young people, you have to understand that youth, or being a youth, is a transient phase. It is a transitional phase. There is nobody who is a permanent youth. Okay? So never feel that when you are a youth, you are going to be permanently a youth. No, no. Of course, you can be permanently a youth like myself, but that will only be in your head. But at least biology will continuously demonstrate to you that you are not youth. So because of that, I think that it's important for us to understand that everyone moves in and moves out of this category called youth. And it's therefore essential to remember that being young is just a window in a much longer trajectory of your life that defines every individual's life. And because of this, young people must really possess that sense of urgency and commitment to their purpose, ensuring that whatever work they have to do, it has to be done quickly, and it has to be done in such a way that it outlasts their own existence. And what I mean by that is that for me, I feel it's very, very important that, especially when you are thinking about things like the Pact for the Future, that sense of urgency is important for young people. Because that means that you can say, no, I'm not here for forever, and therefore I must do something. And we need to recognize that this reality, this is the reality that actually surrounds you as a generation or surrounds us as people. And it is an agenda that we must embrace. When you have these global reforms, push to make sure that they actually happen. Because yes, I can propose reform when I'm 70 years, because I know probably I'll have 10 or 20 active years, and after that I am not as active. So when they propose a global reform and you're a young person, you should go and capture that global reform and make it your own so that you'll do a lot more. So let me end with an anecdote that I always find important for us to use. That there is this story that is told of two young boys who were in Durban, at the beach in Durban. And then there are huge waves that were bringing in, that were stripping, hitting the shoreline. And in those waves, lots of sardines were being pushed onto the shoreline, on the beach. And one boy, because there were two, was busy getting the sardines and throwing them back one by one. But there were thousands that were being swept. Friend was saying, but you, let us go. Why are you busy throwing one sardine back into the water? And this young man said, look, if I ask this sardine, the one that I've thrown back, that little fish, if it is important to throw it back, it will have another story. So what that meant is that while you may be seeing that the problems of the world are very many, even one small action is very important. Because indeed that small fish that is thrown back says, thank God my life has been saved. But for you who is looking at the many that are on the shore, you can say, why do I have to throw them back? So the point about that is that every small action matters. So don't feel like as a young person, because you have done a small thing, it doesn't matter. And I think that's why for me, even the action of people learning public speaking, public debate is important. Because indeed we know that it is those kinds of skills that are going to support the transformation that we are going to have. I thank you for listening.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Mr. Richard Sewachirianga, for that very informative and educative kind of paper. I want to request if you may need to have much of what Richard was sharing that can be availed by the team from the convening team of PADC, that's Olympia, and of Open Space could be sharing that paper with you before the end of this tournament, so that as you head back home, you ensure that learning has taken place. Ladies and gentlemen, after that very informative keynote speech from the former executive director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, and now the executive director of Center for Basic Research, Mr. Sewachirianga Richard, for me, for those that have been wondering what the Pact of the Future is, it's simply an international agreement that was adopted during the just recently concluded Summit of the Future in the UN headquarters at the high-level political forum. And for me, the Pact for the Future is simply and also a motivating factor, because it does recognize young people as change agents, but also as critical stakeholders in decision-making processes. But also, most importantly, it is the pact that do look at us as custodians of the future. If I were you, I would be clapping and embracing the pact for the future. Now that I'm not any of you, I may not be in position to do so. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me introduce an experienced panel of young people from the Pearl of Africa, that is Uganda, to help us decode the Pact for the Future for the other Africans in the room. I am also scared to request Mr. Richard Sewachirianga to vacate and give space. And the past panelists, ladies and gentlemen, as long as I've known him, is a former debater, a very good public speaker, but right now he's a senior officer knowledge and management, Onesimus Kansime, from the SGD Secretariat's Office of the Prime Minister. Onesimus, please join us. He's so good in public speaking. As we conclude this panel, I will direct, I choose these words very carefully, I will direct him to do us a speech about the Pact of the Future. Joining us after Onesimus, she is also a member from the Uganda National NGO Forum staff, but also a senior programs associate and also a member in the core reference group for SGDs in Uganda. Rachel Damba, please join me to welcome her. As Rachel takes her seat, there is also a very vibrant young man in Uganda in the names of Kakemo Brown, who serves as a director at the Center for Inclusive Green Skills. And also, I met him recently in Azerbaijan when he was on a certain panel during the COP29. You're welcome, Brian. After Brian, we shall also be welcoming aboard Miss Asava Linda, the Programs Manager at Uganda National Association of United Nations. United Nations Association of Uganda. Thank you, Linda. Okay. Someone must have tampered with my seats. Is there a seat? Interesting. I'm the one to move. I didn't know that at some point. I am just acting like a parent to give room to one of my daughters, but also Her Excellency, the President of the SDD Coalition of Uganda. Please come and join and take up the seat. Interesting. Okay, we are going to do justice to the paper that Mr. Sewachirianga Richard has just presented to us. But basically what we came to do is share experience, but also try to unpack and also share our thinking on what Mr. Richard did. Before we start it up, I will use the shortest time possible because you also know that we need to get ready and prepare for the final. I want to start with Mr. Government because we have government on the panel. Onesmus. For starters, Richard did make a claim, I will call it a claim, where he said that the path of the future seems so ambitious. Mr. Government, what do you take of that claim?
Thank you so much. Allow me start by wasting 1 minute. This room is very traumatic. Traumatizes me. After being a finalist in 2016 and 2017, and never ever failing to break from the preliminary rounds of any tournament at the East African level, it was announced in this room in 2018 that I would not break. I have ever since declined invitations to speak to students in this room, but today I had to return because I have never been to a PAUDC in my debate journey, and I'm happy to be here. And I want to thank the debate fraternity because it was because of debate that I got my first job. When I left campus, I was 22 then, and I was employed with the World Bank to also organize debates and the 10th economic update for the country. It rarely happens, but because I was a debater and I had that on the CV, they had taken me up. I thank debate for that.
I'm afraid you've wasted more than a minute.
Is the pact for the future and ambitious? Is it ambitious? Of course, we would want it to be ambitious. First of all, the pact is such a metaphor. Hearing the word, you may want to interpret it in every way that you come across. The pact is not an event. The pact is a process. What seems very big, we are going to take small bites of it, time after time, and we have it fulfilled. The pact is a promise. We are going to implement these 15 actions within a longer term. When it came to the country Uganda, we already had a very good system for localizing what I'd call the coordination framework for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are pulling the Pact for the Future into that framework to also have it implemented. If you look at the SDGs, there is the unfinished business of the MDGs. And most of the global agenda, even the Pact, always fall play. At the end of the day, we get or draw the unfinished business from them to be implemented in another period of time. And what we are doing, we want to immunize the Pact for the Future from being one of those that ends up in the unfinished business. So whether it is ambitious or broad, we are also putting up an ambitious actionable plan, an implementation plan to make sure that we roll out the Pact for the Future. And when we returned from New York, the first thing we did was constitute a small working group, which Mr. Richard Sewachiriang is also part of. What he also didn't tell you is he has done a lot of work with the Office of the Prime Minister on partnerships, which is Goal 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we came up with a small working group, and this working group comprises of all stakeholders: government, civil society organizations, the private sector, the young people. We have the president of the Uganda Youth Coalition on the SDGs. We also have development partners to help us unpack, also help us develop strategies and a clear roadmap for the rollout of this Pact for the Future. But we understand, just one more minute, I see you're bending. We understand that to implement this Pact for the Future, we need it localized. And we have come up with a strategy to integrate, to have a local government integration of this Pact for the Future, especially the districts having it in their district development plans. Of course, at the national level, in the NDP 4, the National Development Plan 4, which is part of the series of development plans to implement the Vision 2040, we are also going to mainstream the Pact for the Future, its actions and commitments into the NDP 4 to make sure it is implemented and prioritized even during financing. Now, the other thing we did...
Before you answer my other question, allow me leave it at that now. Did anyone else listen to Onesmus speak like real government? Okay. Linda, I know you just returned from New York just recently. And in Mr. Sewachiriang Richard's presentation of the paper, he did make a claim, and I want to pose a question of how much does the Pact for the Future address power imbalances? I know you are part of the Summit of the Future. Does our vote as Uganda, does our vote as African countries, does our voices of young people, are they heard during those high-level, political forums?
I hope you can hear me. Yes, my name is Linda Saba from the UN Association of Uganda. The imbalances. I was privileged to be part of the team that witnessed the passage of the Pact for the Future. And one of the things we realize is the global south, where Africa lies, is really less represented. And since we're talking to young people, we need to build our capacities as young people, so that even when we get the seat, because the Pact of the Future gets us into the decision-making places, but when we get there, what do we do? Do we know what we're supposed to do? So avenues like the debates that we're having here are some of the things that young people need to hold really strong, so that when they get into those places, they're able to make a meaningful contribution. Otherwise, Mr. Sewachiriang will get you into a space and they'll kick you out in 1 minute. So when it comes to the imbalances, when it comes to those high-level political forums, definitely there are countries with veto power, like Mr. Sewachiriang has mentioned, but we need to how do I say it? As young people in Africa, one, we need to stop working in silos, saying East Africa, Uganda, then West Africa. We need to come as one. We saw the UN youth delegates who come from, say, the European countries, working as one. But then when it came to Africa, you'd find the Nigerians alone, the East Africans alone, and that really pulls down all our efforts that we are making or working towards to. So going back to the imbalances, it needs to start with us. Like they said, we are transitioning. It's like you're getting into a bus, and at one point you need to get off that bus of being a young person. So as you're still in that bus, let us work to see that we're preparing for our life when we get off the bus of being young people. So we need to see that the structures we are working with, the things we are doing, we are working as a whole. Let us be as a whole as Africans, and then we'll be able to beat all these imbalances that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Mr. Brand, does it make sense? What's your take on the pact for the future? Because I know you've been in position to attend some of those international, conferences and where these conversations were. And I also saw you in one of the panels in Azerbaijan during the COP29. What's your take on the pact for the future as a young person from Uganda?
Thank you so much. I want to re-echo the voices of my fellow panelists. We as the youth are the future, and the pact has really set that out there. But then we also have to remember, as my fellow panelists have said, youth is transitional, so we are going to get out of that space. And so it's really important to also bring the pact of the future into the younger generation, the schools, right? This is something, one of the limitations I expected to hear the keynote speaker say, that these terminologies and all these pacts are read out in broader and bigger spaces and not brought down and, broken down for the actual future, right? Those are the young children and the high schoolers and then the university students. And so it's really important through such debates to bring the pact of the future, and I'm really happy that you actually did this, right? Open Space did this, to inform you of what this pact says and inform you what your role is in this pact. And then we want you to also help us get down into the schools. This is some of the things my center does. We go down to the schools and break down all these for the students and give them their role. And also it's very important for the pact to translate into actionable projects, right? Or actionable skills. Because most of you here don't want to have skills that won't translate into income, right? And so it's very important for us, if we're describing all these these pacts and agreements made by intergovernmental organizations and multilaterals, then it's really important for those to transit into green jobs, right? For example, some of these panelists are having jobs that are directly linked to the Pact of the Future or SDGs. So how do we then empower the younger generation and even the current youth generation to make sure that these pacts and these SDGs translate into jobs for them in the future? Thank you.
Rachel here, when Mr. Sewachirianga was, sharing with us in his paper, there is something that he talked about the position of NGOs or civil society organization with the pact, and being a member from the core reference group, but also the Uganda National NGO Forum, the coordinators of the core reference group. What's your take on the pact for the future, but also our position as members of civil society in the pact?
Okay, thank you so much, Ashraf, and thank you once again for the opportunity. My name is Rachel Damba. I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum. So, like my former boss said, it really doesn't, the Pact of the Future doesn't really bring out the role of civil society and what we can do to support the achievement of the commitments. But looking at where the civil society sector stands and the work we do a lot of work around the commitments that have been put forward. Looking at what the civil society organizations under our reference group are doing. We do a lot of work around advocacy, relieving out, amplifying the voices of the citizens in regards of the wants and the needs that they aspire as to achieve development. We also do a lot of popularization and localization, like my colleague Onesma said, looking at the pact now and what the SDGs are aspiring to achieve. We realize there is a lot of work that still needs to be done around popularizing the SDGs, and also now that the pact is here, it's a recommitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, but then what role do we have as the sector? So we do a lot of popularization around the SDGs and also pushing for their localization and their domestication. So we work with citizens, we understand the citizens' needs, and we believe we have the voice that the governments need and the international bodies need to be able to plan for citizens, and when they are making their decisions to inform their policy formulation and also advocacy that is around the Sustainable Development Goals. And also maybe to mention that as we plan and the pact seeks to reduce the funding gap for the Sustainable Development Goals, I believe as a sector, we have innovative ways of how we can support the mobilizing resources to support to fill the gap in terms of funding. We've there's a lot of philanthropy that is happening in the communities. Okay. So what if we embrace philanthropy as a model of financing, so that then as the government seek to mobilize resources, then the sector is also able to create new models of funding through the philanthropy systems that exist in the communities.
Thank you so much, Rachel, there, from an entity that identify themselves by who they are not. Madam President, sir, you know the office that you hold is for a certain gender sometimes. Do the young people that you had in the coalition, do they understand the pact? Is it something that you've heard of?
Thank you, Ashraf. My name is Amina Nassali, President for the Uganda Youth Coalition for SDGs. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
There's low energy in the room, that's why I had to first look around. Good evening, everyone. Some more. Good evening, everyone. I know it's chilly outside, but we can do better. The more you keep the enzymes working, is the more everything will work out better. Do the youth understand the pact? Well, to a greater extent, no. To a smaller extent, yes. Now, here's what it looks like. Here's the picture of it all. When Mr. Sewachirianga was presenting here, one of the things that came out was volunteerism or voluntarism. So my youth, when they look at a document that is 67 pages, that is the Pact for the Future, and then even if you tell them, okay, just look out for chapter 4 that specifically speaks to you, they'll be like, okay, but where do I start from the 67 pages? Which page exactly? And then we are that lazy, but I would implore and ask every youth here to get interested in some of these things. Whereas there is a lot that is going on in the pact, there is a declaration on future generations. The world leaders are saying they want to invest in your education, but the outcome of what is expected after they've invested in your education is not clear in the pact. Okay. I've taken time to appreciate the pact and read through, and I'm like, okay, so if they say they are going to do meaningful youth engagement, because it's part of the things that was mentioned in the pact, well, what is meaningful youth engagement? Because we also need to go down and see what the things look like. Is it just gathering people? Is it capacity building? What is it exactly? And what is the expectation from the leaders? And then when they speak about partnerships, the things that are mentioned in the pact, they are majorly CSO government. But my call always is to make sure that these partnerships are diversified. Let's have a public-private youth partnership That is PPYP. Let's have a public-private, whereas, because when you speak like that, the Onesimus will ask you, but where do you fall? You have to be either public or CSO, but like Mr. Richard mentioned, might be 30 years ago, we didn't have the word non-government organizations. And then why not? Why can't we have the discussions on having partnerships between private sector, the youth, because there are so many youth that are not into the private sector, and then we have so many youth that are not into the public sector. They're just there, and they need help, because we cannot continue saying our youth are the majority, and then we continue treating them as a minority. So back to the question, do they understand? To a greater extent, no. And we need a lot of work in that field. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I want to close quickly to Mr. Onesimus, who is speaking that voice of government. And I would want Onesimus to help us understand, how does the Pact for the Future align with Uganda's national priorities in achieving the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development Goals and Vision 2040? Is there a relationship, and how, if it is there, how does the Pact for the Future align in our national priorities?
The Pact for the Future largely aligns with the national priorities. We had the opportunity to review the draft document that was developed by Namibia and Germany. We also had the opportunity to review the Digital Compact by the Netherlands, Fiji, and Jamaica, and also, that was Sweden and Zambia. And then the other Declaration on Future Generations, Netherlands, Fiji, and Jamaica. We had the opportunity to review the draft document and have it aligned also to our priorities. When you look at its five chapters, when you look at sustainable development, it is what the national priorities are pursuing. The National Development Plan 3, for example, is 95% aligned to sustainable development, or the SDGs, or to all the other agenda that speak about sustainable development. When you look at Agenda 2063 of the African Union, if you look at the Addis Ababa Plan of Action, all those agenda that the national priorities are aligned to. Now, when you look at its emphasis on financing, also part of our national priorities is increasing financing for development. For example, we are looking at how do we skyrocket domestic resource mobilization, how do we harness the best practices in climate financing, how do we leverage on our public-private partnerships to accelerate financing for development. And it's something that the Pact for the Future talks about. The young people are a priority of the government of Uganda. Below the age of 30, we are 78%. From 0 to that age, 78%. We are the biggest proportion, and I want to believe that the rest of the countries in Africa also have a big proportion of the population as young people. And the Pact for the Future, speaking about the needs of the young people, and also it being part of our national priorities, means that we are finding a meeting ground. When you look at peace and security, yes, I would want to applaud the government of Uganda for the work it is doing in, first of all, building and sustaining peace. I know there are threats to peace in the country. I would not want to say we are 100% secure, but there is an assurance of security. But also, on a sad note, the rest of Africa, we are seeing turmoil. We are seeing armed conflict, for example, in the Southern Sudan. And the Pact for the Future is also looking at how do we address the insecurity that is going on. When you look at transforming governance, come to the national level, the national priorities aim at ensuring that we have the young people in decision-making processes, that we do not discriminate against marginalized populations in decision-making and policy formulation, that they should be part of leadership, to ensure that women are also part of leadership, ensure that we have ethnic minority groups also part of leadership. And this transforming global governance, even when you look at the government stance on fighting corruption, yes, corruption exists at the individual and the national level. And I would want to also say corruption is not only by government officials. It is also by people in the private sector. It is also by people in civil society organizations.
Yes.
And the emphasis that the Pact for the Future places on that also doubles as a national priority, still shows that we have a meeting ground, and as a country we need to prioritize these 56. First of all, we need to look at the 56 action and commitments of the Pact for the Future, sieve out what is necessary for us, domesticate it, have a proper monitoring and evaluation framework for it, and make sure that we implement it. We implement those chosen action plans and commitments of the Pact for the Future here in the country at the national level and also at the sub-national level.
A very big thank you, Onesmus. I want to cross to Linda. The pact calls for a recommitment and international cooperation. How is UNAO facilitating dialogue between local and global stakeholders to achieve this? What I mean with local and global stakeholders, I mean both state and non-state actors. Are there any initiatives that you're having as UNAO to do so?
I have a unique microphone. Okay, yeah. I will start.
That's how unique your microphone is.
It's actually good enough. Oh, it's back on. I'll start with one of the activities that we are doing, which is the African United Nations Youth Delegate Program. Okay. And this is running in 6 countries in East Africa. And the main aim is to ensure that the young people from the global south are well represented when it comes to these international scenes. But one thing that, I struggle with in my mind is when you come to Uganda, the young person, you stop being young when you're 30, 35. When you go international, you stop being young when you're 24. So you carry a young person from Uganda who is 26, and they get into a group of young people from the international scene that are 13, 15, 18, and they feel so old. So I don't know if we can match it up so that we have a uniform age and we know this is young people. When you get to 26, you're a young person in Uganda, but you're missing out on very many international opportunities. So I don't know if Mr. Onesmus can help us with that. So that the young person is actually a young person, because it just doesn't make sense. You are young when you're in Kampala, 35, and you are an old woman when you get to the US. But in this particular program, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, in this particular program, the AUNYD, we get young people to interact with policies, because we believe that yes, you can have your very good degree in medicine or in law, but when you get out, you need to be able to influence the policies that govern that particular profession you're in. So we want you to learn, instead of going out to the streets and protesting like what happened with our neighbors, we need to know how to get our issues into the actual, the things that they look at. Because if a policy is not for you, even if you go to the streets, it will still not be for you. But if you know how to get your issues into this particular policy paper, then, things start working in your favor. So we had the young people in that program go through the different revisions of the Pact for the Future. There were 5 revisions, Rev 1, from Rev 0, I think, up to Rev 5. And they had input, especially on Chapter 4, that is young people, youth and future generations. The UN Association also works on equipping you with things that you might not get in class. For example, lobbying. How do I get Kakaire on my side in a given issue? For example, if I think we need to start frog jumping other than doing marathons, can I have
the IT team, please tell us we are not to.
Thank you. Can I be able, as a young person, to get Kakaire onto my side with reason, with content, so that, they think, okay, I think instead of we've done enough of the marathons, can we start frog jumping? And also we need to keep in mind that, yes, we are transitioning out of the youth age, and I think most of us have. Who is below 24? Okay, don't put up your hands. But if you're below 24, then you're still in the youth age. If you're above 24, you are already out of the bus internationally. So we need to see that we how do I say it? We prepare for that life after being a youth. Just like they tell you to prepare for life outside university or outside school. So we need to start thinking of that. The other thing is we try to see that we stop working as silos. We keep telling the older people that, please don't work in silos, include us. But when it comes to youth issues, we work in silos. You think this is a youth thing, so Mr. Chiranga shouldn't be part of it. No, we need to have them with us because they help us see what is where we are going. Because that's where we're going. Even if you remain youth like Mr. Chiranga in the mind, definitely biology will take you there. So we need to learn to stop working in silos as young people and start working with the older generation because, they transfer knowledge to us. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you. Cross to the President. Amina, please. What is the role of young people in that? Because you talked about the gaps and challenges that we are having so far in localizing and also unpacking and appreciating the pact for the future. What do you think could be the role of you and the young people you head in addressing such challenges?
Thank you, Ashraf. Well, number one of the roles any individual could take on is to be informed, because you're not going to be in rooms where people are discussing things that you do not understand. Then secondly, you have to pick interest. You're not going to just you're not going to be everywhere. This is one of the mistakes my youth make. They want to be everywhere, which is impossible. So you have to pick a niche. You have to interest yourself to a particular topic. Right now, if you wake me up any day, I can tell you all the SDGs. I can tell you everything there. But I also speak to particular SDGs when it comes to specializing. So my young people, you need to understand where your interest is. The SDGs are 17 in number. Pick one, interest yourself in that. If it is decent work, if it is no poverty, interest yourself in that so that we can better engage ourselves. Then lastly, continue learning. Allow yourself to learn because it is really, really important. These spaces are very dynamic. Today we are speaking ChatGPT, the next day we are speaking cloud. Those are all artificial intelligence. The next day we are speaking machine learning, which is a different topic. The other year we are speaking blockchain. This year we are speaking different things. The other year it was Bitcoin. Today it is USDT. So these are all terms you need to come to appreciate. Okay. And that is only through learning. Thank you, Ashraf.
Straight to Brian. You are a champion on climate action. And the pact clearly identifies climate action as one of those, issues that the world over must take, very clear look at and also ensure that the action is taken. What do you think is the role of you as young people as a climate change agent and also digital transformation as highlighted in the Pact for the Future?
Thank you so much. One of the key roles has been mentioned by my fellow panelists is to, one, get information. The beauty about debate, and I think this is one of the things I love about this, is that to debate, you need to have a lot of information, right? You need to equip yourself with all this information before you come and present. And what it puts you at an advantage of is that you will be informed. And you can never come into these spaces where the key decision makers are if you're not informed. And so that's kudos to you guys. You're already having a step ahead. You want to get the information. So two is also to help each other, right? As youth, we are already marginalized in these spaces, right? And the only way we are strong is if we come together and we are many and in numbers and we are all informed. So help others get informed. So many of you come from different universities, right? Come from different countries. How are your youth there, right? how do they understand this, right? How do you then go back and tell them about the Pact of the Future and what it entails and what their role is, right? Then after that, try to get down to the younger generation. So if you can, bring these debates into schools, yeah? High schools and even primary schools. We underestimate the power of their minds. We underestimate the things that they can do. And so if you can also bring these conversations to your younger siblings, right? Who are the future youth? Some of them already the youth, those in high school, and then those are younger ones. So bring the conversation to them, break it down to what they can understand, and then let them come into the conversation, grow into the conversation. And that's how, as youth, we shall have the power.
Okay, thank you so much, Brian. My audience, you should be getting ready. I want to be having your thoughts on the Pact for the Future and also the paper that was being presented by Mr. Sewachirianga in a short while. As I'm concluding with the panel at this moment, I want to hear from Rachel Damba. You talked about the work that you do as Uganda National NGO Forum, but also specifically as the core reference group coordinator and the host in Uganda. What are some of these challenges that you've always been facing in doing the advocacy work that you talked about, in mobilizing, masses and communities to ensure that the SGDs are realized? What are some of the issues, the challenges that you've been facing, and how do you think, as a member of the Uganda National NGO Forum, these could be worked upon?
Thank you so much, Ashraf. And like you note, as a coordinator of the CSOs, in terms of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, we do a lot of work around advocacy. First of all, the platform brings together civil society organizations across the country that are interested in pushing the Agenda 2030 and ensure its realization in Uganda. So for us, where we come from as civil society, the first challenge is localization.
Okay.
It's still, like I said earlier, we still need to localize the Sustainable Development Goals. We've had a number of goals translated in different languages, not specifically the 56 languages, but a few of them. So, but we need to ensure that these goals are brought down to what citizens understand as their reality, because it's not something new, as they are termed as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, but they still speak to the realities that we experience as citizens and across the country. And then the other challenge is around coordination. I think the issue of partnership is key. Much as it's civil society, we still need to have strengthened partnership and inclusive collaborations within the sector. But also as the sector, there is more need to push for partnerships across the different stakeholders that exist. And we also move from being observers, like the pact puts us, to sit at the table where decisions are made. So the role of partnership is key. And for us, as civil society, we believe if we have strengthened partnerships across and within the sector, that will help us achieve and realize the Sustainable Development Goals. And lastly, the issue of SDG funding remains a challenge. And that one, I think the best way, like I said earlier, is to come up with innovative ways of mobilizing resources. Okay. And as NGO Forum, the more reason we are pushing for philanthropy for development, because we believe communities have a role to play in terms of pushing for their own development. And also the issue of monitoring the Sustainable Development Goals is a big challenge because of availability of resources. The resources are not are inadequate, but we believe with partnerships still we can have a lot achieved. We can achieve a lot in terms of monitoring the SDGs.
Okay, thank you so much, Rachel. And I want to close to my audience. There are some questions, learnings, and what you think. I can see my friend Agaba already has his hand up from IOP. So, Maria, you help me to pass it out. We'll give Agaba first, then come to your neighbor. So we have a few minutes to complete, so I want to give 1 minute to anyone with a concern or question.
Thank you so much. My name is Agaba Nelson, and I'm the National Youth Coordinator of the Alliance for National Transformation Party. and also a steerco member of the Interparty Youth Forum.
That is I aunt, right?
Yes, auntie.
Oh.
Yes. Thank you so much, first of all, for this kind of gathering.
Agaba, don't thank me. This is my work. Go straight to the
Okay,
question.
okay. Thank you, Kakaire.
Again.
There is an issue where we talked about to agree, and he said that Mr. Richard, that being youth is, it is
Transition.
it is a transition. It is just short term. We all transit. And he also mentioned that there is it is a more longer trajectory that defines each individual's life.
Okay.
But there is need for sense of urgency and commitment to their purpose. And we are here all talking about youth, the future generation, and that chapter 4 about the pact and everything. Then one of us mentioned about youth getting into those spaces, but what do we do when we get to those spaces where they are taking us? And another person is talking about information as young people, and Brian also mentioned by something. So for me, about this pact and everything, you mentioned about influencing policies, and we all know that these policies are also very critical, especially in
We are
in
past the
political
minute,
parties.
Agaba. We are past the 1 minute, please.
Yeah, just conclude. In the political parties. So how do we move this kind of debate, this kind of conversation, to include or involve young people in political parties, active political participation? Because that's where influencing policies, influencing narratives also starts, and also very, very active. How do we do that? But also lastly, to call on young people that look, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you. I gave you the mic and I take it. Now guys, we are past our time. So I have 1 minute per question, and let not any other person weep like Agaba has done to our conversation. Go straight to the question. And do not thank me because I'm doing my work. Yes, Garang.
My name is Garang. I'm from the Republic of South Sudan. My question is this. In 2018, when South Sudan just went to war, there was an influx of refugees into Uganda. Funding for those refugees was very limited. It was very hard for Uganda to take care of them.
Okay.
Then Uganda hosted a summit to mobilize funding for the refugees in Uganda. In the background of that analysis, my question is therefore the following. In order to transition together in collectivity into the pact for the future and succeed from all these kind of policy formulation, we cannot leave some people behind. And there are two ways in which one gets to be known by the global people that fund and the people that help people that are in need. One is by global media coverage. The second is if the civil society organizations find interest in you. Is there a way, this is the question, that the civil society organizations, especially based in Africa, can mobilize to demonstrate the need for some countries in Africa for help so that the world can see? If CNN does not cover them, can the global civil society organization see them through the work of African civil society organizations? For example, the war in Sudan is essentially ignored and nobody is talking about it. How can we let people know that Sudan is suffering, and then people who can help can see what is happening in Sudan? Sudan is not South Sudan, but I think that's important.
Thank you, Garang. Now, I will not be in position to answer any question. So if you have a question, direct it to someone. Probably not me. Are we clear? Okay. Where are ladies in this room? Where are ladies in this room? Ladies, say hello. Then you ask that question. The one that said hello. Okay, start with him. 1 minute. We are closing, please. 1 minute.
In relation to the...
Hello, I'm called Deaconess from Kyambogo University. In relation to the pact, the concept under discussion, I have read on this report, the civil society report.
Yes.
And in relation to the paper presented by Mr. Richard, I see one of the limitations, the factors hampering society organization activities as poverty. And poverty is also under the SDGs, the global goals. And 30% was the poverty level in 2019-20, that is Uganda. Slightly a reduction of 1% from 2012-13.
And what is the question?
The question is, as civil society organizations, how are you dealing with this? Because this mostly affecting local communities, and the fact that I happen to come from a region which has one of the biggest refugee settlements in Uganda, Rwamanja settlement. How are you dealing with this? Because one of the causes of this is ignorance. How are you dealing with the education system so as we can come out of this poverty?
Onesimus, you answer.
And I'm directing the question to Madam.
Madam who?
I don't know the name. In the corner, extreme end.
Okay, Madam in the corner, extreme end. Yes, to Brian there, quickly. I also need to hear from our colleagues from South Africa, Ghana, and all those, if you have a question or concern. Because the Pact for the Future is not necessarily for only Uganda, but it's a global agreement for all those countries that believe and associate with the United Nations. Yes, Brian.
I have the opportunity to work in one of the most vulnerable communities in Uganda.
Then ask the
and
question.
That is northern Karamoja sub-region, where I visited a school and asked one of the head teachers, how far have you gone with this SDGs? And the head teacher told me, we haven't reached that topic yet, which showed a certain level of not popularizing SDGs. So my question will go to my brother Onesimus. As we are now moving to the Pact of the Future, what are those deliberate efforts that government is intending to put in place? One, to popularize, continue popularizing the SDGs in schools, and also popularizing the Pact for the Future at the grassroots. Because at the SDGs we say, we are not leaving anyone behind. But honestly, if a head teacher is not aware of the Sustainable Development Goals, how do you expect another Okabachi from deep in Iwujiri to know about Sustainable Development Goals? And really, shall we really achieve them? That's my question. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Brian. I will take 4 other questions. And this lady intends to put her hands up. What were you saying, madam? The one looking behind. Yes, what did you want to say? She seemed to not want to say anything. Yes, there is one near, then one near, and it seems we've been speaking a lot of English. If we did not, because yes, these two, him and you, sir. If there is a lady anytime that you want to ask a question or share something, you will be the last one.
All right, my name is Jonathan from Ghana.
Yes, Jonathan.
Yeah, recently registered an institution called EduGuard Insight, focused on education. I have 2 questions.
Please.
The first is that it seems we have built a culture of there's room for improvement for African leaders, to the extent that there is no system of check and accountability for them, that if this projection for SDG fails by, say, 2030, 2025, would go back to the drawing board and say, well, we need to implement this, and we'll have this same panel discussion and discuss what we are failing at. That's my first issue. But the second is that when I look at the option for funding these things, there's a part that says that they are considering taxing high net worth individuals. My problem is most of these individuals are the ones funding the government. Like, for example, Elon Musk with Trump. My issue is, what is the incentive for these individuals and the states to push for such an action? It looks at the end of the day as though it's just a paper and nothing happens. Those are my 2 questions.
Thank you so much, Johnson from Ghana. Yes, sir. We have 2 here, then lastly will be...
Hello, my name is Augustine. I am from Midland State University in Zimbabwe. So I understand that crossing borders has to do with empowering the youth to meet certain goals of sustainable development, of which I understand that we already have, like the Millennium Campus Network, which empowers students with projects that address these issues on the ground. I was wondering what approach Crossing Borders has that is different towards that of the Millennium Campus Network, and how it has made itself seen on the global stage, considering that there are others which are much bigger funded than Crossing Borders.
Okay. Did you get the question, my panelists? Okay, Crossing Border is implementing some projects through global and continental networks, and that's why he mentioned Zimbabwe. I've been to Zimbabwe. There's that network that we belong to for the Amplifying Localizing SGD. It's Ghana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Uganda, then Denmark in Crossing Border. So there are those partnership, coalitions that, it organizes as lead members to fund, but also co-implement some projects. You get it? So through those coalitions, we are able to do some joint activities with people from Zimbabwe, Ghana, and also Zambia, and also in Denmark, and that's how it has been in position to implement some of these projects. One, it does actual implementation sometime, but also it does the donor work of getting money from civil society, organization from Denmark, then it also gives out some funds. So that's the approach that they have been doing. Okay, yes, I'll take you as the last one. Then come back to the panel and we close.
My name is Emmanuel Dhuke from Tharaka University, Kenya. My question goes like this. One, we talk about, you have actually talked matters to do with funding from the donors in Denmark and all that. Now the question goes, in such a forum like this one, is the Pan-African, everything to do with African.
Yes.
Now, we were actually told that most of the African youth, when they actually go abroad, they tend not to be considered as young, but actually old because of lack of network, all that. Now, my question goes like this to the panel. I would like you to explain to us and tell us why is it that you don't consider putting, doing matters to do with communication training, capacity building, and matters to do with marketing, sales, and strategy to the young people. Why is it so? Because people is that provided you try and bring us on board, educate us on how to communicate well, we actually even get to the global place. When teachers matter about capacity building, we'll build ourselves in our skills and careers and actually together. What we feel, you have failed to educate us, and so how do you want to impact, yet you're actually not educating us on communication, on how to express ourselves kindly? Thank you.
Santi, there was him, then I come to Katongole lastly.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
I'm here, Moses, from UNAE, UIC chapter.
From where?
UNAE, volunteering with UNAE, UIC chapter. My question is, how does the Pact for the Future plan to involve youth and the future generations in decision making? Thank you.
Okay. You've had the question, eh? And Katongole is summing it up for us. Then we shall come to our panel, answer those questions, close, and we call it a day.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. My question first goes to Dr. Richard. While he was giving the keynote address, he left us in suspense. When he talked about multilateralism and power imbalances at the UN, I would like to ask him, as Africans, what are you doing to finally join the board, not as servants, but as masters and partners to these people? Because this has been the question from the first time of the Vienna settlement to the League of Nations to the UN until today. What are we doing as Africans to become masters at the same table with those people? Because it's very important. Secondly, Onesmus, while you sit at the office of the OPM and with the lead of government business, she's in charge of the SDGs, do you realize that there is a lacuna between you, the people in charge, and the Ugandans when it comes to localizing the SDGs? And if yes, what are the strategies you're putting in place to make sure that you bridge this? Because according to me, we are remaining, and everybody here, we are remaining with 6 years to 2030. And this is like an emergency. It is a pandemic where you have either to suppress the viral road or you let us down as OPM and not achieve like we did in the MDGs. So if organizations like Open Space and everybody there from the NGO world that is trying to localize the SDGs and amplify this localization, are you willing to partner with them and fund these projects they are doing? Because realistically, you're looking at the young people who are the future. Like you said, 50% are below the age of 30. But are you looking at them and funding people like Open Space who are with them already localizing SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you, Katongole. I now, without further ado, close back to my very beautiful panel, and I will give 3 minutes to each of you. The two, you could use them to answer any questions if you have any, or any concern, or something that you must have left behind. Then also give your conclusive remarks, because we are doing not so well in terms of time. I will start with Her Excellency, the President.
Okay, since you said we don't thank you, I will skip that part as well. Well, I think he asked how does the pact intend to involve the youth. Well, you have a lot of entry points when you read that document as a youth. You just need to go back and read the document and understand. Still the same person raised an issue on capacity building. Well, one of the issues we have when it comes to capacity building is the kind of capacity that is given out to people. We are so much inclined to producing skills of yesterday for the job market of tomorrow. That is one thing. Now, Onesimus here, I don't know if he will answer that, because now that is the government to tell us that, you know what, we need to redefine what our education systems look like. We need to restructure them to best fit the job market of tomorrow, so that we don't continue congesting the market with skills of yesterday. So now the entry point for youth is one, digital accessibility. Yes, I understand in most of our countries we might not have the infrastructures to host these digital platforms, because they need particular infrastructures to be set up. But that is one point as a youth that can be your entry point. Thank you.
So much, President. Madam President, sir, sorry. I will also cross to Rachel from the Uganda National NGO Forum. If you have any questions to answer, but also your conclusive remarks.
Okay, first of all, I'll answer the question on engaging youth, and in terms of capacity building, I think, like Linda said, my colleague from United Nations Association of Uganda, for us as young people, when we leave school, it should be intentional for us to increase our knowledge in terms of the different issues that are happening around the country, but also the globe. Because when you become knowledgeable, then you're able to sell yourself across, and also seize opportunities to get a way to be part of the decision making processes, but also engaging in other processes that are in terms of development. So how are we helping ourselves as youth to take these opportunities that are coming before us? Now we have the Pact of the Future. So as Amina said, we have the opportunities here with us. So as you go back home, this should be your Bible as a youth. Then the other issue is around partnerships. How are we localizing the SDGs? I know Onesimus will answer this, but it has been intentional, working with government, the Office of the Prime Minister, and also the Youth Coalition, the youth under Open Space, and UNOW, to ensure that we push a localization movement across the country. So this is also an opportunity for us to localize SDGs here, now that we have people from across the African continent that are here with us. So this is one of the ways we are pushing partnerships. So under the coalition, like Ashraf said, we are working with youth, but my urge would be to call upon youth to ensure that they are well coordinated. Linda mentioned the issue of working in silos. It's evident among youth. So we call upon you to work to push for inclusive partnerships as you implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel, from the Uganda National NGO Forum, the coordinators and the host of the core reference group on SDG in this country. Brian, any questions you're answering to and conclusive remarks?
I would also want to address how are we as NGOs or CSOs working to build the capacity of youth. So I think I forgot to inform the public. So I work for the Center for Inclusive Green Skills. I'm the Sustainability Director. And one of the core values we have as the Center for Inclusive Green Skills is to make sure we translate most of the agreements done on international level into actionable green skills, right? So one of the things that is kind of putting back the implementation of SDGs is at some point it's not understood by the youth. So the best way to make it agreeable and understandable by the youth is to bring out the practical element of it. So we have brought out the practical element of this. So we are building skills like, for example, people who come to Kyambogo and learn electrical engineering, we take you through a course on how to, install solar, how to size solar, and how to repair solar panels, all this, right? And then we then get that skill and tell you, okay, this skill then belongs to SDG 7, which is, this and that, right? And so you will know the SDGs, but you will know them in terms of the career that you have chosen. And so it helps you defend it even in the public spaces, even in the decision-making tables, because you know it by skill and you also know it by heart. So it's one of the ways we're doing this. And I would also want to answer something on behalf of our government, but I will not speak as a government official. The government has tried its level best to also improve our education system. So we have the new curriculum, and our new curriculum in Uganda requires schools to bring out a bring practical skills into the main curriculum. And so what we have done as the Center for Inclusive Green Skills, we're working with different offices in government that are in charge of education and trying to help schools then bring more agreeable, practical skills, not the old candle making projects that schools used to teach, but right now we're bringing in smart agriculture, we're bringing in solar, we're bringing in irrigation, we're bringing in briquette production, we're bringing in things that are relevant to the future and which still inform to the pact of the future. So that is a way that we're taking actionable steps to make sure that youth understand and translate. And I call upon you to join such actions through the different NGOs and CSOs in your communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian Kakoza there. I want to go to Linda from the association.
Okay, thank you, Ashraf. There was a question about poverty. We know Uganda has the parish development model, and I think Onesmus will add more light to that. We need to embrace it. But as the UN Association of Uganda, we are dealing with poverty of the mind. Because, before you actually get out of poverty, you need to start with your mind. And that's what we do with our chapter members. We're present in over 25 education institutions and 20 secondary schools and 5 communities in Uganda. So we try to deal with poverty of the mind. As a closing remark, I want to borrow a quote from our Secretary General. He says, as young people, we need to be optimistically realistic and be realistically optimistic.
Would you want to say that again?
You need to be optimistically realistic and realistically optimistic. So if we can keep that in mind, I am sure everything we shall do will move well. And as we retire from this amazing session that we've had over the days, let us not retire, but rather retire. R-E-T-Y-R-E. Let us go put on new tires to do better work. So don't retire, but retire. Thank you.
Okay, it has been much of unlearning and relearning in this session that we've been doing. I want to end with government. Mr. Onesimus Kansimi, I want you to answer to those questions and give your last remarks.
Thank you. What do young people do with the opportunities they get? That was from the youth coordinator of ANT. I think as young people, we need to be bold people. Most of the times when we get opportunities, let me say leadership, we tend to be conduits. We tend to settle to being used. We need to be bold and take up the spaces. If you are looking at young people in offices and you monitor their daily lives, they arrive late at office. If reporting time is 8 a.m., they are coming at 11. In meetings, they are quiet. They are not completing their tasks on time. How do you expect to be trusted? How do you expect to be promoted? How do you expect to be given the opportunities that come along? I think we need to be bold and do our roles, execute those roles for those with opportunities. Then we can have the society trust us and wish to give us more responsibility. And I'm saying that as a young man who has been to spaces. I'm always the youngest wherever I've worked. World Bank was the youngest, 22, and I'm the youngest consultant the World Bank group in Uganda has employed. When I went to USAID, I was the youngest, and even in my department, I'm the youngest. But I deliver. So, but when we don't deliver, we also spoil for the other young people that come after us. I want to also talk about refugees. What's the solution to refugees? It was from my friend Galang.
From Galang.
The first and insurmountable solution is peace. And this Pact for the Future emphasizes multilateralism and international cooperation, not only in trade, but also in fostering peace in our neighboring countries. When you also look at goal number 11 on reducing inequalities, some of these things that are happening, the wars, you find there is war, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. Conflicts are usually brought about by inequalities that exist either between countries or within the communities themselves. We need to make sure that there is peaceful coexistence, there is even distribution of resources, there is everything done to reduce antagonism. Now, when it comes to coverage, when you look when the Ukraine war came, there was shifting of attention from the other conflicts in other regions. When there was a conflict in Gaza, now media attention shifted to these other regions. I think we need to also bring media to on board about some of the tensions that are existing, and the contribution of media should not only be about reporting, but also proposing solutions and advocacy. When I talk about localization, there are so many questions. I don't think 3 minutes you gave me will be enough. But since I'm the last one, just add me more 3 and I finish.
You
now,
already passed those that I'd given you, so just like you did at the start.
Okay, thank you. Localization. Now, we are doing localization in 5 pathways. One is awareness, and we are doing this awareness at the local community. Even within the MDAs, the ministries, departments, and agencies want to make sure that the high-ranking officials and even the junior officials know what the SDGs are about and also know the role they are supposed to be playing. We are also cascading down to the local communities, the local government, and also the lower local governments to create awareness. The other thing that we have done is mainstreaming. When we look at the district development plans, they are mainstream to the SDGs. They are mainstream to the African Union Agenda 2063. The other pathway is lobbying and advocacy at the local government level. Another one is local governance. How do we strengthen the governance systems at the local government level to ensure that they implement the sustainable development goals with the reviews and having an initiative to do this every year. We are having an annual SDG report that we produce every year, which shows their progress, and we are going to make sure that we incorporate the reporting on the progress we make on the Pact for the Future. I already said we have come up with an actionable plan to implement the Pact for the Future. And in that plan, we have developed its monitoring and evaluation framework. I would want to end on partnerships. Now, my friend talked about what are the strategies in place to reduce the lacuna. When I was young, I used to understand the meaning of the word lacuna, but today I was trying to struggle. But I would want to say there could be shifts. Where the page where the government is not where the local community is. And in that vein, I would want to speak to partnerships. When it comes to civil society organizations, it's not like government is working in an isolated space when it comes to the SDGs and therefore the Pact for the Future. We have a whole CSO SDG coalition on the SDGs, and whatever they do, they report to the Office of the Prime Minister. Okay. We have a private sector platform on the SDGs, and we have helped them come up with a sustainability center. We are preaching the gospel of pressing purpose beyond profit. We are preaching the gospel of adopting the environmental social governance matrix in all private sector companies. They are on board, but of course we need to do better. The young people have a full coalition, and we are getting the young people on board. We still need to do better. The women, we have a whole gender consortium on the SDGs. Of course, we still need to do better. And there is coordination within the ministries, departments, and agencies, especially on who does what. If it is education, how are we reporting on education? How are we progressing on education? If it is health, how are we progressing on the indicators and the targets that we have set out? Lastly? Yes. Now, I would want to talk about the actionable plan.
In 1 minute.
In 1 minute. And I would just want to pull out one chapter, and that is on science, technology, innovation, and the digital cooperation. So what we came up with as a country to implement the asks of the Pact for the Future is what we call the idea to market strategy. And we have put across 5 priorities. One is mobility, the other one is the pathogen economy, the other one is electronics and space science, the other one is infrastructure and innovation, and the 5th one is industry 4.0 plus. And each of these priority areas, we have put up a think tank, which is going to be doing a value chain analysis to report to us on where we should be improving. That's just an action plan on one of the chapters. And also the other chapters have action plans that we have come up with. When we came back, we constituted what we call the working group, and then we had to host what we call the Post-Summit of the Future Symposium that was meant to localize the Pact of the Future in the country. As government, I may not live without saying this. What is in the Pact of the Future for the young people? One is social and economic development. Your health, your education matters, but also your financial welfare, the jobs, the income, the employment. The other thing is human rights and inclusion. We as young people should not be discriminated against, should not be marginalized. Meaningful participation, not only at the national level, but also at the international level. Peace and security, not only as promoters, but as enjoyers of peaceful and secure environments. Lastly, technology, STI speaks into the future. The digital economy, the 4th industrial revolution. And it is for us to enjoy, it is for us to harness. And therefore, moving into the future, there is a question we should ask ourselves. What are we doing for our grandchildren? It's not too early, because the Pact of the Future is asking us the same question. What are you doing, you young man of 20, you young girl of 21? What are you doing for your grandchildren? Because that is in the same vein that one day Richard Sewachiriangas to think. Therefore, stand to think about that.
I've already paid the price. Last month, he moderated the session, and he gave me extra minutes, and I've paid him by extra minutes. Thank you so much, Onesmus. I can't give you any other time. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring that person that started this war, and that was Mr. Richard Sewachirianga, for only 2 minutes. 1, 2. To conclude what is started, and we move forward. Richard? And remember that microphone is timed.
Yes, and I keep time. Never mind, when you give me a mic, never mind about time.
Okay.
First is everybody in the room, if you have a smartphone and you're a young person, please go and Google UN Foundation, and then you will see a document called Pact Decoded. Pact Decoded. Imagine a future when world leaders get it right.
Okay.
That is an initiative by young people who came together and simplified the language of the pact. So please do that. And these were young people from across the world. So it's not only on the northern part. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The other thing about multilateralism and the UN, what is happening in Africa is that African governments have actually put up an actual campaign that is going on to ensure that we have representation in the UN Security Council. So there is a process that is being led by the African Union on that.
Okay.
And for me, what I'll say in closing is that there are several things. I mean, Onesimus comes from the SDG Secretariat. In this country, I participated to formulate the SDG Secretariat. I still support the Office of the Prime Minister as an advisor to the President, to the Prime Minister on issues of partnerships.
Okay.
But I think that when it comes to the pact, what you should really look at is that this pact is being put there to reform. The issue is about reforming institutions so that they can deliver better on the challenges of the world. And so for you, as anybody who is a young person anywhere, to focus on making sure that those institutions and all the commitments they make can be taken forward is something that is significantly important. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard Sewachirianga. A very big thank you to my panel. Please clap for them. A very big thank you to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly clap for yourselves. And you deserve more, my audience. Please clap for yourselves. And if you wish so, please clap for me. At this moment, I request for simply 2 minutes. 1 minute, Mr. Sewachirianga, come join the panel, have a group photo here. Then after, we have some placards here because we are going to move out and reorganize the room for the finals. As we are moving out, I want to request that you pick a placard. We do a group photo for us, just 2 minutes with your best, goal. Otimi would have been doing the panel now with Mr. So please, Mr. Swaja, come up front shortly. Then yes, that's for the panel. Then for the you. Announce it. Please for us on at Facebook, Open Space Forum, on Twitter at Open Space Uganda, LinkedIn Open Space Uganda. Please, we request. Would you people want me to join you, the panel, for the picture? They didn't answer that. So immediately after them, I request, kindly, it's a request. We request that you all come and we do a group photo here for the symposium. Shabil, this is taking too much time. I wanted it to happen for a minute. Otim, please take. No, it's okay. Madam President, it's okay. You may wish to smile or not too. Thank you. Thank you, please don't leave. You may return your seat. Please, members, please kindly come and have a group photo. It's a request. Please, let's all join. I want to thank you and ensure that we leave no one behind in the conversation of the SGDs. After taking the group photo, then we shall reorganize the room for the awarding ceremony and the finals. I want to thank you from the management, our partners, from Crossing Borders, from Denmark, from Uganda National NGO Forum, from Civil Society and Development, from Open Space Center, from Olympia, Kyambogo, and lastly, PAUDC. We want to say thank you for being with us and have a good day. DG, you could give us some soft music as we do this process. This is basically for 2 minutes. Then we shall all go out and organize our room for the finals. Thank you and have a good day.
Guys, kindly go to the other auditorium if you want to get seated. Everyone should be out of this hall. Kindly first go to the other auditorium where you have lunch. We are going to arrange this auditorium in 10 minutes or 30 minutes. Unions, kindly be taking photos in front of the teardrop. Also, the security alert, we shall have the IGP, the Inspector General of Police, in the house for the finals. We shall not expect people to be moving in and out of the hall during the finals. Please move out, please move out. Thank you so much, Open Space, for the symposium. Thank you for sharing insights on SDGs. Kindly move out of the hall. Please be swift. Open Space technical team, kindly remain behind so that we can fix the banner. Guys, move out, be swift, be swift. I don't want anyone in the hall if you are not part of the OCOM or the technical team. Oh, the band can stay, the band people can stay, sorry. The band people can stay, everyone else kindly move out. Everyone else kindly move out. Everyone else kindly move out, be fast.
dreams. I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on.
I want it that way.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
No, I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me.
Hanging on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to hold left, I lost a part of me. It's still so hard to believe. Come back, baby, please, 'cause we belong together.
You should let me love you. Let me be the one to give you everything.
Beautiful.
On and need.
Said I'm so sick of love songs, so tired of tears, so done with wishing you were still here. Said I'm so sick of love songs, so sad and slow. Why can't I turn off the radio?
Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in New York City?
to the left.
Go 1,000 miles
You're
away. Girl,
irreplaceable.
tonight you look so pretty.
I said
Yes,
it's
you do.
too late to apologize. Touch my body, throw me on the floor, wrestle me around, play with me some more. Touch my body, throw me on the bed. I just wanna make you feel like you never did.
Alright, 'cause I love the way you lie.
You know I'd catch a grenade for ya.
For unforgettable days, they do bikinis on
I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way. Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
But here's my number, so call me maybe.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in.
'Cause I'm happy.
I'm alive. What do you mean? I'm alive.
Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too?
Come on, turn the radio on. It's Friday night and I won't be long. Gotta do my hair, put my makeup on. It's Friday night and I won't be long.
Love me like you do. Love me like you do. Honey, can't you think? Despacito, puedo respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído. Deja que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo.
So won't you ride with me, see where this thing goes. If it's meant to be, it'll be, baby, if it's meant to be. Havana,
The shape of you.
half of my heart is in Havana.
Suddenly I'm feeling you all I need.
Why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Chimney Records. Oh, yeah. I know life ain't easy, and the system cheat way, and enough innocent going down evidently. I know they try to figure out why. In our blood, them watch out why. And chewing off the money, them a try use riches stray away. But they can't stop us from reaching the top. So we keep holding on. Yes, they can't stop us from reaping that crop. Babylon, you're going down. Cause our goals and dreams, yeah. Yes, we got to go for that. And all the illness and killings and the blood by your shed, yeah. We got to get over that. Jordan, we coming from far and still have far to go. Cause the system apart. Cause Zion is the only place we want to know. So they can't stop us from reaching the top. So we keep holding on. Yes, they can't stop us from reaping that crop. Babylon, you're going down. Cause our goals and dreams, yeah. Yes, we got no go for that. And all the innocent killings and the blood for your shed, yeah. Got to get over that, yeah. No answer when you test that. No help when you're crying out for mercy. Them system are clean the worst way. But yet still we carry on the China. Nothing in place to elevate its way. No future for me neighbors. This we witness in daylight. Poverty, ooh. So I know life ain't inside. And the system treat well. And enough innocent going down. Evidently, I know they try to figure out the eye. In our blood, them watch out why. And showing off the money, them a try use riches stray away. But they can't stop us from reaching the top. Yes, we keep holding on. Yes, they can't stop us from reaping the crop. Babylon, you're going down. Cause our goals and dreams, yeah. Yes, we got to go for that. And all the innocent killings and the blood for your shed, yeah. Got to get over that. Our goals and dreams, yeah. Yes, we got to go for that.
The gambler. On a warm summer's evening, on the train bound for nowhere, I met up with the gambler. We were both too tired to sleep, so we took turns of staring out the window at the darkness till boredom overtook us, and he began to speak. He said, "Son, I've made a life out of reading people's faces and knowing what their cards were by the way they held their eyes. So if you don't mind my saying, I can see your outer faces. For a taste of your whiskey, I give you some advice." So I handed him my bottle, and he drank down my last swallow. And then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got deathly quiet, and his face lost all expression. He said, "If you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold while sitting at the table. There'll be time enough to count. When the dealing's done, you got to know when to hold. So when to hold. Hello baby, can you come over? Right now loneliness taking over. Me need you tonight, yeah me lover. Come warm me up under the cover. Make me rock till the lampshade turn over. Rub me chest, rest your head on my shoulder. And make me listen some Anita Baker. Make love till we wake up the neighbor. Girl, you're all I need, and I'm always missing you. Miss you, baby. Miss you. I need your tenderness. I can't resist you. Miss you, baby. Miss you. You look me up, squeeze me tight and close. Come here, make me press you for me king size post. Me and you forever, girl. Now go divorce. We toast to long life. We are prosper the most. Love you tone of voice when you call me name. Over and over, she scream again. In my arms, me want you to remain till the sunshine come out again. Girl, you're all I need, and I'm always missing you. Miss you, baby. Miss you. I need your tenderness. I can't resist you. Miss you, baby. Miss you. Girl, you're all I need, and I'm always, yes. Yeah. Martin Luther Black, Malcolm X Black, Marcus Garvey Black, Barack Obama Black, Bill Clinton Black. How you think about that? How a leap and great, some of the greatest people in African history document that. So free up black people, live up black people. I in a jailhouse, someone feel like people. Mental shackles and chain in a brain, them chop people. So free up black people, free up black people. In a jailhouse, someone feel like people. Mental shackles and chain in a brain, them chop people. Yeah, my point is, the meek shall never be hurt, I mean, no matter what the fight is. And it was with them long before the 80s or the 90s, before the girl will find the herbs and spices. Black people don't get caught in a them system. Just overcome and don't become a victim. Cause them system set for them get the future and the history with them. So free up black people, live up black people. I in a jailhouse, someone feel like people. Mental shackles and chain in a brain, them chop people. So free up black people, free up black people. In a jailhouse, someone feel like people. Mental shackles and chain in a brain, them chop people. Don't forget, you see him gold black. Greatest of the great, check the record on the track. Asaf, Shelly and Fraser, Merlin, Natty, Ben Johnson and Quarry, me fi tell you about that. Bob Marley, Muhammad Ali, and Denzel Washington. Too many to mention. Whitney Houston, Michael Jordan, from the Africa line, Niger River, Jordan. Black people, live up black people. I in a jailhouse, someone feel like people. Mental shackles and chain in a brain, them chop people. So free up black people. Free up. Yeah. Give me another chance, baby. Give me another chance, girl. Another try, just one blind. One more night. Give me just one more night, girl. One more night, 'cause I can't live without you. One more night. Give me one more night, girl. A million more nights, 'cause I can't sleep without you. Alright, Cause every day me say me want to know me life. Come in now off wake if you know the day by my side. I beg you apply, swallow me pride. Girl, me world so cold without you and me feelings can't hide. Me remember when you say you need me all day. Make love from the room to inna the hallway, girl. Me no really want to learn the hard way. Me no afraid to say please, girl, stay. One more night, give me just one more night, girl, one more night, 'cause I can't live without you. One more night, give me one more night, girl, a million more nights, 'cause I can't sleep without you. Remember when you miss me, call me and tell me say you want see me. Me never reach in time and you a ball for me. But soon as me reach your doorway, big smile on your face, you lock me down for the whole day. Girl, me no want you to stray, me no want you to leave, me no want you to leave. Baby girl, don't leave me in dismay. Me need you by my side like how the hive need the bees. At least one more night, give me just one more night, girl, one more night, 'cause I can't live without you. One more night, give me one more night, a million more nights, 'cause I can't sleep.
welcome all the delegates in. Our closing ceremony starts right away. Welcome all delegates in. If you are out, please come in. Dear delegates, please come in. Debaters, judges, and all participants, please let's come in, let's come in. Let's come in, our ceremony starts right away. We ask team leaders, leaders of delegations to ensure you whip your delegates to come in. Let's come in, friends. Volunteers, please encourage people to come in and take up seats in the auditorium. We are waiting for delegates. Members, our chief guest has arrived. You want to start? Let's come in, please. You're welcome. Please find a comfortable seat. You're welcome. Find where to sit. You're most welcome. We want to do the closing ceremony in the next few hours, and we should be out of this place. I want to request Uganda Prisons Band to just give us one number as the delegates are sitting, and then we shall have official beginning of the closure of this championship.
Yes. Thank you so much, the Prisons Brass Band. Please you continue the music. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a call to all the debaters out. A very big thank you to the Prisons Band for that soft music. Before you let those instruments go down, I just wanted to make this small announcement. DJ, if you could add me some voice, please. I want to speak to those that are out of this room. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a call to all debaters, patrons, and partners that are still out of the room to kindly get in now. We are having the final debates and awarding ceremony, so kindly make it to the room. The convener, co-convener, and other volunteers, please call upon your colleagues to come in the room. We shall do a masters first, then after masters round, we shall do the final debates. So please, ladies and gentlemen, those that are still out, this is a call that you all get back to the room now. The more time we spend out is the more time we shall live here late. Back to you, the Prisons Brass Band. Please continue with that soft music, but it's a last call for all ladies and gentlemen, debaters and partners that are still out. We kindly request that you get back to the room. We do the finals and awarding ceremony. Thank you. Prisons Brass Band.
Our dear delegates, in a few minutes, we are just waiting for a few people to come in. In a few minutes we begin. We understand it has been a you have worked hard throughout the day, very tasking day, with a lot of activities. But we want to thank God that today we are closing this ceremony. And in a few minutes we'll be having the final debate championship to know who is going to take the bull. In Africa here we believe in the bull. We want to thank Uganda Prisoners Band. We want to thank you so much for making it here and gracing this occasion. Our chief guest is already here. Our chief guest is already here, so we want to immediately start the function. Immediately the chief guest comes in, we will have the anthems and a few welcome remarks from the convener, and immediately we will have the debate finals. So I would like one member from the organizing committee to signal me that the chief guest is around. I'd like to encourage all members who qualified for the finals debate to get ready, because in the next 25 minutes, we will have them start to see who is champion of PAUDC 2024. Also want to kindly remind delegates, our foreign participants, that we were required to harmonize with us, the organizing committee, to ensure we make arrangement for you to go to the airport. Kampala is very jammed during this season, so we are thinking we make an arrangement together with you so that we take you there and you don't have to miss any flight. I'm sure you have had enough Ugandan food. You don't need to take food here during Christmas period. So I would like you to liaise. There is a lady I will show you during this occasion. She handles our international relations as a university, and she's coordinating all those. So I would like you to harmonize with that. There were papers you were requested to sign at your hotels, and I'm sure all of you signed to show your time of departure. So I will be advising you as the ceremony continues.
All right, guys, I think PADC has become a very big thing in this country. The IGP, the head of police in Uganda, decided to grace us with his appearance today, this evening. So we are going to have a closing ceremony, and then we shall go to the hotel, change into our James Bond attire. Then we shall come and have our finals and award ceremonies. So for now, we shall have a display debate for our chief guest, who is also the Inspector General of Police. Immediately after that, we shall have only a few speeches from the guests around. We shall leave them to take leave, and then we shall proceed. So for now, guys, for now I request that whoever is outside, you text them to come in, and we proceed so that we are not so late, for our closing ceremony, for our awards ceremony. Thank you. They have come. All right, guys. Tell them to stand up.
Okay, I will request you in the African way, when the chief guest comes, we will all rise as a sign of honor and respect to receive the Inspector General of Police of the Republic of Uganda. Let's rise up. He's accompanied by the Dean of Students and our very own key sponsor, but very importantly, is a former chairperson of the Governing Council of the university. I request us to stay standing, and we will have the anthems. And after the anthems, the chaplain of Kakumba Chapel, who is our chaplain, Kyambogo University, will come and give us an opening prayer. Thank you. Remain standing Engineer Reverend Dr. Mwesgwa, the University Chaplain, is going to lead us in an opening prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Father, we thank you for the gift of life and the gift of good health. And we thank you that you enable us to grow in knowledge and understanding and wisdom. And we pray that you help us to be great stewards of this knowledge and understanding, to be good stewards of your creation that you've entrusted to us as stewards. And we pray your blessing upon this function, upon all our guests, and upon all delegates who have come from different countries to this important event. And we pray that your blessing will be upon this university and upon our nation, in the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. You can take up your seat. Our chief guest, the Inspector General of Police of the Republic of Uganda, the Dean of Students, who also happens to be the organizing chairperson, committee chairperson of the Pan-African Universities Debate Championship, our Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, represented by Dr. Obanda Peter, our very own Dr. Nakabugo Goreti, the outgoing chairperson of the University Council, our distinguished diplomats from various parts of Africa, our delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am Charles Mukoza, who will be doing the MC today. And on my behalf, I would like to welcome our chief guest and the distinguished guests and Africa to Kyambogo University. You're welcome. Our chief guest today marks the climax of the 7 days of serious work, debates, critical thinking, and public speaking, which has been taking place at Kyambogo University. We were honored as a university to host this for Uganda, and we want to thank all the delegates that have been in Kyambogo University for the last 6 days, and today being the last day. Our chief guest, during the closing ceremony today, we will have the final round of the debates, which are about to happen in the next 20 minutes, our chief guest. And then we will determine who is the champion of Africa. Our chief guest, thereafter, we will be awarding the best debaters, best speakers, and also recognizing our special sponsors. Now, without taking a lot of time, I'm going to request chief guest to permit me to welcome the convener of PAUDC 2024 to come in a few minutes to give us a brief about this whole idea, the PAUDC 2024. Let's welcome the convener.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. Our chief guest, the Inspector General of Police, the Vice Chancellor, the Dean of Students, our dear partners and sponsors, and delegates from across Africa, a very good evening. Good evening, delegates. My name is Arinda Sevier, the convener of PAUDC 2024 and also sitting debate president of Kyambogo University. It is with immense pride and gratitude that I stand before you today as the convener of this year's PAUDC that started from the 15th to the 22nd of December this year. As we gather to bring this memorable occasion to a close, allow me to reflect on what has happened in this week and thank each and every one of you that has been present and has made this year a success. This championship has been a celebration of the power of dialogue and speech, gathering together Africa's brightest minds and youth to express themselves and their ideas. The Pan-African Universities Debate Championship, which is born in Botswana, is an annual debate championship. This year, having 10 countries and over 42 participating institutions, has become, thus far, the largest congregation of participating institutions, where people come to challenge the status quo, interrogate ideas, and develop the skills necessary to tackle complex challenges affecting Africa. This year's theme was Science, Technology, and Innovation as a tool for peace building in African countries. And I believe throughout this week, we've been able to exhaustively discuss the same. This championship would not have been possible without the generous support from our partners and sponsors, most notably the Uganda National NGO Forum, Kyambogo University, which also doubled as our host, UWEZO and Alive, UNICAF, Open Space, and other support partners. We would like to appreciate each and every one of you for your support and dedication towards building spaces such as these. The definition and the history of Africa can only change with people like you that share the same dream as our forefathers did. To our host institution, our dear Kyambogo University, would like to thank you for allowing to host this PAUDC. A little bit of background. I think at one point, I was almost labeled the most disturbing individual in the university by the Vice Chancellor. But also, he did not get tired of being disturbed by me and my presence, and also did not relent on the fact that this was a very important avenue for youth across Africa to discuss. I'd like to appreciate him immensely, Professor, for the immense support he has always showed this institution, and he has always showed the Debate Society and debate in Uganda in general. I think the people that can feel the magnitude of this are people that must have attended the East African Universities Debate Championship and probably the debate circuit of Uganda, because you have always known that Kyambogo University has now become the home of debate. All thanks to our Vice Chancellor. To all the participating institutions and delegates from across Africa, this is a special thank you. You have embodied the very essence of Pan-Africanism and the very essence of shared solutions for our shared challenges and our shared problems. We believe that with your continued participation, Africa is surely in good hands with ideas that stem from bright minds like yours. I would like to take this moment to specifically thank the debaters that have, through this week, been the most supportive, the idea here is, I want to look for a way to describe the debaters, because oftentimes we've always solved African problems using conflict, using war. But for a long time now, for over 8 years, we've seen a group of African youth that have come to challenge the narrative and have come to tell everyone that we can solve African problems. We can agree and disagree, but still can come to an agreement at the end of the day, even with different ideologies. Allow me to thank you, the debaters, for not relenting, for allowing the wins and also allowing the losses, for complaining but not fighting. You have my deepest respect. Thank you very much, and could you please clap for yourselves? And finally, as we bring PAEDC Kampala 2024 to a close, I'd like us to take a moment to reflect on what we have achieved together in this week. And once again, I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone that has been a part of this journey, right away from the organizing committee to the volunteers that were running up and down to make sure we are all comfortable, to everyone that contributed in every way to make PAEDC Kampala a success. I really hope that we have tried the best that we can to show the world, to show the rest of Africa that we are the Pearl of Africa. And I believe that to some extent, we have actually had the Pearl experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say thank you for coming this year, and see you in South Africa in 2025. Thank you very much, and may you have a good evening.
Thank you very much, the President, Kyambogo University Debate Society, who also happens to be the convener of the PAUDC 2024. At this time, Chief Guest, for the last 6 days, there has been intense debate. These guys here resolved that we can solve issues without getting physical, but using the power of the mind. I would like to use this opportunity to alert you that in the next 30 minutes, this is going to be demonstrated here, that Africa can be peaceful because of the power of the mind. At this very much particular time, I would like to welcome the Chief Adjudicator to come and guide us in the next process. Chief Adjudicator.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mashaya. I've been one of the chief adjudicators for this competition. I have a very interesting story about this hall. My first ever international debate tournament was done in this exact hall in 2018 when they hosted the East African Universities Debating Championship. It's a pleasure to see that almost 6-7 years later, Kyambogo is still a host of great debates and great intellectual discourse across the continent. So I think it's a huge commendation to the university for opening its doors to different people from different cultures, different countries, to promote the sport and the culture of debate across Africa. While I did lose that debate here, my spirit still remains fond of the memories that we had in Kyambogo in 2018. I also see the university has developed quite a lot in those few years, and we truly commend them. We're going to have a master's final. A master's final is a final that is to reflect and show the type of debates that have been happening at this competition. And we have 4 debaters from different countries that are going to be debating in this master's final. This master's final will be debated by the following 4 students. We have 1, Okuku James from Uganda, Kyambogo University. Trudeau Okech from Strathmore University, Kenya. Dominic from Covenant University in Nigeria. And Nix Paxton, I think, from Witwatersrand University in South Africa. The debate motion that they shall be debating for this finals this master's round will be as follows. This House believes that the African Union should establish a unified African military force. This House believes that the African Union should establish a unified African military force. So it's about having a combined military instead of having different countries with different militaries, and whether or not that will help us with solving the conflicts and solving some of the pressing challenges around security in Africa. So I'll invite the debaters to take their seats at the front. There is Okuku James from Uganda. Let's give him a warm round of applause. We have Tudo Ketch from Kenya also joining, and I'm sure the opposing team as well will be joining them shortly. I would like to also invite the judges who will also be joining them. Dominic and Nix, you can sit at the front. That's Dominic and Nix. Let's give them a round of applause. On the judges, we have 3 judges who will sit here. We have Ted Iha from Kenya. We have Alexandra Adote from Ghana. And we have, let me see. Who is Adson Musime from Uganda as well? So the 3 judges will do the judging, and we look forward to having a good master's round. For those in the audience, this is an opportunity for you to learn and to take some notes on some of the great arguments that the debaters will be presenting. The speaking time will be 5 minutes, and thereafter we will hand back the floor to the program manager. So, judges, we're waiting for the judges. There are 2 more. Yes, Adson Musime, and now waiting for Alexander. All right, for the speakers, the first speaker on proposition, the Prime Minister, may come to the stage to open the round.
Testing. Ted. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. In a continent that's plundered with insecurity, the one person that we turn to is the African Union, and they can't even protect us. They only rely on the soft power that they actively have to influence states. From OG, we say we no longer want that. We want a united African military force. What does this look like? 4 things here. 1, this looks like it having its own recruitment process. But thirdly, we think that it will also have its hierarchical systems. So you have systems of generals, you have systems in a system that exists in a different country. It has a military code. So it has military codes, it has military courts. Basically, I want you to just imagine current structures, and that structure will exist in this United African Military Force. We think what would happen is that every country would contribute a significant amount of soldiers to actively join that army, and you would go through an election process and then end up getting generals and all things like that. What's important for this debate? Notice that in the context of Africa right now, we actively have so many coups. This looks like the coups in Mali, the coups in Niger, the coups in Burkina Faso. But most importantly, we also have terrorist organizations. Notice that the Sahel region in Africa is actively filled with so many terrorist groups like Boko Haram, terrorist groups which actively terrorize individuals, denying them of their basic dignity. We have things like refugee crises, like insecurity, like war crimes actively being committed. Notice, why do we think this is important for the African Union? The African Union has an objective to instill and effectively create security within the continent. We think that such problems are directly related to the African Union because it is the overseer of all the 54 states within Africa. Notice that this is important because when there's a refugee crisis, individuals start to fight. When there is a war, individuals start to fight and turn to the AU. That affects the security of the African Union, because notice, when countries are failing to come up with concessions, when countries are failing to make concessions when they go for summits, the African Union's negotiations are stalled. What do we think will happen on our side? We think the creation of this United African Military Force will then enable the African Union to have some kind of legitimate hard power that it can use to coerce these specific terrorist organizations. It can use to actively coerce these specific military coups that happen in all these different countries. Why do we think this is necessary and important? We think this is necessary and important because we think the livelihood of Africans is at stake. The livelihood of young children, the livelihood of girls and women who are actively being terrorized by these individuals. We think the comparative is simple. On side opposition, you don't have a United African Military Force. This means wars in Sudan actively go on. This means that terrorist organizations in the Sahel region continuously continue to probe. Notice the harm on their side. African countries are reliant on military relevance or military assistance from the West and East. This looks like the Wagner group in the Sahel region helping terrorists to take down the current governments in Niger. Why do we think this is a bad thing? We think the continued military reliance on the West is harmful because it increases things like neocolonialism, where you have these countries actively spying on the leaders. We think this is vital information that needs to stop. Notice, when you have the United African Military Force, you no longer need the US's military alliance. You no longer need Russia. You no longer need the Wagner group to help you in those instances. This means that you can actively defend yourself and protect yourself. But before I continue, I just want to ask, does the opposition have a POI? All right. Notice why this is so beneficial for us. On our side, the AU is able to actively help you. It's able to send soldiers down there, down to the grassroots where they actively help you. Notice, we're willing to make the concession that in certain instances, there will be scenarios where maybe rules are broken. We think that because you have the United African Military Force, it is much easier to hold them accountable. Because notice, they report directly to the AU. This means that with the structures the AU has, we can actively hold them accountable. The comparative is that on their side of the world, it is very difficult to hold the current Niger government accountable because it's a coup. It's a government that has come out of a coup, and the more you try to hold them accountable, they don't want to hold themselves accountable because that brings in a lot of sanctions and scrutiny onto them, so they are unlikely to help you. Notice the AU is more likely to do this because it has optics. It wants to keep the good name. What have you got from my speech? I've been able to show you that with the United African Military Force, you get an effective security mechanism that helps you stop the insecurity within African countries. Why is this likely? Notice, you actively have the resources. The second thing, you have the capability to copy from advanced armies like in Uganda, like South Africa, and all these regions. Everything you've got from me is to explain to you why security is important. Because in order for you to appreciate your rights, you need to be secure. In order for you to have thriving businesses, you need to be secure. Vote for side opening government.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So the idea of a military force assumes that there is an overarching ideology that kind of like centralizes every African state on an ideological line. It means that the existence of this military is premised on a unified ideology that every African feels like, oh, the South African is like a Nigerian, the Nigerian is like a Kenyan, right? In the absence, or when I prove to you that there is no overarching ideology, that means that this military is going to be subject to people who are not bound by patriotism, but by a very, very very weak mechanistic existence of states that has failed to achieve its functions since 1965. So what's the OAU? The African Union, formerly known as the OAU, has existed since 1965, and since then they have failed to achieve any of their functions. In fact, their secretariat had to be donated by China because they could not even come together to like build this thing. So we are talking about a largely ineffective organization that has been existing for years and years with very, very little to show for it. Two, African states are not unanimous and it's not homogeneous. African countries differ in a lot of things, and for example, North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa are very, very two distinct cultural states. This means that the existence of a military in this instance, you combine a lot of non-aligned people into a single force. What will that mean? It means that the people in this force have no overarching ideology to like believe in. The soldiers have nothing that they can hold on to call patriotism. This will result in a number of things, but one big extension on effectiveness. One, because of the lack of an overacting force, it means that there is no patriotism or any sort of binding ideology that ensures that these people are committed to the fact. So you now have an ineffective organization having a military in a situation that is likely not going to be tenable. The second reason why it's going to be ineffective is what is the mechanism of action. Think about who is going to run this military and how are actions going to be taken. Actions are going to be taken in one of two ways. One is either actions are arrived at by consensus. That means every time there is an issue and we want to attack that issue, we have to come and deliberate and send a military there. Or two, we fiat and give one person the authority to act on those. On both instances, this is not going to be effective. Now, if we say that the military should be run by consensus, then it means that the military is slow, reactive, and unable to like achieve decisions or make any type of decisions. Why? Because African Union is being dominated by a few big countries that control everything. So any consensus cannot move without these countries. So anything that goes against the interest of these countries will not fly in a world where we use consensus to guide the actions of this military. But if we say that we are going to give this military to one person to control, that means you are going to give what is probably going to be the largest military force in Africa in the hands of an unelected person who can pursue their interests and use that military to like pursue whatever tools that they want to pursue. The second reason why it's not going to be effective, right? Differentiating doctrines. How are you going to constitute this military? One of two ways. One, you can say, let's gather elements of the military from all across Africa and constitute a military. But that army is going to be likely unsuccessful. Two reasons. One, they have different doctrines and they have been trained in different ways. But secondly, and much more importantly, they have different ways of discipline, of action, different languages. That means constituting a military of people that are not known together, don't have any overarching ideology, and have like different different ways of attacking these things means that they are unable to like achieve any functions that they do fast enough. But secondly, even if you said I'm going to retrain everybody under one doctrine, that means that you are creating a doctrine on an organization that has no overarching ideology to like guide and bind them. Secondly, on my second extension, why is this a distraction to what the AU was founded to do? Yes. So using PADC as an example of an African ideology is a bit funny to me, right? Africans are connected by tribe. An African has more loyalty to their tribe than they even do to their country. Now, when you abstract that a level further and say, oh, leave your country that you've struggled to build loyalty for the last 50 years and come and be loyal to something bigger than your country, you take that to a level of abstraction that even Africans in countries right now that are struggling for unity have not met or conclusively fulfilled. So I think your idea of Ubuntu is more a fantasy than a reality currently. So secondly, it is a distraction to what the African Union was founded to do. The African Union was founded to ensure African collaboration on trade and other important things. So far, they have failed miserably. They couldn't even build their own secretariat. Chinese people had to build it, fund it, and then put spywares there to ensure that they cannot even deliberate. Secondly, there is no imminent threat on Africa. It means that there is no necessity for this standing force. Now, you take an army that is poorly constituted, poorly trained, no overarching ideology, and you give it to a weak organization. What do you think will happen? Two things. One, it becomes a tool of imperialism for whoever is able to conquer that. But secondly, and much more importantly, you don't get any accountability for holding people accountable. What you get is a bunch of African leaders in big countries using their military to form their own. What you do is that you just take something that's already a small local problem and give one bad leader in Africa the chance to lord over us. The African Union should mind their business and forget about the military. They have no business doing there. Proud to oppose.
Okay. I'll just set up my timer. Okay. My name is Trudeau Okech. I'm from Strathmore University in Kenya. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. I think it's important to note that this is not something that's novel or something that's foreign to African countries. Oftentimes, most of them have come together in regional blocks like the EAC to be able to form groups and military alliances that can go and tackle things like Al-Shabaab. That's why you have certain ad hoc committees and ad hoc standing armies that exist to tackle things like Boko Haram in West Africa. All we're doing on our side is augmenting this to include 54 other countries, because we believe some of these challenges oftentimes include more than these regional actors and that sort of thing. I think I'll do two main things here. The first thing is just to respond on the idea around ideology, why that's harmful, and then I'll extend on why militaries are not just there for war, but also during times of peace, they have a specific purpose that they need to fulfill. Let me first start with ideology. He says that they don't have an overarching ideology. I think the idea here is that he's oftentimes overstating the power of ideology and doctrine. Most people that exist within these armies, they don't need to have a unifying ideologies. The Russians and the Americans worked together during World War II to remove Hitler. We think that's something that's very important. They don't need to have, for example, to all believe in capitalism. They don't need to all exist within the same country. The United Nations have certain ad hoc armies and ad hoc militaries that existed, and all of those militaries don't have people that are necessarily just loyal to their countries, and they don't care about the interest as to why they sent their armies there. But beyond this, we think just in terms of patriotism, more people are loyal to their countries, but this doesn't necessarily mean that you remove the place of these nations and their existing armies. It's more likely that you're forming these national African army to coexist with the local regional armies. We think that's something that's valuable, and we think that you should consider that. I think the second thing is just in terms of effectiveness. And I think their chart on this is basically around why decision-making is likely to be difficult. Decision-making is likely to involve a lot of bureaucracy. We think this is problematic for one main reason. Military decisions are not always political decisions, where you have to take a vote each and every time you need to go and intervene within a country, where you have to take a vote within every single decision that you have, how you recruit and that sort of thing. More often than not, they have a standing constitutions and they have standing orders as to how they are able to act within certain instances, and I think that's extremely important within this debate. It's far less likely to serve as a distraction to a lot of their main goals. I think my partner already talks to you about why this is extremely important in terms of reducing our reliance on Western powers, like the United Nations. Just geographically, these people are far from us, but more importantly, oftentimes for them to act in the best interest that includes all of the Africans, you need to have some level of influence within places like the United Nations Security Council, where you need the United States to vote in your interest so that they can be able to send armies like the US to you. But more importantly, it's more likely to reduce the reliance on foreign powers that more often than not don't have the best interest of African nations at heart. Groups like the Wagner group that come from Russia to invade and steal a lot of gold within these African countries. And I think this is something that's far much more valuable than the idea around why it's less likely to be effective. We think that there exists precedents of groups working together from different nations, and they've been effective at achieving their aims. We just want these groups to include all 54 African countries. We think that's something that's valuable. And I think the comparative is oftentimes the status quo, which they've already talked about. Either you have them existing within the regional blocks and they just have their armies, including the ones from their own countries, or they have, they just rely on the Western powers. The second chart we're going to have from you, and I think this is an important impact, because African countries are not having war every day, but militaries exist every day during times of peace. And they have one significant purpose that occurs during peacetime, which is the humanitarian work that they do. And the premise and the context around this argument is very simple. Africa is prone to a lot of things like natural disasters. Floods exist every day in Africa. There are things like droughts and all of those things which are extremely harmful and detrimental towards the poor people in Africa. We think it's valuable and important for you to have this standing ad hoc army that can intervene within your country at the time at which you've been flooded, or where your country is experiencing something like flash floods or that sort of thing. This is extremely important at the point at which your own government cannot be able to mobilize in times of an emergency as fast as an ad hoc army that exists across the year and across through time to be able to come in and just help you guys in terms of your humanitarian work, be able to actively engage and remove the people from that turmoil that they are likely to face. But beyond this, we think it's also important that you're not relying on Western powers to fund your humanitarian efforts, because currently it oftentimes means that you rely on groups like the United Nations to send in their group and their army to come and just help you in terms of logistics efforts of distributing the foodstuffs and that sort of thing during humanitarian emergencies. We think this is an extremely important impact, even at the point at which you don't have war and you don't have hostilities. At least during times of peace, you have a standing army that can go in there and help you during your humanitarian efforts. We're proud to propose.
We now welcome the last speaker from the opposition to conclude the opposition to this debate. Here, here.
We think that fundamentally, ideology is one of the most important things that influence people. At the point at which we have fundamental different ideologies because we are from fundamentally different places, we think that we cannot work together to make this military alliance in a manner that's going to be effective for all. Okay, I'd like to start off with like what we actually get from our government bench from this side. Okay. Firstly, I think we get this idea of hard power, and they bring up why we think we need hard power to act quickly and efficiently. Why do we think this simply cannot be true? We think at the point at which we give the AU hard power, it becomes incredibly dangerous for other nations, right? We know historically and factually that the AU is run by like specific powerful African nations, specifically powerful African nations that do not necessarily have at heart the best interest of other smaller African nations. If we are prioritizing only the most influential and politically and economically strong African nations, we think that you're incredibly likely to get instances in which you're harming these smaller economies and these smaller countries simply because it benefits these bigger countries because they are the ones who have the most say over this. Okay, but then like what do we get next from them? We get this idea that like they're going to all vote on this council and everyone's going to have an equal say. We think that this is fundamentally untrue, but even if it were true, we think this creates a bureaucracy that's going to be so incredibly slow. You would be better off if your local militaries and if your local governments had actually gone with and enacted these things. The time that it's going to take to actually be able to mobilize this army is still going to be incredibly long. But then secondly, we don't think that you need to necessarily have this standing army. My partner's already proven that there's no overarching threat that like ultimately is going against the entirety of the continent. We think at the point at which there's no war, there's no issue that the entire continent ultimately agrees on and wants to collectively fight, we think that there's no point in having the standing army existing because we don't think that there's something that is there that they need to be fighting against actively. We think that it would be far more beneficial to have an army be mobilized at a time in which there is. We think when there isn't, there is no need for this, but even if there was, we think that fundamentally it would be unequal and it would not work. Okay. But then they also bring up this idea of humanitarian aid. And fundamentally, we believe there should be humanitarian aid. We believe that's something the UN should and needs to be giving. But we don't believe this needs to come from a military force. We don't think the military needs to go in and attack people to be able to enact the humanitarian aid that's needed for things like natural disasters. We don't think the humanitarian aid we need for things like hunger, for things like poverty is going to be solved with an army. We think that at the point at which we're fighting like systemic issues with force, we're just going to exacerbate them and make them worse, and we're going to become far more militaristic. We don't think this is necessary. But then secondly, we don't think the AU is the best capacity to act in this. We already see that there's severe amounts of Western and outside influence over this. The headquarters of the AU themselves was built by China, and within that, they planted bugs within this headquarters that they made. This directly feeds back and returns to the to China and the Western powers that you're actively trying to get away from. We think when the very people who are funding the military that you want to create are the same people that you want to get rid of, we think that's incredibly dangerous. We think it gives them a sway over this military that could become incredibly harmful over nations that they have historically shown prejudice and they've historically shown that they do not believe in and they do not want to uplift. Okay, but what do we bring to you in this debate that we think is a better alternative? We think that we're willing to create a system in which you can provide humanitarian aid without the military. We don't think the military is fundamental for this. But secondly, we don't think it's functional to be able to have this. We think that at the point at which these different ideologies are going to fundamentally clash and not going to allow them to work in unison because we do not have the same military goals. If there are countries at war, we think the two sides of those countries are incredibly unlikely to come together to support a united military that's going to solve the issue. We think we'd rather focus on things like peace talks. We think we'd rather go a humanitarian method of solving the issues that our continent faces.
All right. Let's give a round of applause to our 4 debaters from different countries who have given us a spirited debate on the issue of the United African Military. Maybe for those who are watching debate for the first time, maybe I can give you a bit of context about debate. When we do these debates, they are usually challenged to think on the spot and to come up with ideas very quickly. So, for example, these debaters were given this topic about 20 minutes ago, and you can see they've come up with very good ideas on how to do this. So imagine if they were given 20 minutes, 20 days, 2 hours, the debate would have been really, really different. And that shows you the power of the young Africans in coming up with ideas and knowing what it is that, the African continent needs. Also, the issue of the United African Army is a very important issue. I think Muammar Gaddafi was very, very strong on this idea. I don't know what the position of the Ugandan president is, because I know Mr. Museveni likes to talk about the East African Army, but I don't know whether he likes to talk about the African Army. Maybe the IGP will tell us what the position of the government of Uganda is on a United African Army. Maybe even a United African Police, you'll tell us. So, I think that was a very good show, and I would like to thank you all for watching the debate. I'd like to hand the mic back to the Master of Ceremonies, and thank you so much for listening.
A round of applause for the chief adjudicator. And a round of applause for our debaters. So, our chief guest, there is a solution in this room, and I'm happy you have come in at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Nyonyi Cultural Group to give us small entertainment as we go to the next phase. Nyonyi Cultural Group, let's welcome them.
Dubaye koya. Will back day nigga. Dubaye koya. Utiero kweni nigga. Dubaye koya. Kaan. Dubaye koya. Betema. Kaan. Dubaye koya. Betema. Yoleng. Yoleng man karakara. Yoleng. Yoleng man wara wara. Yoleng. Yoleng man karakara. Yoleng. Yoleng man wara wara. Yoleng. Yoleng man karakara. Yoleng. Yoleng man wara wara.
Thank you very much, Nyonyi Cultural Group. That production it comes from one of our regions in Uganda called the Acholi region. It's called Gola Dance. You can contact me for further details after the closing ceremony. Our chief guest, permit me to welcome the Dean of Students, who is also the Chairperson Organizing Committee for PAUDC 2024, the Dean of Students.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Our chief guest tonight, the Assistant Inspector General of Police, Mr. Wamunoba, the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, represented by Dr. Peter Obanda, Dean, School of Management and Entrepreneurship, the chaplain, Kakumba Chapel, Reverend Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Mwesigwa, our partners, Dr. Margaret Nakabogo from Owezo. Is Chris around? Yes. Thank you so much. Uganda National NGO Forum. Our other partners present. The leaders of delegations from different countries. I take note especially the high power delegation from Cameroon and my colleague, the Dean of Students from Accra University in Nigeria, in Ghana. All the delegations who are here, the debaters, the chief educator, and everybody who is here, good evening to you all. I want to take this utmost honor to welcome you all to this closing ceremony of the PAUDC Kampala 2024. It has been an exciting journey. We are coming to the end of this journey, and I'm very sure that we are all satisfied for what has gone for what has gone through in these 7 days we have been here. I want to thank the chief guest tonight, the IAGP, standing in for the Inspector General of Police, for finding time to come and join us in this ceremony. Thank you, sir, for coming, and please, we ask you to take our regards to IGP for standing with us throughout these preparations. I want to thank in a special way the heads of delegations from different countries and from different universities. Thank you so much for your dedication and commitment in supporting students' affairs outside lecture rooms. Most universities, like I said yesterday, they put more emphasis on academics and forget other students' affairs activities like debating, like sports. And I must say here that these aim at producing an all-round graduate. We shouldn't go to university to study only physics, to study literature, to study law, engineering, name it. But we should be able to discover all the other talents that these younger people always have. There are many graduates who are earning a living from things they never studied in the class. There are many. We have many lawyers in the parliament. There are many engineers in the parliament. There are many doctors, but they never studied those politics things. So we can earn a living in things like debate. Our own Shabir, the co-convener of this tournament, is an engineer. But he takes all his time. He spends all his time in the debate matters. Much has studied engineering here. And so we are not here to waste time. And I want to urge our heads of delegations, when you go back, let's talk to our vice chancellors and university managers that these students have a lot to offer outside academic fields. Like we have witnessed this week, you missed our chief guest. There was a lot here. Crossfire. There was crossfire. And I must admit that we are handing over Africa in the right hands in the future. You saw how they dismantled the AU in a few minutes they were here. We are uniting Africa, and we should be able to build another USA, United States of Africa. Not this theoretical AU, who were just there to take cups of tea, fight for positions. Now I am told there is a position they are fighting for. Our friends from Kenya are fronting Raila. Our friends from Djibouti fighting another person for the chairmanship of AU. Let's fight hard, younger people, to take over from these people and unite Africa and build the United States of Africa in the near future. I want to commend you younger people who have been here for this week for the discipline you have exhibited. You are an amazing group. I've been here with you for 7 days, every day, morning to evening. I've not had a single event that you have become indisciplined, you have done A, B, C, D. I want to commend you for this. I have been following you up. Even those who go out, we follow them up. And they come peacefully. Go peacefully, they come peacefully. So thank you so much for that discipline. A university should be the epitome of civilization. And so when a university student, you should be a role model. Those people out there, that whenever they point at you, this university student, please be a role model, especially in terms of discipline. In terms of discipline. So I want to thank you so much. And as you leave Uganda, please we commend you and be role models, be the torches of Africa wherever you go. I want to commend you for the critical thinking I've seen, the ideas you have exchanged, the knowledge you have exchanged. And like I've said, we are sure that Africa in the near future will be in very safe hands. I want to thank our Vice Chancellor for the support, for the big support you have extended to us in organizing this function. And I want to say that so far, so good, and thank you for that support and for also encouraging and supporting these younger people. So today, the last day, and let the best groups win. We don't know yet who is going to win, but from if I was a judge, adjudicator, I would not really be able to find the winner. Because all of these people, I saw them as winners. But as the one in charge of welfare and the dean of students, we have organized something for you before you leave. Those who know the Bible very well, before Jesus departed from his disciples, he gave them a meal that was called the Last Supper. So I'm preparing also the Last Supper for you. Before you leave, please, I request you to enjoy it so that you know that Kyambogo University and Uganda in general is a hospitable country. And as you leave, I wish you journey mercies. I wish you journey mercies, all of you, back to your countries, back to your respective universities, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and prosperous 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dean of Students. Thank you very much for caring for our distinguished delegates. I'm sure you have enjoyed your being in Uganda. In just a few minutes, I would like to request Uganda Prisons Band to just give us a small number in a few seconds. Uganda Prisons Band. 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Uganda Prisons Band. At this time, let me welcome Mr. Shabil to come and give us brief remarks.
Good evening, everyone. Debaters, I understand we are normally interested in debates. And I understand that maybe we're a bit tired, but I call upon you to join me in welcoming our partners to at least give us their closing remarks as we close PADC 2024. Amidst us, Uganda National NGO Forum, our platinum partner, and Uwezo Uganda, our silver partner. With that, just also update you that we have a lot packed for you tonight. In a special way, we are going to have a farewell cake cutting when we go and change and come back, of course. Thank you. So we shall have our dinner. Shall have our dinner like we promised after we go to the hotel back and change. So don't worry. Everything is sorted. And ultimately, we shall have an after party to just say goodbye to Uganda and hope to see you again. Join me, welcome Doctor from Uwezo to give her closing remarks as a sponsor to this event. Thank you so much.
Hello, give me some energy. Good evening. How are you today? You feeling good? Good. So the chief guest, the Assistant Inspector of Police, and also Chief Political Commissar, Mr. Bamunova, thanks for honoring our event. The Vice Chancellor, represented here by Dr. Banda, who is one of the deans, but he's also a member of the University Council. The distinguished youth delegates from across the African continent, our PAUDC conveners, Kyambogo University, the chief, the chair organizing committee, but also the president of the Debating Society of Kyambogo University, all of you in your respective capacities, really, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Goreti Nakabgo, the Executive Director of Uwezo Uganda. We are actually an East African entity, so those of you who are based in Kenya and Tanzania, you may have heard about us. I also want to recognize one of my colleagues who came with me, Mr. Emmanuel Lubale. It's a great pleasure to connect with you again. I was here on the first day, but it's really very nice to come back again here after a thrilling week of intellectual discourse. We have seen the intellectualism here. I can't believe that those guys took only 20 minutes to prepare. We really have intellectuals on this continent. I want to respect you, really, young people. Yeah. Of course, I recognize our chaplain. Thank you very much for the wonderful prayer you gave us. So, watching you great minds of Africa engage and dissect the complex topic, and many various topics, like the one that has just been dissected here, it's really very fulfilling to us. As the chair organizing committee said, as we exit this world or the stage, we are leaving the continent in safe hands, no doubt about that. And it's now our responsibility actually to give you opportunities, because we know you have what it takes to take this continent forward. My colleagues had the opportunity to engage with you directly on Wednesday. Colleagues from Uwezo Uganda, where we shared about the work that we do in developing skills around numeracy and literacy, but also the various life skills and values that are needed. And some of those skills are fostered by the debates that you've been having. So more critically, they engaged you on the on how you could leverage your skills, knowledge, and vital connections to champion efforts that foster the acquisition of the critical competencies, especially by your less privileged colleagues across the continent, so that in their diversity, they're able to access quality education that prepares them to thrive in the world of work, and meaningfully contribute to the continent's socioeconomic transformation. This you can do by speaking out, like you've done here today, and holding accountable your governments, regional blocs, like the African Union, like you've done here today, private sector, civil society, and even donors to fulfill their commitments with regard to increasing investment in education, especially public education. I believe many of you, if you didn't get a quality education, and quality education doesn't mean just good buildings or structures, it means the quality of education that you get outside, inside the classrooms or lecture rooms, but also outside, like in the co-curricular activities. So without the investment of governments, really we can't have that quality education that you enjoyed. So it's also your duty to hold your governments accountable to ensure that they really maximally invest in education, educating the next generation. You might be already aware that the African Union, which you have just dismantled this evening, but you might be aware that the African Union designated 2004 as the year of education under the theme, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. So the AU's theme emphasizes the need for member states to accelerate the achievement of the continental education strategy for Africa. As we dismantle maybe the issue of having a unified army, but I think having an education that is relevant to the African continent, so that there is that flexibility and mobility, that an African young person can work anywhere, I think that is something that we should aspire to. And that is why, among others, the African continent declared 2024 as the year of education. Mind you, actually, every year the African Union chooses a theme. For the first time, they chose education. You can see their priorities. Education, for so many years, it has only been prioritized as a theme this year. But notwithstanding, better late than never. So there's an opportunity for you as young leaders to go beyond this intellectual discourse that we have witnessed this week in form of debate and build vital connections with your peers, governments, and other stakeholders to champion transformative change toward inclusive quality education for all. We as an organization and our partners, we have quite a movement of civil society organizations and universities that are united in, I think, our posters around here. I also have our cards here if you want to continue engaging. We are united as a team to ensure that we foster and nurture the skills and values that our young people need, not only in classrooms, but especially in the world of work, to live meaningful lives. So for us, we are committed to work with you and our partners across the continent to make this reality, because there can't be anything for you without you. In equal measure, we request our governments, because we have many governments represented here, and academic institutions, to support your efforts by supporting you, as it is the case with the way they have supported you in this AUDC event. Distinguished guests, as I conclude, I would like to, in a special way, Mr. Vice Chancellor, please, Mr. Dr. Banda, convey our appreciation to Kyambogo University, the Vice Chancellor and management, our colleagues, Uganda National NGO Forum, the Olympia Debate Society, and all other partners for allowing us to engage, but also for collectively supporting this very, very important event. Mind you, it's a continental event. It's not just a small event. It's so big, and we are very happy that we have partnered in it. I hope you, the young people who have participated in this debate championship, have found it fulfilling, and that you have learned a lot of skills from the successes and challenges that you have faced in the process of your participation, more than you anticipated. Like I said on day one, that this is not just a debating championship, it's actually very critical in strengthening or even developing new skills in you. Thank you, the organizers, for choosing the Pearl of Africa, and we hope that you've enjoyed your city here. Please come back again. Before I conclude, I know we had a panel on Wednesday on life skills where my colleagues came. I think Emmanuel was one of them. They told me of a young man, Mr. Anguzo Jerry. Is he around? Or he's not here today? Is he around? Mr. Anguzo Jerry chaired the panel. He inspired our team so much because I understand there were challenges in organizing that panel. It almost collapsed. But because of the skills that he has acquired, I believe through debating, or maybe from education, he really put up a wonderful panel, and I wanted to wholeheartedly thank him. I have a soda for him. Maybe somebody can offer it to him to thank him very much. Yeah. We actually have. Oh, Jerry is here? Please clap for Jerry. Clap for Jerry. Jerry, you are wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. You did a fantastic job. You really inspired the team. He has wonderful skills. He knows how to handle stressful situations. And I'm sure those are some of the skills that you guys are learning throughout the process. Me, I think he's a living example of what debating can do. So Jerry, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So as I conclude, I also wish you a Merry Christmas and a very, very happy 2025. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Mwebale nnyo. We meet again. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakabugu. You are an inspiration to young ladies. The lady who has just been speaking to you is just about to hand over the chair of the governing council of Kyambogo University. So for the ladies, she's a big inspiration. Let's welcome in a few seconds, a few minutes, NGO Forum to come and pass over the message before our Vice Chancellor welcomes the chief guest. Let's welcome Uganda NGO Forum.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, all protocol observed in the interest of time. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Robert Ninyesiga. I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum. I am delighted to have been part of this entire process right from day one. And it all started with the planning committee visiting the NGO Forum led by Mr. William Ngabirano. This is very, very exciting. I want to use 3 minutes to talk about the message I've got from NGO Forum. Number one, the importance of joint planning. We've learned from this session, from this entire week, that for us to drive meaningful change, we must plan together, we must execute together, and we must conclude together. That's why I'm here. Point number two, we have learned to leverage technology. This entire week we couldn't make it because we had another program that was running, but because of technology, because of social media, because of YouTube, we were able to follow through. So I think it's a great opportunity we can leverage going forward. So let's clap for our social media influencers wherever they are. Point number three, we are running a program called Philanthropy for Development. The program believes that we have a lot to offer, and that's why I subscribe to the opposition group that was saying we can leverage humanitarian aid rather than fighting. Philanthropy is advancing 5 points we can tap into. One, giving in your talent. Number two, giving in your time. Number three, giving in your testimony. Number four, giving in your ties, your network. And then number five, giving in your treasure. For those of you that have money, you can give that. But we can give in all those ways and have a thriving continent. Point number four is the importance of passion in driving development. If you look at how our colleagues were debating, it is all about passion. Now, the point we are saying, can we give ideas passionately? Can we listen passionately? That's how we shall have a peaceful Africa. Finally, at the NGO Forum, we fully subscribe to networking. We subscribe to partnership. From our end, I see my doctors come with an envelope. For us, we are going to give you a network. Be sure, 2025, we shall be a platinum partner once again. Having said all that, we have already made connections with the Center for African Philanthropy, and they will be connecting with PIDC to take the conversation forward. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our partner, Ugandan DO Forum. At this time, Chief Guest, let me welcome the Dean of Students to welcome the Vice Chancellor, who will also welcome you to Kyambogo University to address these gallant members.
Thank you so much once again. I once again take the honor and opportunity to welcome everybody this evening, in particular our Vice Chancellor and our Chief Guest who have honored our invitations. Members who are coming outside Uganda, the AIGP, Assistant Inspector General of Police, is the highest rank given to any police officer in Uganda. And so when you have AIGP, Bamunowa here, we have the highest ranked police officer in Uganda, and this is not a mean achievement for our tournament. I also want to recognize the presence of the Uganda National Students Association. They have been our partners. UNSA, thank you so much for coming to join us. And Mr. Vice Chancellor, before I invite you, allow me to inform our chief guest that we are hosting 10 countries in this tournament, and these are Uganda, with many universities represented. We have Kenya, with many universities and students represented. We have Zimbabwe. We have South Sudan, Republic of South Sudan. We have Ghana. We have Cameroon. And we have Nigeria. And also have South Africa. And then the Republic of Rwanda. And Namibia, I've mentioned Namibia. In a special way, our chief guest, we have a high-power delegation from Cameroon who escorted the debaters. We have a professor, and also she's a member of parliament of the National Assembly of Cameroon. Kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you so much with her colleague. So like I said, universities across Africa are supporting students' affairs outside lecture rooms. And you can see, chief guest, Cameroon, sending a whole member of parliament to escort students to Uganda for this tournament. This is not a mean achievement, and I want to thank you so much. Please take our regards as you go back to Cameroon. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor to address this gathering, and thereafter he will invite our chief guest. Vice Chancellor.
The delegates from the various countries, I have a humble duty that has been delegated to me to read the Vice Chancellor's speech. But before I do so, I want to thank the organizers for this debating championship. This indeed is a skilling, knowledge generating, and most important, impacting the positive attitude for the various young intellectual students in universities in the African continent. And I think this should be championed and spread across most of the rest of the African countries as we try to develop our continent. So, allow me to undertake the singular duty of reading the speech of the Kyambogo University Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka Rwashikaya, and permit me first to welcome the chief guest, AIGP Bamunova, for honoring this function, members of top management present, heads of delegations from various countries, and most notably Cameroon. It is a pleasurable opportunity. Participants from the various universities, the chairperson of the PAUDC, our partners in your various capacities, most notably UWEZO, and headed by none other than one of the longest distinguished serving chairpersons of council, Dr. Nakavogo. So once again, thanks seeing you in this capacity and loving Kyambogo University. Religious leaders present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and thank you all for joining us at the closing ceremony of the PAUDC Kampala 2024. What an incredible journey it has been as we stand together to mark the conclusion of this year's tournament. I cannot help but reflect on the extraordinary moments we have shared. Moments of fierce competition, intellectual engagement, and a collective commitment to excellence. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate all the participants for their outstanding performances throughout this tournament. You have shown not just skill in debating, but also a deep understanding of the complex issues we face as societies. Each one of you has proven that you are ready to be leaders of tomorrow. Those who will continue to shape the future of Africa with your ideas, solutions, and commitment to positive change. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our partners and sponsors for making this event possible. Uganda National NGO Forum, our platinum sponsor, your support has been instrumental in ensuring the success of this tournament. Your commitment to community-driven development has inspired us all and made a lasting impact of everyone here. Our gold sponsor, Kyambogo University, thank you for the unwavering support for not just hosting the event, but in your deep belief in the power of quality education and debate. Your continued investment in these initiatives is crucial for the future of our continent. A sincere thank you to UWEZO, our silver sponsor, for your dedication to promoting life skills among youth and helping to shape the leaders of tomorrow. Your contribution has been invaluable, and we appreciate all that you have done for us. To our convening partners, Olympia Debate Society Limited, Open Space, and UNICAF, as well as other partners and sponsors, thank you. Without your collaboration, the vision for this tournament would not have materialized. Your tireless efforts behind the scenes have been key in ensuring everything ran smoothly. To Esela Country Hotel, our accommodation partner, and Uganda Airlines, our flight partner, thank you for the excellent services and the support in providing a comfortable environment for all our partners and guests. Over the past few days, we have witnessed some of the best minds across the continent engage in thought-provoking debates on crucial global issues. What makes this event even truly special is not just the competition, but the opportunity it creates for young people to interact, learn from one another, and engage in ideas in an environment that celebrates diversity and inclusion. I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, headed by Mr. William Ngabirano. Thank you for your dedication and commitment for putting all this together. Thank you to the adjudicators, the volunteers, all delegates for the work well done. Without your dedication, hard work, and commitment, none of this would have been possible. You have worked tirelessly, and your contributions have made this event one to remember. To the champions and award winners, or yet to be award winners, but we have been corrected that everybody is a winner, congratulations. You have displayed the highest standards of excellence in debate. But beyond the awards and accolades, remember, the true value of experience lies in the knowledge gained, the friendships formed, and the opportunity to be part of something larger than ourselves. For everyone who participated, whether you made it the finals or not, remember that this experience is just the beginning of your journey. You are all winners, for you have shown courage to stand up, speak out, and challenge the status quo. You have proven that you have what it takes to make a difference. As we close the PAUDC Kampala 2024, I encourage you all to carry forward the lessons learned here and apply them in your communities, to your universities, and to the wider world. Continue to debate, continue to question, and most important, continue to lead. Look ahead, for we know that the future of Africa is in good hands with each of you. As you return home, remember that you have made lasting connections and left a mark on this tournament that will not soon be forgotten. We hope to see you again in future tournaments in our shared pursuit of knowledge, peace, and progress. Thank you. I wish you journey masses back to your respective countries and universities. Professor Eli Katongoka Rakishaya, the Vice Chancellor. It's now my singular duty and honor to invite the chief guest to address the PAU DC Conference 2024. You're most welcome, AIG.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University. I should say, fellow Africans in your different capacities, Pan-Africanists, the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, the Honorable MP from Cameroon and your entire delegation, the patrons and partners who are here with us,
the different youth delegates from the different universities in Africa, and all of us here, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm by the names Assistant Inspector General of Police, Bamnoba Ubardo, and I'm the Chief Political Commissar of the Uganda Police. This is one of the directorates under the Uganda Police, entrusted with looking at how does the police work with the community to bring about law and order, emphasizing the role of police and community partnership, but also looking at the police ideology, how do the police officers think and act, and how do they execute their duties vis-a-vis the expectations of the public. So that's part of my mandate, and I execute it by ensuring that there is that direct and critical partnership between the police and the public, but also the image, what image is portrayed by the officers as they execute their duties. I'm glad to have been invited for this very, very important function, and meeting the youth delegates from our different countries of Africa, the youth at that, we're aware and putting it to you that you are the future of Africa, you are the future of the world, because Africa without the youth who are enlightened, who can engage in academic discourse, then we cannot talk about Africa. There must be brains that must sit and know what does Africa want, that must find solutions, African solutions to African problems. And you are the future, you are the solution. I thank the organizers of this tournament who thought about mobilizing different universities in Africa to come together under a common umbrella and be able to involve in the academic discourse, touching different areas and looking at the way forward for Africa. Because it is through that we now look at the universities as the springboard for the future planning. I don't think a country, a society can advance, can talk of its development without the brains. And what with these brains? It is the universities as the highest centers of excellence of learning that we must have the critical brains who get their knowledge all together, put it, and be able to find solutions. If we look at the ancient philosophers, Socrates, they emphasized knowledge. The word philosophy itself originating from the two words, philos and sophia. The love for wisdom, the love for knowledge. We are here for this, that we've come as youth from different universities to find knowledge and find a way how it can be transferred to the rest of the society members and cause change in transformation, because that's the only way we can make the world, we can make Africa better. Africa is faced with diverse challenges, crises, ranging from environment, weather, bursting population, wars, and as the debaters put it here, it is the software versus the hard power. How do we strike the balance? Is it about the military, the gun that must solve Africa's problems? The brain also comes in handy on finding solutions to the problems that face Africa. And therefore I find this a very, very opportune moment for me to be here, and especially given my background, the security background as a police officer. And my most good moment was when we had the debaters when they were debating about whether Africa should have a united military force. A question was put to me as to what the president believes in, whether he supports that, well knowing that he's an advocate for a united Africa. President Yoweri Museveni has always talked about that. How can Africa get together to leverage our energies and all our efforts to have a united Africa? He has always put it very clear that there must be African solutions to Africa's problems. And he says, with all these brains in Africa, how can we sit and watch and say we are waiting for the Western powers to come and solve our problems? We are the future of Africa, and we are the solution for Africa, and our president makes it very, very, very clear. Now, as a student of security and strategic studies, I've just completed my master's in that area, and these are the critical issues we are looking at. How can Africa leverage its all that it has at its disposal to solve all these that we are going through? Not sitting to waiting for an outsider to come and look at our problems. We all know what we've gone through, and I think if Africa was more united, it would be a very, very highly developed continent. We have faced crisis in some countries, but these foreign powers, I don't think have done much. They watched. We've had some genocide in some countries. Were they not there? What happened? What did they do? We are seeing all this crisis all over Africa. What is being done? Yes, we have there the forces. And the different protocols have been signed. But still, we seem not to see a solution. So is it not time for Africa to unite? And maybe if there was a way that the powers come together, because different countries have different expertise, and some countries may be very powerful on land, others on water, on the marine, others in air. If all these forces are put together, what can happen of Africa? Food for thought to think about, and see how best we can leverage all that we have on our disposal and make Africa a better continent. This wasn't my point of discussion, but I felt I should bring it up because even then we must talk about it, and it keeps in our minds on how best we can put Africa first and know how we can find a solution to our own problems. I like this coming together of the African countries under the Pan-Africanism. Uganda pushes for Pan-Africanism as one of its ideologies, the 5 ideologies. Uganda is hinged on the 5 ideologies of democracy, of Pan-Africanism, of socio-economic transformation, and patriotism. So you can see the great emphasis put on Pan-Africanism, the common heritage, the common bond we share as Africa. How can we come together and know ourselves as having the common descent? And that should put us together first, to have that love and desire, and knowing how best we can solve our own issues as Africa. One of the speakers talked about His Excellency Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. May his soul rest in eternal peace. He had this idea, a very, very big idea for a united Africa. That can we look at our own currency? You know what it means? You see the power of the dollar. What about if we had our own currency? Using our own resources. Look at the resources we have in Africa. The oil. Uganda, we are very soon producing our own oil. I think by next year also, oil will be flowing. Look at the minerals. Mineral deposits that we have in Africa. What have we done? It is me and you. You are the youth, you are the brains, and when you go back to different countries, can we sit and talk about this and know how best we can come up to push for a united Africa, Africa that will not look at others for its own solution to its own problems, but rather its own solutions. And we have the capacity, as long as we are there as the youth who look beyond. Me and you are not looking at today, we are looking at tomorrow. Today is there, yes, yesterday went, today we are here, but what about tomorrow? Thinking beyond. You look at Africa, it has the biggest population, youth population, a bursting population. What are we doing to take advantage of this population? If you go to Europe, their population is aged, but they are still, they are still, with that they did, the youth by then. What they did, what they put in place is what they're enjoying, and they have left a legacy that cannot be written off. Can we do the same for Africa? I'm sure me and you, we can have a solution to this. I'm supposed to make a presentation basing on the theme of this function, of the championship that was running, and this is harnessing technology and innovation to foster peace and security in Africa, the role of youth leadership. This is what I'm supposed to talk about this evening. Once again, it's my honor and pleasure to have joined you for this tonight's function, which involves youth leaders in Africa discussing youth leadership and development. The theme, science, technology, and innovation as a tool for peace building in African countries, was very timely, and the 7 days you spent here was very, very critical in discussing this. How do we leverage technology for our own solutions? The critical subject of harnessing technology and innovation in order to foster peace and security in the world, but more specifically in Africa, is a well thought out subject for which I want to salute the organizers. Indeed, the role of the youth leadership in this matter has to be underpinned. According to the United Nations estimates, Africa population is projected to double by 2050, reaching over 2.5 billion people. This surge is driven by the factors such as high fertility rates. Africans have that strong blood, and the fertility is very, very high and strong. The black blood does not joke. Exactly. The declining mortality rates. The mortality rates have gone down. We can now see people living for more years. The political stability. We are trying to find our own solutions. And there is some level of stability in Africa now. And an increasing number of young people entering the reproductive age. All this is what we are all factoring into. According to the World Bank, the population of young people aged 15-24 in Africa is projected to reach 500 million in 2080. This gives African an enormous opportunity to drive our economic growth once we get prepared to grab the opportunity. The World Bank says that if the people are healthy, educated, and skilled, this projected working age population can be the long-awaited big push to accelerate the region's economic growth. Can we take advantage of this young population? Because it's the productive age that a country needs for its economic growth. On the continent, Niger has the youngest population with a median age of 14.9 years, followed by Uganda at 15.7 years, and Angola at 15.9 years. This indicates that at this age point, half of the population is younger and half older. With that background, we must recognize that what is driving the world is technology and innovation. Largely, we know how technology platforms like AI, data analytics, and digital tools can monitor and prevent conflicts through early warning systems, real-time communication, and intelligence gathering. In this regard, we must be privy to the facts around the role of the young innovators in creating tech solutions that include mobile apps, online platforms, and social media platforms geared towards fostering dialogue, inclusivity, and reconciliation in conflict-prone areas. Globally, the youth have assumed a higher position of influencing what goes around them in areas of governance, human rights, and peace building. We vividly recall the xenophobic attacks that happened in England this year, the Arab Spring of 2011 that swept through West Africa states, and the recent Kenyan Gen Z's demonstrations in which the youth in Kenya had their voices heard. They used technology, they used their advantage to have themselves heard, and their voice was very loud. Therefore, we have a duty to examine how cybersecurity ensures that digital infrastructure is protected from the threats, preventing the misuse of technology in fueling conflict. Can we look at how we can prevent technology from fueling conflict? Misinformation and disinformation that have largely played a role in causing instability across the globe. We must prepare the youth to embrace technology and innovation in order to create economic opportunities that in the end offer employment opportunities, thereby reducing poverty, which is one of the root causes of tension and unrest, especially in Africa. This, in essence, empowers the youth to drive peaceful and sustainable development. And that's why we must advocate training programs that equip the youth with leadership and digital skills, enabling them to innovate solutions that foster community engagement, peace education, and social stability. Indeed, when we equip our youth with appropriate skills, we can be sure that digital platforms can and will amplify positive narratives of peace and showcase success stories of youth-led initiatives in fostering security and peaceful coexistence across Africa and beyond. Through technology, youth must be empowered as leaders, innovators, and peace ambassadors that focus on sustainable peace building as they are Africa's largest demographic and greatest resource. Once again, allow me to thank you very much for this invitation and for allowing me to share with you this, how we can leverage technology that will foster peace and enhance public safety and security throughout African continent and beyond. I thank the debaters who participated in the different debates, in the different academic discourse throughout the 7 days. I know it has been a very, very productive week. And the knowledge that you've shared, that you've exchanged, is going to go a long way in influencing decisions in different countries for the good of the continent of Africa. I know that there have been debates going on and different parties weighing in the pros and the cons of the topics that they were discussing. But I should say finally we are all achievers, we are all winners. And we clap for ourselves. We cannot say that this side was the winner and this side were the losers. No. We have all been winners because we've shared knowledge and now we know what are the different positions that we can take to bring about development, to bring about peace and security in the bigger continent of Africa. I thank you once again. I bring greetings from the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Abbas Biakagaba, who was unable to be with us, but he wishes you well, wishes you a safe stay in the Pearl of Africa. I'm sure you enjoyed your stay here, I'm sure you enjoyed the different dishes, the different cultures, and the hospitality of the people of the part of Africa. Please come again, take our greetings back home, and let me wish you a Merry Christmas and prosperous 2025. I thank you very much. May God bless you. For God and my country.
Thank you so much, IGP, and we would like to thank you for your remarks. We'd like to request the police band to lead us in the closing anthems. Thank you. Thank you so much. We can all take our seats. And that brings us to the end of our closing ceremony. Our dear chief guests, we are going to have the closing ceremony, but shortly after this session. So for now, I'd request our Vice Chancellor to lead the theme. Thank you so much. Please clear the way, our media team. Our chief guests will be moving outside. Thank you. Masharia, I'd like to welcome you. Our chief guests, the VC, can lead the chief guests out. We can just pause for a group photo before. Our chief guests, we can pause for a group photo for this session. I request the chief adjudicator and convener to join in the group. And our diplomat from Cameroon, the MP and the professor, you can equally join the group. Doctor, we can join the group for a group photo. guests, and we thank you for gracing our invitation to be part of the closing ceremony.
It's not about the colors on the surface. It goes beyond the land that I have trodden. It goes before me everywhere I go. It's in the way I live and walk and talk. It's the spirit of a nation. It is living in me. It's the voice of the power in me, and now I hear it. Call to me. Teach me how to be like you. And still your ways. Still your ways. Still your ways in me. Heal me and teach me how to be you. You've got done so I can stand and proudly say that I am Uganda. I am Uganda. I'm your child. I'm here for you to raise me. But who am I? And how do you define me? A heart of truth and justice I will crave. Your blood is on all my days. You're the spirit of a nation living in me. You're the voice of the power in me, and now I hear you.
All right, guys. So we have done a poll, and I think just a moment. Kindly listen to me. As a convener, I have to make a decision anyway. So the CAP can't make announcements because most of our finalists are at the hotel. The five semi-finalists are at the hotel. So it's a humble request that we go to the hotel. We use 1 hour. We come back, have our supper. For the people that are leaving tonight, I know we have 2 teams that are going back to the Cameroon team, 3 people, and then ATU. We have arrangements. As we're leaving the hotel, please come packed. Then we shall have the announcements for the finalists for both debates and public speech. Thank you so much. The buses are ready. Let's just be as swift as possible. Thank you.
Misuwa jona jeles mutwe guno manelese oh I know what you request we vayo je see no nteka kuchupai teka ku sweet medication niambie shida gani onazo mukwano mungi wakuguko kusinga bangi nsomosere migamiti nganonya masine first aid. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, utalio moyo gonuma. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa.
gole goto. Tabula daga na mon piso goto. Tunula mo fometa mo ma doctor. Kamata fomite daga. Piso yikwata mo di doctor. Shake before you sing it. Shake before you sing it. Daga. Hey, hey. Under best friend where you are. Oh yeah. Mutima wange wokuba. Tafuji wa kweka ni sura Ibi jandi bima Mamanga nuta namba Nekaza nga mutawa Wange atu Kasubire yunawe Baby you do Baby my heart beat tick tock tick, baby. Tick tock tick, you dey make my heart beat tick tock tick. More with you be lady, to celebrate. I go post it on internet, my baby. Oh, you know, go quick water. See the juice, I wanna love water. Hey, nagada kongi. Baby, jandi bima. Mamanga nuta namba Nekaza nga mutawa
Rebellious in the place. Love is wicked, wicked, wicked. Can't get through my day. You feel me? Thoughts of you just keep consuming.
Them one Mombasa, hot cold bad body hot like the summer. She got me for the party, I was down for the matter. Ayakala muya, you still have her. When she had the melody, she came and put it on me. Then she told me, baby, please, just please me. Don't you ever leave me. Give it to you good every night and day. I'm clean, baby, you know I don't play. Do it I want, just in the day. Tell me what you want, baby, it's okay. Give it to you good every night and day. I'm clean, baby, you know I don't play. Do it I want, just in the day. Tell me what you want, baby, it's okay.
Usikie fiti na dai kukupin maze usikie divi na dai nikuchiu nikubloka big jina dai to relax tukidishi minji na dai nikudigi usikie fiti na dai kukupin maze usikie divi na dai nikuchiu nikubloka big jina dai to relax tukidishi minji kukitu viviti kukitu
If I got your pretty, I'm a no easy. Come on, boy, play for if I put it, think game over. Man, I think him, man, I speak like a soldier. Sing and meet and give over.
Oh, yeah, boss.
Be my friend, but tell them you're me enemy like that.
Why, baby?
Happy African boy, be a man, don't kiss and tell that.
Easy.
She used to say she's not my type, cause she can't kiss and smoke fire. She's a cool guy, cool man, how come you are friends with the real fire? And she said she don't know why she a see me and every good vibe a boom higher. She touched the ground like a new tire, and now she's about to see more fire.
See me body, yummy, make you take a bite. Just me get around me body, treat it like a bite. But you know back on mine, make a sing it lullaby. I cannot talk to the mind. You think you coulda get in on my feelings? You coulda get me if it's like a dog. Biggie, I hit on the road. Biggie, I hit on the road. Biggie, don't you want like a dealing? What I did, I look at Mossy dog. Biggie, I hit on the road. One man down, come. Biggie, I hit on the road. One man down, my youth, you take it too serious. Be a little piece, just a little feel up. Now you take a set up on me, I eat up. Give me space, give me room, give me little breeze now, Jesus. I wanna make you feel so. True, me keep it tight, and me ever clean so. Want me did want, tell me never need ya. This enough for people know, keep it on a deal. But too young for lockdown with nobody. I pray one day somebody keep your company. And a girl like me just wanna have fun and more money. But you a real relationship and that's a no fun. You think you coulda get in on my feelings? You coulda get me for second dog. Biggie, I hit on the road. Biggie, I hit on the road. Biggie, don't you want like a tree on the road? But if I climb the tree, it don't pass. I'm on the world. You know I find you. Guys just saying you don't catch, and I hope you gon' fly away today. I did. Yeah, I hope you gon' fly away today. I did. But you know, say I fly. So no they detecting me. Oh, I'm calling. I did try. Oh, you know they getting me. It's a body. You go like fly. Allow me to spoil you with my money. You don't cover my head, go. But you never met a girl, you go, I papa. Ooh, and I'ma put you down, no. But you never met a girl, you go, I papa. And I'ma put you down, no. Put you down with no excuse. Nobody be down you. But you never met a girl, you go, I papa. And I'ma put you down, no. American love. Ready, you go to Keynote. Anywhere you want to go. Anywhere you want to go.
She's in my mind, forget you. Tell me she want to cut you. Body if it ain't my pull. Feeling my mind, follow. I don't really care about that. You are the irritation. So you got me grateful, love. Another time of my baby. You made me crave for money. I tell my friends today, I want to say the fool. So maybe I can join you. Give me peace. I'm not so bad. Join me, so she's fucking my mind. Checking my mind. I'm not on the beat. I'm sorry. I'm not on the beat. I'm sorry. What can I give you for my love? I give you my love. Easy, my baby. Don't wake up. Easy, baby, my love. Your body taking my attention. My attention, love. I'm feeling shaky. Oh, my love. Feeling shaky, oh, my baby, love. Who with you? Follow me.
Mr. DJ on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, or download his mixtape on YouTube Mr. DJ 256.
Nothing can express what I feel when I'm down. Below fighting and with you, my baby closer. Give me overdose, I take you to Bahama. If I'm giving love in weight, it'll day for you, mama. Put it you, my baby, lolo. Put it you, my baby, lolo. Falling in love is too easy. Staying in love is the tricky part. Didn't know that I would walk away. And love made me blind, couldn't read the signs. I really thought that this was for life. Growing up with you by my side. Oh, and ooh, baby, my heart is broken. Oh, I'm never falling in love again. Oh, you got my heart broken. Oh no, I'm never falling in love again. Oh, da-di-da, baby, I'm not coming home no more, shawty. Say we'll go, da-di-da, baby, I'm not coming home no more, shawty. Say we'll go, yeah. Every sweet song that we made, like a liquor store, never letting go. You and I, against the world, you put on a show with me on the front row. Yeah, I wish you let me know, took it slow, baby, now I got it low. Yes, you love me more, lady. Send that is sick of my love. Oh, and ooh, baby, my heart is broken. Oh, I'm never falling up again.
Ulize kugamba sinjagala ngenda kutambuza amawanga tugamba mama wabate tugamba tata mukambwe ekika kyeno ngeri mukambwe mukwano gwe nina gulinga gwaluli gunyuma binyuma muli babiri mukwano gwe nina gulinga gwaluli gunyuma binyuma muli babiri nayo nsobedde zotunoliza kyamuli eri ntukambira babiri mu tekinologiye weto kijanskula perfect ne kusomero gye nali presenti everything. You love me, everybody is in the hula. You everything. You love me, everybody is in the hula.
I see the girl them a wine slow. I see the girl them a go down. I see the girl them a go loud. I see the girl them a give me thing. I see the view of your body. Let me do the one thing on your body. Go slow the way you turn it. Come slow the way you come. Turn me on. Make your body free, girl, turn me on. Hold me tight. Make your body go down low. My sweetness, you made it now. Hold me down. Body to body, girl, spend these things I need Deka kama mtoto, nitakubembeleza mimi wako. Nitazidi kupa vitu moto moto, mapenzi kupendana si mchezo. Na kusihi usijaniacha mimi solema, najisi na mimi nisijipate wewe solema. Tunavyoishi wanadhani tunadanganyana, si rahisi amini mimi nawe tukatengana. Usiende mbali nami, mimi bado nakupenda. Usiondoke mbali nami, mimi bado nakupenda. Usiende mbali nami, usiondoke mbali nami, mimi bado nakupenda. Niko na wewe ni furaha, kukosa tasa ni karaha, bila wewe siwezi ishi, wako mimi sio mbishi. Wanapiga misele kila mara, wanatimua mavumbi sisi twala. Wanataka mapinduzi na mapinduzi hawayawezi. Mami ya mapenzi naogopa sana, hata ninaogopa nisina roho ya chuma. Kusi usije na jamii nisolema, najisi na mimi nisije kwacha wewe solema. Usiende mbali nami, mimi bado nakupenda. Usiondoke mbali nami, mimi bado nakupenda. Usiende mbali nami. You sweet like a baby mama. I can't fight, I can't kill someone for you, because I'm in a danger zone. Oh no, this feeling that I'm feeling, it's too much. I see future, everything so brighter. Better sana, you know that I'll die for you. Oh, sweetheart, everything so sweeter. Better sana, you know that. Better sana, you know that. I'm gonna keep it coming. You want to ishanikumba kwamba tutakung'ang'ania upendo si upendo. Nilifosi kujificha kule, kumbe chaka langu ni hapa. Sasa napewa amani, mapenzi yasiyo na mipaka. Nenzo sala kapata nensanga omwana yabala ana yaliko skin color. She had everything in balance. Munachalo atamanyi basama galabikanga fala ate galabikanga tiwa yatukulange toke linyige yaliazo kusala kapata katembeleke tapuni mwana huyo mulabeka kwe yanzijira mauyo tabu hiyo mwana huyo mulabeka kwe yanzijira mulaba mauyo. I really don't know what to say. Woman, them got me sleeping like a cat. I still love you, I still love you. Even though you hurt me, I still love you, I still love you. Baby, I know you know the truth, I know you know the truth. Deep inside you, I know you know the truth, I know you know the bruise. But still I love you like crazy. Inside deep, you my baby, baby. But still I love you like crazy. Yeah, inside deep, you my baby. Can't let you go, my baby. But no letting go, no letting go. I can't let you. God found me a woman, my woman, my priority. She fell in love with the water. She means the whole world to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You love me better than I love myself. I just want you to know. You trust me better than I trust myself. I just wanna give you love. Cause when I close my eyes, I know you are right here with me by my side forever. Do you know my chocolate fire? Oh, play for so long for you, darling. Be my forever, I promise to never lay you down, baby. This is my life. I belong to you, you belong to me. I give you my heart, ooh, yeah. This is my vow. When you see the red, I pick up umbrella. I give you my heart, this is my vow. Mapenzi yetu itakuwa milele, we utaona, we utaona. It's gonna have any man. I love you like Christ left church. Nobody could take your place, yeah. You are my number one. I'm gonna be faithful, make your day so wonderful. Honey, can I take your pain away, far away? You love me better than I love myself. I just want you, want you, want you, want you.
I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits, and they've forgiven my mistakes. I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming.
I'm back where I belong. Yeah, I never felt so strong. Hey, I'm back, baby. I'm feeling like there's nothing that I can't try. And if you with me, put your hands high. Put your hands high. You haven't lost a life before. Hey, this one is for you. Put your hands high. Now dreams are filled. You're rocking with the best. Hey, I'll be on the song. I hear the tears of a clown. I hate that song. I always feel like they talking to me when it comes on. Another day, another dawn. Another Keisha, nice to meet you. Get the map, I'm gone. What am I supposed to do when the club lights come on? It's easy to be punk, but it's harder to be Sean. What if my twins ask me why I ain't married their mom? Damn, how do I respond? What if my son stares with a face like my own and says he wants to be like me when he's grown? Shit, but I ain't finished grown. Another night, the inevitable prolong.
There's a whole lot of things that I will forgive, but I just can't take a liar. I was by your side till the very end, till you pushed me in the fire. I tried to believe you, but something is wrong. You won't look in my eyes, tell me what's going on. It's you and me against the world. That's what you said, that's what you said. If you can't be honest with me, then I'm afraid this is the end. Hurry up, hurry up. If you ever really care about me, tell the truth, give it up. You sound guilty, 'cause you said minutes now, but you won't give me an answer. You can tell me if I'm a work in progress. I'm a seed growing into a flower. I'm a stone that's rising. I'm getting stronger with every hour. And God knows I ain't perfect. Tell me who in the world is. All I know is that I'm searching for somebody to love me with.
To be the one for me. I used to be the one for you. I used to be the one for you. Cause you know the truth, everybody I go at uno. But if you find out is what being at for. Route music. Yeah, I mean now. You used to be the one for me. You used to be the one for me. I used to be the one for you. I used to be the one for you. Cause your mama muleke, mama muleke. Now you wanna fly and go. Get your one up and say wo. Tini kuludalo, diwa uwo sikule kakugwetu. Now you don't change it, you did fake it. What mankind with faking? Now you want change me. After you changed me, me nah no compute for upgrade. Second down. Baby, me I beg you please second down.
kwanso mpafuna mungodi chokola banasoboka nakula bunoni Januari rugazi nekwaya sanazi bakubanga ndu twali bapimi tata musiga mama musabi fola bakatunda yatukuma buguli twali balunza twali balimi tusiba kumata tusula kumaji
Bastard man, Wambera wo gambo nyagala, Wemva wo gambo yo yansala, even nabimala, Katina iga, Nafuna njagala, Hibi yo nabiso namala, Kusaba jima ipo, never collega nabala. Cause I'm done with the love, now I retire. Me have a queen, to get up your Nampisa mikono jawa sawa basuma Nchakala ya kukwe wala Mso sempabu nembula Kadunya wa mweche wa saliwa Afya sengali njikila Chukuru mwe wala siwa Wasoma mkwana watekira Yeah mama
Supernatural, sometimes I feel so personal. Breaking days, I'm going to every hustle. And even let me, when I hold you tighty. Wanachasa, great taka na wanitaka. Mikasa, sukasa, great taka na wanitaka. When I see you, end up here to them. Hallelujah. When you see me, you can come here good. Cause you are my bestie, yes, bestie. And I am your bestie, bestie. You are what? Cause you are my bestie, yes, bestie. I'm my bestie, and I am your bestie, bestie. What?
It's been 4 years, but it feels like 4 seconds. From 0 digits to 6 digits.
Money too long, we too strong. Too many girls, too many options. Now the 646, the flight too long. She says she can't wait, but the plane's so long. And the some near one, girl you go on too bad. I chew this some tight, me have to put in on me song. And me alone she want, she no want a bag of man. And every time we talk, she a tell me say she want something different. Want something different. Want something different. Want something different. She a say she want put the pussy on me. Want something different. Want something different. Want something different. She a say she want put the pussy on me. She put a ring on my cell phone. Where she a call me differently. Me touch a spot where she never know. I'm too gifted, you can't see. Want something different. Baby girl, me things that different. You see me styling no evident. Yes, me call the shots, me are the president. Fuck with them I say, fuck with them I talk. Anyway you take it anywhere you want. Money too long, so me attitude bad. No for them a pop a show. Yeah, me na my bag. The house pan the hill where the champagne pop. The some panty up with a cup of baton. She no know if be here when the liquor bust in her. And every time we talk, she a tell me say she want something different. Want something different. Want something different. Want something different. She a say she want put the pussy on me. Want something different. Want something different. Want something different. She a say she want put the pussy on me. I hit the gas on the highway. Money too long to be arguing with niggas. She give me head in the driveway. Couple girls as I pass, she turn it up on me.
No more, keep up, can't stop. Singer, me, cross, one, killer. Some over, some rock, some sip liquor. Move, you, quick, keep up, yeah. Jump, quicker, make a dance couple times, girl, take my picture. I bet me turn up in ya. Chief, chief, chief. I bet me turn up in ya. Move, chief. I bet me turn up in ya. Chief. I bet me turn up over this.
When I was young, over this. See a hot girl, me a call her Ella. We can see each other dance and the place get mellow. Yeah, me a tell her. I know you're trying to like me, but you make me when I see you with the ball. Every day, flip on the window, the sun, the sneak down like she see me on night. I see you with the sun on set. And every day you know that we ride through the back streets of baby, you know I just wanna live tonight. We can go anywhere we want, drive down to the coast, jump in the sea. Just take my hand and come with me, yeah. We can do anything if you want my sweet. Take your whole life, then you put the line through it. My love is yours if you're willing to take it. Give me a 100%, gonna make it. So come away, started today, starting the life together in a different place. We know that love is how all these ideas came to be. So baby, run away with me.
17, and we got a dream to have a family, a house, and everything in between. And then suddenly, we're 10, 23, and now we got pressure for taking our life more seriously. We got a dead end jobs and got bills to pay. Have our friends and our enemies. And now I'm looking back when I was young, to the day when I was falling in love. He used to meet me on the east side in the city where the sun goes down.
I fought for love, I fought for your soul, I fought.
Baby, you know I just wanna live tonight. We can go anywhere we want, drive down to the coast. In the sea, just take my hand and come with me, singing.
Deep down, I wanted you to
take your whole life and you put a line through it.
so serious, my dreams, all the things I know.
So come away, started to take, start a new life together in a different place. Know that love is all these ideas came to be. So baby, run away with me.
Run away now, run away now, run away now. Run away now, run away now, run away now.
He used to meet me on the east side.
She used to meet me on the east side.
He used to meet me on the east side.
She used to meet me on the east side, in the city with the sun on set.
I tried
you my light? Did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in my fantasy? Where are you now? We were imaginary.
else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. the surface I'm good, but inside it's like someone keeps coloring outside the lines. I try to remember to breathe, 'cause it's only anxiety. But when I get that low, 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 oh, I never really know if the feeling's gonna end. I need you to love me when I wake up from the nightmares. Tell me I'm alright. I just need your arms to hold me when I cry, because I'm only human like you. Don't you know I'm only human like you? I know that I'm safe just staring in your eyes, and I can hide the pain if you don't look in mine, because I'm only human like you. Don't you know I'm only human? I'm human like you. Pieces of my heart, like windows in the dark, looking out for something that's missing. Colors that don't change, I'll turn to shades of gray, staring in the night for vision. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? I'm all out of love. You say you've got enough for the both of us. I'll make it, baby. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS, singing SOS. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? Can someone save me? Save me. Can someone save me? Can someone save me? Save me. SOS. Quiet, it's too loud. My faith is on the ground. You lay down there with me when I'm lonely, touching every scar. You fix the jagged parts. They cut you, but you still wanna hold me. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? I'm all out of love. You say you've got enough for the both of us. I'll make it, baby. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS, singing SOS. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope
stronger. But you never know, never know. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the one, 'cause I really need you, baby, love me. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the when. I don't wanna say sometimes I wanna run away, 'cause I can see you from me. But you never know, never know it. I'm feeling something for you. Maybe it's getting stronger. But you never know, never know. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the one, 'cause I really need you, baby, love me. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the when. I don't wanna say sorry for what I do. Sorry, but I really like you. Sorry for how sorry for what I do. Sorry, but I really like you. Sorry for how I don't wanna say goodbye.
Do you remember last year, the way we used to time? Can I have this kiss forever and be free? Just as long as you breathe with me, I can hold on to your soul. Don't you leave. Just as long as you stay with me. Stay with me, stay with me. Stay with me, just stay with me. Just as long as you stay with me. Just as long as you stay with Can I have this kiss forever and be free? Just as long as you breathe with me, I can hold on to your soul. Don't you leave. Just as long as you stay with me. Stay with me, stay with me. Stay with me, just stay with me. Stay with me, stay with me. Stay with me, just stay with me.
Sometimes you just feel like you don't belong. If you did before, not anymore, but nothing's wrong. It's just how life moves on. I found my way back again, but then it might be all gone. I know the story you can put into a song. Oh, trying to put the road still on, just rolling through the motions.
broken glass. I'm trying to run away from the pain, but I can't. I'm trying to change the way I felt before I fell apart. I'm trying to run away from this trail of broken hearts. It was you, me, the Baltic Sea, an airplane with a place to be. Yeah, we got cords in the middle of the airport. 2 bags, only 1 passport. We must have said goodbye 1,000 times before. Yeah, I can tell this time goodbye was so much more than you said. I'm feeling like McClyde, bare feet on the broken glass. I wanna run away from the pain, but I can't. I'm trying to change the way I felt before I fell apart. I'm trying to run away from this trail of broken hearts. Like before I fell apart. On the trail of broken hearts. Broken hearts. Like before I fell apart. On the trail of broken hearts. I'm feeling like insane. Leg bombs in a straight jacket. I wanna run away from my pain, but I can't. I'm trying to change the way I felt before I fell apart. Trying to run away from the trail of broken hearts. It's been weeks, months, the years go by. I've been thinking about you every night. Yeah, we had love, then we let it get away, love. 2 rings and then 1 gave up. I've been trying to find something we had before. It kills me every time and breaks me more and more. I'm feeling like insane. Leg arms in a straight jacket. I wanna run away from my brain, but I can't. I'm trying to change the way I felt before I fell apart. Trying to run away from this trail of broken hearts. Like before I fell apart. On the trail of broken hearts. Broken hearts. Like before I fell apart. On the trail of broken hearts. On the trail of broken hearts. On the trail of broken hearts. I'm feeling like McClyde. On the trail of feet on the broken glass. I wanna run away from the pain, but I can't. I'm trying to change the way I felt before I fell apart. I'm trying to run away from this trail of broken hearts. Broken hearts, broken hearts. Like before I fell apart. On the trail of broken hearts.
too.
I see you walk by, baby girl. Lost in the moment and it feels so good. Let's do a twist now, baby girl. I love the way you make me feel so good. Going down, going down, going down. That's the way we feel. Going down, coming round, going down. That's the way we feel.
El sol me da esperanza, como tus ojos, pura pasión y amor. Yo lo siento y tú lo sientes, energía, baby.
Yeah, microphone, testing 1, 2.
I see you walk by, baby girl. Lost in the moment and it feels so good. Let's do a twist now, baby girl.
Microphone.
I love the way you make me feel so good. Going down, coming round, going down. That's the way we feel. Going down, coming round, going down. That's the way we feel.
I always used to feel like a lonely soul without a home. But now I've come to realize that I'm right where I belong. Alone with you, 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 alone with you. To feel like a lonely soul without a home. But now I've come to realize that I'm right where I belong. Alone with you, 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 alone with you.
I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. The night's so young and I'm taking my chances. So I call on my friends and I tell them to make it. I follow my heart, don't ask for questions. Don't have much time, so I hope you're waiting. I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. Feels alright to be wild and reckless, 'cause a life like mine is always restless. If I tell you what I really think of you, would you wanna try your love with something new? I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. I pray, I pray, I pray the sun don't go down. I pray, I pray, I pray the sun don't go. I pray, I pray, I pray the sun don't go down. I pray, I pray, I pray the sun don't go down. Won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down.
Gonna close the curtains, 'cause all we need is candlelight, you and me, and a bottle of wine. Gonna hold you tonight. Well, we know I'm going away, and how I wish it weren't so. So take this wine and drink with me. Let's delay our misery. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. There's a love on the fire, and it burns like me for you. Tomorrow comes with one desire, to take me away. It's true. It ain't easy to say goodbye, darling. Please don't stop to cry, 'cause girl, you know I got to go. And Lord, I wish it wasn't so. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be take me away. I wish that I could stay. Girl, you know I got to go. Lord, I wish it wasn't so. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight. Save tonight and fight the break of dawn to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight.
It's hard to I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter.
to my life, did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now?
like you got nowhere else to go. No, I want you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. I wish that you could see what I see. You're so much stronger than what you think. No sleep, 'cause if you do, then you dream nightmares, but I'll be there for everything. Just think of me when your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. days I wake up and I'm losing my mind. I try to remember the feel, 'cause it's gotta hurt so it heals. But when I get that low, 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 oh, I never really know if the feeling's gonna end. I need you to love me when I wake up from the nightmares. Tell me I'm alright. I just need your arms to hold me when I cry, because I'm only human like you. Don't you know I'm only human like you? On the surface, I'm good, but inside, it's like someone keeps coloring outside the lines. I try to remember to breathe, 'cause it's only anxiety. But when I get that low, 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 oh, I never really know if the feeling's gonna end. I need you to love me when I wake up from the nightmares. Tell me I'm alright. I just need your arms to hold me when I cry, because I'm only human like you. Don't you know I'm only human like you? I know that I'm safe just staring in your eyes, and I can hide the pain if you don't look in mine, because I'm only human like you. Don't you know I'm only human? I'm human like you. Pieces of my heart, like windows in the dark, looking out for something that's missing. Colors that don't change, I'll turn to shades of gray, staring in the night for vision. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? I'm all out of love. You say you've got enough for the both of us. I'll make it, baby. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS, singing SOS. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? Can someone save me? Save me. Can someone save me? Can someone save me? Save me. SOS. Quiet, it's too loud. My faith is on the ground. You lay down there with me when I'm lonely, touching every scar. You fix the jagged parts. They cut you, but you still wanna hold me. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? I'm all out of love. You say you've got enough for the both of us. I'll make it, baby. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS, singing SOS. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? Can someone save me? Save me. Can someone save me? Can someone save me? Save me, SOS. I don't wanna say
Sometimes I wanna run away, 'cause I can see it from me. But you never know it. I'm feeling something for you. Maybe it's getting stronger. But you never know I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the one, 'cause I really need you, baby, love me. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you notice? I don't wanna know the when. I don't wanna say Sometimes I wanna run away, 'cause I can be in from me. But you never know it. I'm feeling something for you. Maybe it's getting stronger. But you never know I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I really like you, don't you?
In F1. I know that dress is karma, perfume regret. You got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all upon you. What you expect? But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Maybe you just hate the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. You were running around, throwing that dirt all on my name. 'Cause you knew that I'd call you up. Baby, now that we're right here standing face to face. You already know that you won. I know that dress is karma. You regret. You got me thinking about when you. You got me thinking about when you. All up on what you expect. But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention. I just heard you found the one you've been looking for. I wish I would've known that wasn't me. 'Cause even after all this time I still wonder why I can't move on just the way you did so easily. Don't wanna know the kind of dress you're wearing tonight. If he's holding on to you so tight, the way I did before. I overdosed. Should've known your love was a game. Now I can't get you out of my brain. Oh, it's such a shame that we don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore like we used to.
my brain. Oh, it's such a shame. But we don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore like we used to do. We don't laugh anymore. What was all of it for? Oh, we don't talk anymore like we used to do.
It's been a long day without you, friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Every night you see the same thing. Money wall to wall, young famous nigga. Spend it all when you die, you can't take it with you. Bottle of rose, I'm drinking with you. Cause most niggas broke, they think it's in you. Damn right, but who they think so when nights we feel happy smiling, can't take a picture. I'm smoking weed with your nigga, make 100 off the show and spend it all on my niggas. When I go shopping, I tell them pick one, cause they was with me when nobody seen the vision. Always about my business, don't play the cards, I talk to the niggas who deal them. Girl flush, now look up them niggas and baby girl, you'll see us. I'm gonna spend it all, I'll wait for another day. I'ma take all this money I own and blow it all away. Cause I can't take it when I'm gone. No, I can't take it when I'm gone. I'm gonna spend it all, I'll wait for another day. I'ma take all this money I own and blow it all away. Cause I can't take it when I'm gone. No, I can't take it when I'm gone. No, I can't take it when I'm gone. Collar hoes in my car, they wanna feel it at maximum speed, never have an absence of weed. Tired of being at the bar, everything Louis V, plus the most exclusive tree in my jar. Making my bank, spending it all. And that expensive shit you paid for, she had it on, she taking it off. Most of these niggas just talk, ain't caking it off. Back in the day, money was short, I'm making it taller. You know what I mean? Some say it's a problem. Blowing my greens, not saving my collards. No NBA, they say I'm a baller. Live for the day, stun like my father. I'll wait for another day. I'ma take all this money I own and blow it all away. Cause I can't take it when I'm gone. So I can't tell like the brand. Crazy, trapping inside. Just like the club, now I'm a slide. Keep calling, so she trying to take all this money I own and blow it all away. Cause I can't take it when I'm gone. No, I can't take it when I'm gone. So I like the brand. Now she wanna slide. Nigga keep calling, so she tried. Chain, got her ass wide. Yo, nigga no lie. Show, she only fuck with you when the rent due. I'm trying bag one when I spin through. On the grind, getting money's not an issue. You know it's the bomb, just by the cent. Nigga saying he a pimp, but he doing shit that tricks do. Lot of bullshit I've been through, it made me a boss and my whole team official.
We just sticking to the script, niggas saying nigga down, but I promise they don't do it like this. About to take another trip, to my bitch, roll another zip. And my gang don't slip. Smoke trees, count them live before I dip. So much that the bank can't fit. She chose up, you can't blame her. We in the room high as a skyscraper. We came this far, never gon' change up, homie, that's Taylor. Great game, what I give her. Big crib, but I made it out of Pittsburgh. No time for the fuck shit. We pull up, clean as niggas at the function. All white bands looking for some skins. Make sure I got room for you plus your friends. Straight card, no cash, or them niggas be simping, so them niggas ain't lasting. Get a joint and put gas in, them niggas ain't giving them away, I move past them. KK is dirty league, ayy. And I just checked the charts too. I'm still number one. Wake up, bake up, money come in, she looking good with no makeup. Pull up, that kush, I wish you would. My neck of the woods is misunderstood. No pain, no gain, I played the game. Got cars, got fame, got on these chains, I stayed the same. When she come over, I need more brain. And we can stone nigga bowl a high scoring game. Them niggas cool, they ain't right though. I had you somewhere by the pool, getting right. Leave the school, taking flight, say you wouldn't, but you might though. Stop fucking with the nigga that you win, live a standard game life. You'll be pouring out champagne, spilling it up. Put money in the safe, we'll be filling it up. Got the #1 record and I'm still in the cut. It's the gang, baby, ain't nobody realer. Roll the next one bigger. I get that feeling. Let's light a joint. Drink some mushroom tea, have a conversation. I wanna take you around the world.
It's the motherfucking king.
I wanna get away from all this shit. Jaja protect me from them. Jaja protect me from them. I see enemies in the faces, I got my friends. Jaja be my strength. Jaja protect me from them. Jaja protect me from them. I see enemies in the faces, I got my friends. Jaja be my strength.
God please protect me from all the envy. I know I ain't perfect, I make mistakes. God please correct me.
Bang bang,
biggie
biggie, heavy heavy, baby, woman. Biggie biggie, heavy heavy. You're the one I want to. Before my liver start to fade, you're the one I need to. Before cassava start to hate, if I ever leave, oh, make what I carry me, they go far away. So I am looking for the sister, you're my lover, oh. She got the dollar, she the work is right now. So I am looking for the sister, you're my lover, oh. She got the dollar, she the work is right now. So give me
say no matter, no matter, no matter. Oh baby. Yeah, yeah, confuse me. Tell me why you they confuse me, oh baby. Your body too attractive, and the way I fall for you, it dey be like magic. Oh no, the way you get me, I go day, and I no go fit to come another day. Although I go to call you my baby, and together we go, baby, no go fade away. Why be saying that you in my mind? Say you no be outside, no be high. Boy, I make you run away, make you fly away. Oh no, no. Body record, baby, tell me this your body. Body record, baby, tell me this your body. Body record, body record. The minute you enter, you attack my vision. I said I'm on top your mother, I come back as a mission. I'm on my scene, you ready to send me tension. The carry last on my shopping position. Body that's why you went to the finance, they don't come up. They want to do I stay high, I'm never steady on my grind. No fear, no one at all. But so you are the side. Energy 100%, oh, and them no fit comprehend, and them no fit understand. I'm catching flights, waiting for time. Nobody better than I. 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 Nobody better. Nobody better. Star boy day for you. Baby girl, you find yourself though. Girl, you make my head red oh. Anytime you know they close to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, I you I want to. Baby, she like me you want to. Make we get 1 + 1 or 2. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. You be only, you be my desire, oh. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. Only your water be burn my fire, oh. Star boy day for you. Star boy day for you. I know how you go, baby girl, you be my number. Gone are the days when you made this stand for. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make it right, make it just this stand for you, though. Oh, good. Open up my eyes and only you did my mind, bro. Yeah. Baby girl, you find yourself, though. Girl, you move by the red, oh. Anytime you know they close to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, now you I want, though. Baby, she like me you want, though. Make we get 1 + 1 or 2. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh, say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh, say 1 liter. You be only, you be my desire.
I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Let the sweet happy yellow my pitas. Oh, doguni misha. Show you the top farmer for your speaker. This time I call traffic for my sisters. Show me the blow your mind like a Afghanistan. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide
I tell you waiting happen for a bullet. Oh, this big party inside my bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just did one that said which can party, everything yakba, everything there. Okay, I get many girls when they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. Almost see go be. We just having fun. We won't carry on. Crazy girls like me this stallion. Fuck my girlfriend, they turn me on.
Wow.
That's why I hold on tight.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah.
1, 2.
Hold on tight.
I will say bye-bye
Hold on, yeah.
to our friends.
Hold on tight.
Wanna wish you all safe journeys. Enjoy the music. We're gonna tune into Ugandan music. And you wanna listen to Ugandan music and enjoy it.
You can do better. Sweet bedu from a Pute Meta. All the way to Niger Delta.
On the ones and the twos. I'm Mustadisha.
Girl, them know.
CEO Musta Events.
Photo before the baba them tell us to go.
And the ones who have been behind the sound for 1 week. Musta Events. We do live streaming, photography, the sound, DJing, MCs, everything. Let's go.
But my girlfriend, they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. All I can hold on.
Let's hop in my Maserati. Baby, hop in my Maserati. I said hop in my Maserati. Hop in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Say me, I love the way you take body. Hop in my Maserati. Baby, hop in my Maserati. And I just wanna see you ride. Somebody needs somebody. My need somebody. I'm gonna take my color, somebody needs somebody. I need somebody. With somebody so shawty to call me, show me. I'm stuck in between 100. Girl, I'm ready if you're ready. Let's get it to Yankee for this pandemic. Girl, I get it all on me, I wanna spend it. I need to be your garment, me, I wanna wear it.
So I don't know. I wanna know what you wear. We vibe we see. No, take a put you pie. Take a put sweet medication. Ina mi ushidaga. Ona zo mkwano muti. Wakukuko kusinga bati. Nsongo Sine faseidi. Hakuna dawa. Baby, you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa. Utali.
Body they throw me like a bono. Body they rise in my no. I said, look at this crocodile. Tell you they boss in my cololo. Can make a salute your commodore. Tell if you balance, I give you paper. I know what do me, I'm Maradona. Tell if I love your smell, I'm a fighter. Tell you about keep it connected. And I can follow your Crespo. Someday, dame Crespo. Yeah, for your kiss. And I could play for your kiss.
A day where tonight on the place, day for your place, day for your place.
For being such a great
Mabuela munada. Nami no imagine. Okatana lina kurogo kankala. Nami no imagine. Okatana lina kurogo kankala. Nami no imagine. Antalauta susa malata ay kulem. Nami no imagine. Antalauta susa malata ay kulem. Nanabula kangilingala. Nantalagya kingilala. Nanabula kangilingala. Nantalagya kingilala.
I'm begging, begging you to put your loving hand out, baby.
See this girl, yeah.
I'm begging, begging you to put your love in hand out, baby.
I wanna be with you. I know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I can't see reason why I can't let go. You never know if you go pass up. I'm so far from my God love. You never know if you go pass up. I'm so far from my God love. You never know if you go pass up. I'm so far from my God love. You never know if you go pass up. I'm so far from my God love. You never know, don't talk. Like a thief in a thief, don't talk. Say, all of my niggas, them more. I think you go away, but we don't talk. You need to break and then me, I know they rush. Baby, if you want me, I will come with some me. $1,000 on your wrist. Mama, I never see this kind, baby. So tight, please make me feel so kind. You know I'm just trying to so tight, please do it for the baby. Now you want me back, pushing goals with 16.
This is a call to just make sure that all the teams that were in the semi-finals are here. If any of the teams is not here, can you please ask them to be here in the next 10? Because it's 22:32 already. We should start in the next 15 or so minutes. So if you have any of the teams that is not here, please ask them to come so that we can be able to start. And we don't have speeches, we don't have anything else, so it's just the debates, the results, and then the award ceremony. I want to apologize that people have their flights very soon, and we haven't even had the finals. It was so much that happened, but we want to apologize, and we are sincerely sorry. It shouldn't happen ever again anywhere. So in the next 15 minutes, we should be able to start.
Coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits, and they've forgiven my mistakes. I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming.
I'm back where I belong. Yeah, I never felt so strong. Yeah, I'm back, I'm feeling like there's nothing I can't try. And if you with me, put your hands high. Put your hands high. You even lost a life before. This one's for you. Me, put your hands high. The dreams are filled. You're rocking with the best. I'll be on the song. I hear the tears of a clown.
Okay, quick roll call for the teams that are in semis, just to know who is missing, and then we can try and look for them, because we really don't have time. But before then, I'll just check with the chairs first, if the chairs for both rooms were here. So in room 1, we had Dawn Kimberly. Dawn. Okay, Dawn is not here, but I think if we have one of the panelists in the house, so Wesley is here. And then in room 10, Dominic. I saw Dominic. Oh, Dominic is here. So in terms of the teams, in room 1, we had Gulu University C. They are here. Cape Town is still not here, I think. Cape Town? Okay. Nairobi A. Nairobi. And then Strathmore C. National Open, University of Nigeria. Okay, I see them. They're here. Veritas, I saw them. Yep. Nairobi P. Nairobi P. Always missing. Strathmore F. Okay, so we're missing Nairobi B and Cape Town A. Let me check how far they are, then we can proceed with the results and the draw and the motion and everything. I don't know. So Cape Town and Nairobi. Sorry? Can I? Okay, judges that are needed in the final, I want to do the roll call. That way I will know if all judges that we need are here. So judges that we need for the grand finals. Taufik, I saw Taufik earlier. Alexandra. Angela is here. Dawn Kimberly, okay, Kimberly is not here. Garang. James Chumisime. James. And Stacy. Okay, so I'm missing Stacy and Dawn Kimberly and Alex. So I'm missing 3. The other 2 judges will be from CAP.
I've been moving calm, don't start no trouble with me. Trying to keep it peaceful is a struggle for me. Don't pull up at 6 a.m. to cuddle with me. You know how I like it when you loving on me. I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story, shit was different with me. God's plan, God's plan. I hold back, sometimes I won't, yeah. I feel good, sometimes I don't, like. I finesse down Western Road, yes. Might go down to G.O.D., yeah, wait. I go hard on Southside G, yeah, wait. I make sure that Northside E. And still, bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wishing on me. Bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish.
Okay, all teams are here now. Cape Town is just arriving. So I will call the chair for. I'll start with room 10 since like Cape Town isn't selected yet. They were in room 1. So I'll call the chair for room 10, Dominic, to come and announce the results for room 10. Dominic.
No, I still know the results. I still know the results. Okay, the team names. Yeah. Okay. In room 10 we had Noun A in OG, Veritas A in OO, University of Nairobi B in CG, and Strathmore University F in CO. Advancing on a unanimous call, OG and CO, no particular order.
Strathmore F and Nigeria Open, please come forward for the toss. At the same time, I'll call the chair, or the chair is not here, so I'll call Wesley, the panelist, for room 1 to announce the results for room 1. Strathmore and Noun, please come forward. And also, if you're proceeding in room 1, please also come forward for the tours.
Hello everyone. For room 1, the teams that were in the room were OG Gulu University C, OO University of Cape Town A, CG University of Nairobi A, and CO Strathmore University C. Advancing to the finals, on a 3-2 split, we have CO Strathmore University C. And on a 3-2 split, the other team making it out of the semi-final into the final is University of Cape Town A.
Quickly, can I have one person per team for choosing Cape Town, Strathmore C, Strathmore F, and Noun. Strathmore C, please. Sense of urgency. Sense of urgency, please. Sense of urgency. Okay, just pick one and let me know. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Okay, just pick one. Open it. Huh? It's okay. They'll be fine. CG. Cape Town, CG. Strathmore C, CO. Strathmore F, OG. Noun, OO. Okay. All the teams in the finals. All the teams in the finals. I'm reading the motion now. All the teams in the finals. I'm reading the motion now. I'm giving you 1 minute to get settled, get your paper. Sense of urgency. Okay. All the teams indicate opening government, Strathmore F, are you ready? Opening opposition, Noun A, are you ready? Closing government, Cape Town, are you ready? Closing opposition, are you ready? Okay. The time is 43. The motion has an info slide. And the info slide reads, Ubuntu is a Nguni Bantu term from Southern Africa, meaning humanity, or I am because we are. It emphasizes the interconnectedness of people and the importance of community, compassion, and mutual support. The motion reads, this House regrets the decline of Ubuntu in African communities. This House regrets the decline of Ubuntu in African communities. The debate starts in 15 minutes. 43 plus 15. Do the math.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us for the finals, I'd like you to join me. Welcome. We have a diplomat among us.
Guys at the back, please, let's listen. Guys at the back, please, let's listen, okay? Thank you.
All right, so join me, welcome the ambassador of the BRICS International Multi-Sport Corporation to Uganda, Miss Kisemere Patricia, who is also an alumni of Kyambogo University. Let's stand up to welcome her. She walks in. Let's all stand up to welcome Her Excellency Kisemere Patricia, the ambassador of the BRICS International Municipal cooperation to Uganda. Thank you so much. Kishemeri is also a debater. He's an alumni of Kyambogo University who represented Kyambogo at the Pan-African Universities Debate Championship 2016 in Zimbabwe, and also the best speaker of the EAUDC 2016 and deputy chief adjudicator of EAUDC 2018, the one we hosted here. When she arrived, she had a lot of security detail, and I was concerned. I told her my people fear people with guns, and so she had to cut down on the security. So please make her feel comfortable. You're most welcome, Your Excellency. That said, in the next 15 minutes of prep time, we can do so many things. One of them is give you some cake, if you allow, as we do the council handover. I don't know that it can take the 15 minutes. Yeah, so is Ayafa here? Yes, Ayafa, please come and conduct the council handover. If anyone has a Bible for the religious people, we can do the swearing in ceremony.
Let's just start with clarity. I'm no longer council chair. I'm about to. They are already unofficially in the position. It was a pleasure serving you guys, but some things have to end, and that's nice. Yeah. So I'm going to say some kind words and some, I don't know. Let me just do a speech for speech giving sake, and let's waste time before this speech starts. So, yeah, PADC is something that's near and dear to my heart, primarily because it was my first ever international tournament. And, well, I got there and I got to meet a lot of people, and it was always a very unique experience seeing how different we were, but on the things that really mattered, the same. And I've always loved to see this continue, so it's been phenomenal being able to serve and being able to continuously grow the space. But as you all know, I also care deeply about democracy and the growth of the circuit, and it's time to hand that role over to a new set of people. So, without much ado, I will just mention who the new council chair is, and for the rest of his executive committee that is here with him, I would appreciate that at the point in time where he or she gets called, or you will be cool with accepting them. Yeah. So let's just start with this. Yeah. So on what was a unanimous decision for like the first time in quite a while in council history, we all voted the same person for council chair. So yeah, and the basis of this, and I'm saying his campaign promises so you guys can all hold him accountable. The basis of this was simple. He has some previous work done in the circuit, and he promised to first and foremost establish functional secretariats to keep and formalize a lot of the work being done in PADC Council. He also promised to bring sponsorships to allow for accessible flights. So for example, this year, for those of you that use Ugandan Airlines, you know your flights were slightly cheap, not slightly, significantly cheaper than they would have been if you ordered them last minute. So that's the premise on which we built this relationship, and we wanted to continue. So building towards that growth, we decided as a community and as a council to have this person be our chairperson. So we'd like to call upon Mr. Shabil Ojambo, who is your new council chair. Come say a few words.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. I'm very happy to assume the office of the council chair. My interest is not the council. My interests are functions and structures of PADC. And so this year our agenda is different. Our agenda is to establish a function secretariat. And that's the agenda to which we rose as a team for all those who are on this new council. That's the agenda. Not to resolve conflicts between unions, not to resolve conflicts between individuals, but focus on the things that matter. Establishing a legal entity which can actually source funding and sustain partners for the good and for the future of a better PAUDC experience moving forward. Thank you so much, and I'd like to welcome you to join me in achieving this dream. A Pan-African University Debate Council that works for everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so that cake, yeah, funny announcement. It's also my birthday, yeah? So I think I should get permanent. Oh, thank you guys. Woo. I like the fact that you guys are all polite enough to not ask for my age.
Tonight, you look so beautiful tonight. Let's celebrate your life.
Please don't play Uganda music to celebrate my birthday. No offense.
You are the queen. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish. I'm a daddy Wamalundi. I'm a daddy Wamalundi. Oh, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish. Somebody blow up a balloon.
Okay, so final words. I don't know. We're trying to buy some time to get like the rest of the council executives here because apparently all of you are not punctual. But see, one thing I need to tell all of you, and I do need to tell you this, guys, so that you guys can be a lot more active, is the things that happen behind the scenes in council or quote-unquote debate politics oftentimes very realistically influences your ability to access things in debate. There are a bunch of you that are here primarily because of the work we did this year, either by reaching out to some of your country reps, reaching out to specific regions, and talking and doing negotiations to make these places more accessible. So I think that it's in the best interest of everyone that does like debating to make sure you hold your council reps accountable. I know a lot of you just selected these things as last minute and you say, oh, it's vibes. But if you don't follow up, the difference between some of the countries that had massive representation this year and didn't have any representation is the fact that some country reps followed up. Like a difference of $400+ for flight tickets is significant for anyone here. I think everyone here, most people here, would probably rather not pay an extra $400 on their flights. Those are the kind of things that get done when you make sure your council reps work. So, and I'm going to be honest with you, not all council reps work. I'm not going to mention names. Some of you guys know yourselves. Some of you guys know your countries. Some of you guys know your council reps. So, if you want to see a council and a PADC that is eventually accessible enough that you can pay only $200 and you can get to attend the tournament and go home with minimal force, then you probably do need to consistently follow up with your country reps. So guys, please, for the sake of justice, fairness, and growth as a whole for the community, please make sure you follow up with who your council reps are and make sure they are doing the work. Is that cool, guys? Yeah? Thank you. Okay. I'm meant to do like the swearing in now, so yeah. Does anyone have a Bible? Guys, fear of God. Okay, Quran. I also have a Bible on my phone. You guys need Jesus. So I'm just going to pick up the Bible and then we're going to do a quick swearing in. And then, yeah. Shabu? You have your list. Okay, so guys, without much stress, we're going to just move to the next bit of this. So I'm going to call the names of the newly appointed executive members, and as they are called, I would appreciate that if they please came forward if they are here. So first and foremost, your regional representatives, regional development representatives. For East Africa, we have Wycliffe Otieno. Is he here? For West Africa, we have Michael Koranteng. Is he here? For the Director of Communications, we have Matilda, yeah? Is she here? For recruitment, we have Mas Purata. Is he here? For oversight, we have Amos Joseph. Is he here? Could you just stand up as I call the names? For finance, we have Xavier Arinda. For Deputy Director of Finance, we have Alia Hukab Sadi. For legal, we have Pauline Mbanza. For secretary, we have Helena from Namibia. For the deputy chair, we have Jeffrey Melita. And then finally, for the chair, as I said before, we have Shabil Ojambo. So on behalf of the newly appointed exec, Shabil will be sworn in on behalf of the entire team. So, yeah. Can we get a mic? Yeah, swearing on behalf of everybody. Do you have anything swearing with? So, guys, Bible app is on. Just look closely. Since all of you don't fear God here, yeah, I fear God, Shabo. Like, put your hand on it.
Which words? It's a Quran app for clarity.
Shabil is Muslim, so Quran app. So, do you, Mr. Shabil Ojambo, solemnly swear to protect, prioritize, and further the interests of the Pan-African University Debate Council and the Pan-African University Debate community as a whole?
Yes, I do.
Do
like
you?
a marriage.
Do you promise that in poverty, in scarce funds, in sickness and in health, to love and to hold the Pan-African Universities Debate Council for at least a year?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you promise to hold your other members of council accountable and held to the same standards you swore by here today?
Yes, I do.
Then thank you, Mr. Shabil Ojambo.
Thank you, Chair.
Congratulations. Now I can be a hater again.
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you.
Which one?
Tell you
One here. Okay, judges, final roll call, just come in front. Two of our judges are on their way, like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, but the teams can come in and sit as well. Our judges in the finals, judges are sitting here. So, I don't know which seats. Judges, where are they sitting? There are 9. Here we have 4, 6. Oh, they can sit in between. Oh, 7 here and then 2 there. Okay. Maybe Machada Sassing, you can stand a bit. Okay. Judges, please come. So, chair, you can occupy your seat here. Taufik will be the chair for the grand finals. And then we have Alexandra. Alex, are you here now? Alex? 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 Is she outside? Okay. Angela, please come and occupy a seat, please. Garang, please also come and occupy a seat. James, please come and occupy a seat. Joy and Kagia, can you sit on the other end, please? Yes, good, James. Joy and Kagia, can you guys sit on the other end, please? Stacy and Don, our 2 Southern African judges are still on their way. Alex? Why is she doing outside? Teams, please come in, please. Teams, please come in. Jamie around? Please come forward. You are going to go. Okay, final call for all the judges, and we're going to start. Taufik is the chair. Angela is here. Garang is here. Where's James? James is here.
Okay, we'll start now. So let me call this house to order. First, we'll start anyways. First, allow me to congratulate all of the teams that have made it to the finals of PAEDC 2024. In opening government, we have Strathmore C, am I right? In opening up, we have Noun University. In closing government, we have Cape Town. And in closing opposition, we have Strathmore. The motion has been given already, and I encourage you time yourselves. I encourage you take POIs and follow the engagement. Myself, I'm Taufik, and I'll be the chair of this round. I have 8 other panelists with me. I don't want to mention their names, so we don't waste time. So I'll call on the Prime Minister now to start the debate. Here.
Am I audible like this? Is this better? They say they don't. Is this better? Okay. Supposed to give shout out, so shout out to my partner, to SDS for being a loving family, to the Kenyan circuit for always being great. To my mom, if she stayed up to watch this, thanks for the dress. And to all of you for coming to watch us today. So for King, for country, and for Baba, we are happy to propose. I'll start on my next word. What does the decline of Ubuntu look like? 3 things. 1, it's the erosion of African culture in favor of the more Western and liberal cultures of the world. It's the fact that many individuals are more than willing to speak a language that is not their own, just in the sake of just being relevant internationally. The second thing is increased individualism, and that's going to be most of the OG case. In this instance, we say that increased individualism in the sense that more societal narratives are favoring along the lines of individualism. For example, mind your own business, it's just me and my life, I'm going to do whatever I like, those kinds of things. But 3, economic struggles, encouraging people to compromise on morals and humanity just for the sake of being culturally relevant. Things like burglary increasing, for example, because the rich people don't want to help the poor people, or poor wages, for example, because you consider them less human than you actually ought to be. Or lastly, things like IP, intellectual property law, being very violent because private property oppresses people as such. The last thing is just little care for the people if they're not proximate with you or if you don't relate to them, especially with the amount of suffering that is existing around the world. Individuals have become more and more disincentivized from conceiving the suffering of other people. It's the reason why individuals are more likely to be happy without thinking of the fact that children are suffering in Congo. Becky can own an iPhone without remembering where this iPhone has come from. The metric of regret has largely 2 things. 1, the harms of individualism are self-propagating. Preemptive individualism is something I'm going to argue, and why is that something that's far more harmful? But 2, irreversible harms. The fact that you don't care about your neighbor might cause them to die. You can't bring back the dead, and that is something that we think is very prevalent in status quo. It's the reason why a neighbor will stay in their room, you won't realize they've not eaten for days. They probably die from that because we have very little care for those individuals that are neither not our kin, not our tribe, not our countrymate. Those harms are further propagated. We say in this instance, little care for those individuals is very, very harmful. But what does status quo look like before you get the arguments from opening government? The increased gaps, right? The increased gaps between the rich and the poor. This means increased suffering on the majority that are poor people. These poor people are not getting any help that they need, especially if it is not transactional to a very large degree. We think that status quo with economic models like capitalism, for example, with systems of government that are corruptible and don't have to pander to the poor people to get elected into the next office, means that there's little help that is being offered to the most vulnerable groups, and this decline makes their lives significantly worse. I'll take the POI before I give the first argument. Go.
From OO, we think the actual counterfactual is smaller communities, like people prioritizing their individual families, not necessarily core individualism as you want to frame.
But it's still really bad though if you are a rich community and your neighboring community is poor and you attack them because the preemptive individualism I'm going to argue, it makes life significantly worse. Ubuntu means you shouldn't have to be in my community for me to care for you. I care for you because you're human, you have blood in your veins, and that is enough premise upon which I should care for you, not that you have to be from my community, as I say. First argument is decline exacerbates differences. Let's take that argument for example. A, individuals focus on key differences. The tribes and community lines that OO is going to speak to you about, the country lines that they talk to you. This means there's a dismissal for the suffering of those approximately next to you. And most importantly, given the fact that we are all in different privileged classes, this means then the rich people have little incentive to care for you, or richer communities, for example. It's a reason why Turkana community could be wealthy in cows, but the West Pokot wouldn't be. This incentivizes Western Pokot to attack these people and get these things because they're not being helped. What you do is increases a level of social crimes that shouldn't even be there. But the increased suffering in Africa gets more people to become disincentivized to help other people. It becomes a suffering Olympics. You're suffering, I'm also suffering. Individuals are unable to put their own suffering aside to help other people, even when it comes to just community lines as such. But B, it becomes a discussion of why should I prioritize your own suffering? Why should I see you as a human being who's capable of suffering and actually seek to help you before you help me? Relationships on that lines become highly transactional, and that's something that's bad, especially if you're something with nothing of value to offer the other person for them to care about you. We think that that's bad. But see, hyper and preemptive individualism is exacerbated. Note, human beings are naturally individualistic. The reason why you'd step out of the way from, for example, to stop yourself from being run over by a car, or reasons why you'd probably go take a mango from someone's street to protect yourself, is because there's an instinct that teaches you to protect yourself. What happens when Ubuntu declines, and that's why we regret it from opening government, is that there's little check mechanisms against natural human instincts. Individuals can now become very individualistic, but society also encourages them to become individualistic because of the economic models that actually exist. So in this instance, we say that that's bad. But A, few remain practicing this, and they actually suffer because they're seen to prioritize those of other people. So the human instinct to self-protect is going to be exacerbated by the fact that this particular model actually encourages to become way, way worse. And we think that that's something that is incredibly bad. But most importantly here, we argue that people individualistic to not suffer. So most of these individuals, for the most part, self-protection becomes the most important thing. They wouldn't care about you. You're not their tribe mate. You're not their friend. You're not their family. So whether you go hungry or actually get robbed or get killed, that's none of their business. Given the negativity in the news cycles today, it's actually improbable that they would expend themselves to actually care about you. So you can't take such a soft stance and say the counterfactual is smaller communities taking care of each other, because that is also significantly bad, given the fact that many communities should be highly polarized and care for ourselves as human beings before any other premise is to be considered. But most importantly here, preemptive individualism kicks in the instance where I probably perceive that the chair in this round is probably not going to do X, Y, and Z for me, and actually I'll step out to actually make sure that I get it for myself. This is significantly bad. If you believe that someone's going to be mean or evil to you, to prevent yourself from getting hurt because you're a human being that is individualistic and cares for yourself, you're going to preemptively do it or seek ways to protect you. This is bad for community on a number of grounds. Individuals never really take a minute to listen to the other party or find out what could be going significantly worse on the other side. But the second argument is the rich people don't help the poor people. Two things under this. One, see their poverty as a result of their unwillingness to attach themselves from the sense of community. Most of the business ideas today tell you to work hard. It's you putting in the hours. It's you finding the connections. It's the community around you. It's the fact that human beings, there's a mass objectification on human beings in status quo, because most of the individuals that become rich actually exacerbates the fact that you need to be you need to be self-driven. And this is significantly bad because it means poor people are punished and demonized for being poor, especially when the reasons they're poor are structural reasons. Second part, help is only expended to them if they can benefit the poor, rich people. For example, people give charity to make themselves feel good, to get land for businesses or for elections. The mass commercialization of relationships and human beings is bad, and that's why we regret the decline of Ubuntu from opening government we propose.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for that speech. Now I would welcome the leader of UP to start the case for UP and chair here.
Am I audible if I speak like this? Am I audible if I speak like this? Amazing. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'd like to say speech dedications to my parents, and also I'd like to dedicate this speech as well to Eze, my partner. Yes, so that's all. I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. That opening government speech that you heard was a clear representation that, the young shall grow. Because I think opening government lacks an understanding of what Ubuntu necessarily was. Additionally as well, they are unable to engage fully with the motion. They just tell you individualism is bad. What did we think the community under Ubuntu represented? What was Ubuntu in itself? We think that if you check the motion, it was about African community, not African existing as one community under, a huge tree where all Africans came together, to play kumbaya. The emblem of this community, which is that the representation of Ubuntu existed individually in each community. The emblem of each community were their leaders, were these rich people that opening government wanted to tell you would be unwilling to support the poor. The second characteristic of Ubuntu is that it was unequal in the amount of effort that was put in. Practically, because the conditions under Ubuntu, like empathy, were characterized under a certain group. So for example, women were told that they were compassionate, were empathetic by biology. So they had more burden under the narrative on their side as well, because of the condition of the narrative and because of the people who possess power under this narrative as well. Additionally also, we think that it relied, and we think the reason why it was bad, is that it relied heavily on arbitrary degree of, opt-in to communities, because we were born randomly into those conditions as well, which means that there was no consent into this identity in itself, but also that it relied on hierarchy that was abusive towards certain group, women and the poor under the system, or socialism on their side, which were put under the burden of Ubuntu and under the burden of these communities. The weighing of this argument is as follows, that it harmed the most vulnerable groups on their side of the house via the characterization of Ubuntu as well. I'm going to discuss 3 arguments then in this speech. 1, why this harmed personal freedoms and why personal freedoms are important. Secondly, I'm going to talk about individualism and capitalism. Finally, I'm going to talk about conflict. Why then did Ubuntu limit personal freedom? We think that on the comparative, that's why Eze's POI was important, that people were able to form smaller identity groups that they had more agency in, which is that you are able to construct your family and able to support them. We don't think that's bad as opening government would want to characterize it as well, because it did represent some form of individual agency in moving out of your own community and able to form to find another individual that you shared some sort of mutual interest in. So as a Yoruba person from north central Nigeria, I'm able to partner Eze Wakuba from southeastern Nigeria, even though we don't agree most of the time. The second thing then is that on their side, individual identity is carved around a community that is prehistorically decided under a feudalistic system that doesn't represent them but represents only the individuals that possess power within their specific community as well. But additionally, also note that the form of mutual support that you are likely to get under the narrative of Ubuntu was one that was characterized as what we needed to do under the community. So we all need to move these chairs out of the community. You saying that we need to move these chairs back in or arrange them properly was something that was dissent, even if you cared about it personally on the individual level. We think that the decline of the narrative was important then, because it then allowed the most amount of individuals to become happy on our side as well, given that they're able to have agency. It means that they may not achieve what they want all of the time, but the fact that they're able to express themselves in a way that is more meaningful beyond the hierarchies that exist is something that is important, and it's something that the most amount of people are able to access. Before I continue, yeah, sure, go. OG.
If that narrative enabled the individuals to how they succeed individually, then everyone is succeeding at the expense of another person, so you don't get happiness. People just perpetuate sadness.
15 seconds, Becky. So let's talk about individualism and capitalism. I'm going to talk firstly about why individualism was a prerequisite towards the advancement of this community as well. Note then, there are other incentives to why people are likely to act in a good way. I don't believe opening government that the decline of Ubuntu is why people don't give the philanthropy to the poor, why the rich people don't care about the poor. Doesn't make any sense. The reason why you are likely to do good to others, for other reasons beyond Ubuntu, because you want to reciprocate this good to yourself, which means that you want to prevent backlash. If someone's hungry on the street and they're homeless, presumably they might attack you at night. So there are other reasons and personal interests why you're likely to do good as well. Secondarily, under a capitalistic system, you need other individuals to support you, so you're
you are not able to achieve everything on your own as well. So you have an incentive to support others because you know you might get a payback in the future as well. So there are incentives that exist structurally for individuals to support each other, independent of the narrative of Ubuntu. It's not the collapse of society and individuals, taking knives on the streets and killing each other. Secondly, then, it was important on the level of the community, in terms of the advancement of that community anyways. What happened with the decline of the narrative of Ubuntu is you have a race to the top in terms of competition, which is on their side of the house, people are stuck under a system that defined for them what they needed to do, which means more individuals are likely to be stagnant or not express themselves. On our side of the house, what happened comparatively is that individuals were much more likely to shine their own light, and it aggregates this increases to a significant extent the light of the community as well. But secondarily also, because individuals were willing to be individualistic, it's also significantly attracted a greater level of investment into Africa. So we're willing to say here that the economic infrastructure and the industrialization that was necessary for Africa in order for us to be able to catch up with the West was something that you get under, Ubuntu on our side, with the decline of Ubuntu on our side as well. But additionally also, know that it was easy for the West to colonize Africa because of the narrative of Ubuntu, because it was structured communally, as a community, which means that certain communities also had to be in competition with other communities as well, which means it was easy to divide and conquer, because given that individuals prioritize the community, it was easier to take one community as to pit them against the other as well, given that much more individuals were likely to rally around this point of identity as well, which means that you only needed to convince the head chief, given that they were the emblem of what people needed to rally around within the community as well. We think under our side, the method of individualism would have made it harder for you to be able to colonize Africa, and we think that's why you were able to get some sort of structural reform in terms of individuals seeking reforms against capitalism. But finally then, in terms of conflict, we think that the definition of community is arbitrary, as I've already explained. But we think also, on their side of the house, what individuals think of themselves is as the community, which is that you also thought of other communities as bad. And this was true because you had, prior to colonialism, with the narrative of Ubuntu, you had the Benin Kingdom, and your Kingdom. What these communities structured themselves around, even though they existed as a community and prioritized helping each other within the community, was that everyone part of the art group was their competition, and they needed to kill them, they needed to destroy them. They needed to show that they were the more superior forms of community. This led to the antagonization of other communities as well. We think on our side, people were able to form identity based on mutual interest, because whatever harm you do to others is likely to come back to you. On their side of the house, individuals were likely to cause harm and exist under a system of communal protection that allowed them to further those harm against others. For all of these reasons, opening up.
Thank you very much, leader of UP. Now let's call on the Deputy Prime Minister to further the case for OG. Thank you.